Hello, everyone, and welcome to round 22 of the 2022 Scrabble Players Championship. So many 22s already. I am Morris Greenberg, and I'm here with Sean Abbasi. How are you doing, Sean?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing really well. This is a really pivotal day for most nationals, or historically the nationals. Now it's called the Scrabble Players Championship. We used to call it nationals. Has always been 31 games, but the format has changed in the past. I guess 2019 was the first time we have this new format. In before 2019, we always just played 31 games straight through, and whoever had the best record after 31 games would win the tournament. Now we have 28 games, and the top two players face head to head in the finals tomorrow. So I'm really excited for today specifically, just because it will literally shape who are the two people who could win the Scrabble Players Championship.
Yeah, that's really exciting. And I think anytime you get down to this stage, that people are either there are some players who are like, oh, I'm not really in the contention anymore. But the thing is, Scrabble players are always looking to get their every win in that they can. They're very competitive and always are pushing to the end. Sometimes some players can be a bit demoralized in a tournament that they maybe thought they would do better in, but others, for the most part, are always competing to the bitter end. And I feel like for the players who are in contention, this is going to be a lot of intensity, and we're going to see a really high quality level of play today.
Absolutely. And specifically, so we're seeing our first game today will be a Collins game. We are seeing Wasim Khatri, who I believe is in first place in the Collins division, facing Samuel Kasago, who's not in the top two right now, but teetering towards the edge. Both really strong players. Both started, I think, outside the United States. Sammy has since moved to the United States since starting Scrabble, but this should be a really exciting game.
Yeah, and it's something that I think the experience that the players bring to big time competitions is very important now, because you can be good at Scrabble, but it's another thing to be good under pressure, and to be able to talk through that voice in your head that lets you slow down and analyze a certain play when you need to, and do all the checks and balances to avoid the sort of the silly errors that that you can avoid. So we'll definitely see between these two players some interesting moves, but also I think we're going to see them play very conscientiously and with a lot of purpose. So that's always something that I think is challenging, because sometimes when you're looking at a set of tiles and there's not one obvious play, it can be hard to define, so why am I really making this choice over this one? And these players are at the level where they are able to really rationalize and pull out a good logical choice in most of the cases.
Yeah, all really good points. And one thing also to note, just because I see it being discussed in chat, today we are going to be shifting back and forth between Collins and NWL. The plan we originally said yesterday was Collins in the morning, NWL in the afternoon for live stream coverage. We've had some last minute logistics things we've had to deal with, so we always want to give you guys the best coverage possible on the live stream. And so we're prioritizing that. Once we find good commentators every round, that will dictate which dictionary we use. So we're going to start with Collins for game one. I think for game two, we're going to do NWL, and we'll sort of figure out for the rest of the day which dictionary we'll show game to game. But we'll always try to keep everyone aware of what's going on in the standings of each. Also, if you want to quickly look from chat to the standings page, just type in !standings into the Twitch chat, and that will give you the link to click on to go to the live coverage of the site, of the games in this tournament.
And that's really convenient to be able to pull that up. But also, I think when it comes down to what kind of dictionary we're going to be looking at and the words played, I think it's a win no matter which lexicon, which language we play in when we're watching good Scrabble, because we're really just working through the decision points that people are faced with, and different lexica create different types of complexity and situations. So it's kind of a good way to test your muscle as well, to kind of be exposed to different lexica. Although maybe for the purpose of the competition, you might want to be buried in a specific one lexicon and focus on that in order to avoid getting confusion. But in terms of expanding your board vision and things like that, I think there's definitely a lot of merit to the neuroplasticity that comes from playing with multiple lexica.
Yeah, and I think most concretely, like the small differences we see, as John said, this is a decision-making game, regardless of dictionary. If you aren't really sure what would the differences be, think of it this way. If you want to, on any turn, consider how many points you're scoring this turn, how many points you're giving up towards your opponent their next turn, and how many points you could potentially score by what letters you save for the turn after that, you will want to always consider those 3 decision points on any turn, regardless of dictionary. What could change slightly is that in Collins, for instance, there will be more bingos. So you might gear yourself more often towards bingo-prone leaves in Collins, for instance, because you have a higher chance of hitting bingos, maybe in a situation. But in reality, Nigel Richards is the best player in both dictionaries, which should tell you they're similar enough that if you know the words for both, you can figure out how to make good decisions in either lexica. Nigel Richards is proof that you can be, if you're good in one dictionary, you can figure out how to be good in another dictionary strategically.
Well, it looks like we're getting underway here. Wasim is drawing his tiles, and we are. Oh, and he's picked up a blank right from the get-go. Oh, it looks like a very strong tile rack. Is there a bingo in this rack? It looks like there should be. What do I see here?
Yeah, so I will admit my Collins knowledge isn't as strong. So I think Wharfie is a Collins word that would play. WHARFIE. I didn't know that one though.
Well, if he plays so aggressively as put the F on the double letter score, that'll be that'll make this game a lot more fun.
Yeah, we saw that in the afternoon yesterday. Notepad was available. Ori Swift had Notepad as his opening rack. He did not elect to put the P on the double letter score to open up a juicy S lane. But we'll see how Wasim plays it here. So Wharfie and also Faither is the other.
Sammy has a bingo lined up on his rack, which is just a whole lot of fun because it's not particularly high probability, and it's a nice word for all of our internet spectators to appreciate with their own upvote. So I think this game is going to start off in a bombastic fashion.
Yeah, and so can people in the chat like upvote after Sammy plays upvoted? If you aren't subscribed to the Scrabble Twitch channel, I feel like Sammy's literally telling you to subscribe at this point. I mean, it would I guess upvote isn't quite as good of a bingo as subscribe to do that, but it's close enough. Give your love to the Scrabble Twitch channel chat.
And the comment in the comments, folks are pointing out that Wharfie doesn't really make it possible for upvoted to be played, which will be a little bit of a pain for Sammy for sure. I mean, to have that opening rack and not be able to just unload it in any fashion is unpleasant, to say the least.
Yeah. So with that, Wasim does take an 82-point lead, and if you're Sammy here, obviously it's really tough to divert your attention from upvoted once you see it, but you have to do something here. So what would you do, Sean?
Well, first I would console myself because not only did he not get a chance to play his perfect natural bonus, but his opponent just started with a killer blank bingo. So that is you got to really put that aside and say, okay, it's very early. You're gonna make a play. You're gonna score the 20, 30 points that you can score, and try to chip in here. So now, see, the thing is that We know that the P, the V, the U, these are among the letters that are, probably in Sammy's interest to use. He might look at something like paved or a word through the R, maybe like prove. I don't think is upvoter is probably not valid at this stage, but so I think that trying to unload a few of those letters is probably within his purview right now.
Yeah, up dove is definitely a possibility as well to the E in Wharfy. That would get rid of. Also, the U can be a clunky tile, so I could definitely see him going that route as well.
Well, if you're going to look at up dove, then the idea of playing upvoted just but as a non bingo is also an option.
Yeah, I guess would you prefer the leave of ET or just E there? Just because upvoted versus updove, the difference is well, I guess they're the same amount of points because the V is doubled in updove, but not upvoted. So I guess it would depend on the leave mostly.
Yeah, I think I like upvoted in the sense that it just makes the board that much more open another lane because you're trying to catch up, and it's spreading things up nice and wide. But it looks like he's looking for Vout. This is an interesting choice. I feel like, oh, he's going for Vouted. Okay. So this is a pretty strong play, I think. But it could go south. I mean, he's got the E on the open E on the board, so and another E, he's creating another lane for another E. So maybe he's not concerned so much about giving up E's at this stage. But it's certainly a candidate play.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like it's one of those turns where there are a lot of very similar plays, and if you're Sammy, I think his logic is, I want to keep the right side of the board open for potential bingos. The V is something that will obstruct a lot of bingo lanes, so why don't I play it on the left side of the board near the clunky W and H lanes, and I could have the E and the I potentially stay open for future bingos.
Well, it's worked out for him. So certainly he knows something there. Although I do think that kind of covering up the R lane was perhaps something that could have I would have preferred not to do. But given that he's done that, I think it's worked out great, and he's very likely now to bingo in the following turn. Wasim is sitting on a clunky rack. He's got the J, but a J, he doesn't have any obvious two-letter J words that are going to make it easy to score big points. So that's something that he's going to have to factor in, and he's looking at a few different options. It seems like he's considering something through the D potentially. He's looking at Melik, which looks like a good play. So the idea that he's able to see past the J to look at his other tiles and pick up that, I think that's a really good eyesight for him, because Melik would be a strong choice with the C landing on the double letter score and the whole word being doubled.
Yeah, I mean, and Melik would go parallel to the E and the D in Vouted. That's definitely, I think, a very strong play. It scores a much more than J plays. I think he had the Colin Gilgi or Gilgi, I don't know how to pronounce it, set up previously for a bit off of the I in Wharfy, Jlgie. But that's 12 fewer points. So I think, yeah, Melik seems very reasonable here. And he looks like he's shifting around his tiles still. Maybe he's going back to Jilt. That makes sense. So that scores a bit more than Jilgi, and yeah, I think it's a more closed play. And I think if you're up, it makes a lot of sense to force your opponent long term to find ways to score. You don't want to open up a C on the triple necessarily.
I understand the rationale of the play, but I don't necessarily feel like I agree with the choice, just because the CMEG combination to me is a little bit too negative for playing that defensive. But I think either way, Potties was coming down, and that means that, or tiptoes, put a nice anagram for that, but Potty scores more definitely. So this is a good comeback play for Sammy, and we're going to keep a close game here now. What can Wasim do? he's got words like caged and game, and he's going to have to look for compound words and words through the T and the O, and it's going to take some time to really work through all these combinations because these letters together can form a lot of different structures of how the letters actually combine and which letters can go next to each other. So I think we're going to see this turn take a little bit of time.
Yeah, this feels like a kind of turn where you need to really think, just because spotties is also a word, I think, in Collins. And so it will be, right, you need to start thinking about do I need to address that lane right away? If so, how do I go about that on this board? If not, then what is my best option? As Sean mentioned, caged, which plays the D in Vouted, is a really nice play in terms of getting rid of the clunky G tile, scoring a bit, and keeping a good leave as well. You could try to do something else entirely on the right side of the board. So it would be interesting to see first if he's going to try to directly address the potty spot to make spotties, and if not, will he continue to make probably his highest equity play in the bottom left, or will he try to address the right side of the board?
Yeah, I wouldn't bother trying to address the right side of the board, only because any of the plays that address the right side of the board almost create more trouble than they prevent. So that's the risk. You don't really know whether you made the situation better or worse when you play an overlap in some of that in that specific area, because you can also open up the triple word on one side or other bingo lanes. So as it turns out, Sammy doesn't have beautiful tiles, but he's able to make a beautiful play by finding a nice double-double, unloading a lot of those bad tiles, and getting a score with otherwise a poor rack.
Yeah, reroute's a really nice idea. So we'll see what other 4 tiles Wasim will pair with his E, D, and M, but the D will go on the back of reroute, and that could help him a bit here. So, but we really need to, I guess, wait and see.
Folks in the chat are checking out, was rerouter good? Nope, definitely not. But maybe someday, depending on what versions of routers get invented, I suppose, and who becomes proficient at rerouting. Okay, well, we've got foamed and the V on the rack, so looks like he's playing an overlap for quite quickly. That's an interesting choice. Definitely a good score. Could have also seen the D hook on reroute, as you mentioned, and maybe moved or famed or something out there. I thought might be intuitive, but he seems to be choosing an overlap that scores well. I think I might have preferred the play in the top right corner just because it controls the shape of the board and it takes away that hook if by any chance, which it seems has happened. It looks like Sammy's sitting on dirtily, and so that should be a big play for him.
Yeah, and I think this goes to show you in some ways, back to what we were saying of how no matter which dictionary, you always need to consider what you're scoring, what you're keeping, and what you're giving your opponent. We can see that here. We've seen more defensive style games in NWL, I think, in this tournament than the Collins games we broadcast, but it really would have been advantageous for Wasim to have made a play like moved. Now, he isn't necessarily that he's not an oracle. He can't necessarily foresee what Sammy's going to do, but I think there is a lot of merit to move there.
But he can't quite get ideative down, but he's arranged it on his rack. So now he's looking at trying to see what he can do with that VIE. He could open up the board with Vi and F. He could play through the L and try to unload a word like evil or vile first few points, but again, balancing that rack. So it's going to be quite a choice here, because if he has a way of unloading 3 vowels, I think that'll be better for him, but he may not have a great option for that. Do you see anything, Morris, that would allow Wasim to both balance his rack and score a few points?
Yeah, I don't think completely balancing the rack. I guess like alive would maybe balance it the most, but that would be so risky through the Ellen Dirtily. I think Sieve or Sive, I never know how to pronounce some of these Collins words. Cive, starting with the C in caged, seems pretty natural here in a lot of ways, just because it, scores 27. Uh, AEIT has some synergy if you pick some consonants and doesn't open anything too crazy for your opponent. So it will put him back slightly in the lead and just make it a tempo game, which I think is what he needs to do here
Yeah.
as he plays it.
And the V is a good consonant for bingos, so maybe that'll help him if he does draw a few other consonants. There's a chance he could play there.
Yeah, we want some N's for Venetian or something like that.
Very trin. Well, meanwhile, Sammy has the W and Q on his rack, and he doesn't have the play of Waqf to make that okay. So, that's going to be challenging. He's got, with the good thing about W and O, they combine fairly well. Usually you can find a little overlap to score some points. You don't necessarily have to play the Q right away. He's got the play of and woe, or some combinations like that, like low up there. He doesn't seem to have.
Oh, I was going to say, keep in mind the Spotty's hook is available here for him to play QINS or QIS.
Of course, yes, that would be wise. But he's chosen not to play there. He's just going to play it as an overlap.
Yeah, so QIS, QIN, yeah, this is interesting. It really basically, I think on any turn, if anyone isn't taking the Spotty spot, you can assume they're not holding an S most of the time. They might be holding a blank some of the time, but you want to address that spot if you're holding an S. So it's a risky move in some ways for Sammy, but it's a calculated risk. If I had to guess.
Is there a chance? Is there a chance that Sammy's forgetting that Spotties is valid?
It could be. I mean, he played potties willingly, and it scored the most points. But he might have just not thought about it when he played it, and we'll see if someone gets that at some point. I mean, right now, Tania is an option to the left or to the right of the I, L, and Y in Dirtily, but it looks like Wasim is going for slightly fewer points, but a more synergistic leave, playing A, L, and AY.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Wasim's choice on this one. I think that there's not really a lot of upside to turning over so many tiles right now. One blank has already been played. Oh no, Sammy's proving that he's well aware that Spotties is there, so he's able to wow us with that and balance his rack again, and looks like he's continuously scoring. And the pressure is going to start picking up. But I think it looks good for Wasim. He's able to find a spot for Sinuate or Aunties, but I don't know if
Yeah, it was very prescient of Sammy to block the S spot this turn. It would be really interesting to hear why he kept it open a turn ago and why he decided. I mean, I guess he had two S's this time, so it makes it even easier to depart with one. But yeah, it just feels like he took a very cool, calculated risk when he just played QIN, not blocking the triple. The S is a great tile, but scoring 13 fewer points and leaving those worst case scenarios open is you need to be very sure of yourself to make a play like that.
Yeah, he may have also been trying to read into Wasim's previous plays, like how likely is it that Wasim is holding an S, and also thinking around, well, if I can score with a QIN without necessarily having to use my most potent spot, then I can score again. And it seems that that's the chance that he took. Now for Wasim, since Sinuate Aunties doesn't drop, he's looking very evidently at maybe just a U-fish even, or a short play that'll allow him to play again. Is Vonti's good with the U?
Von T is definitely good. I always forget whether some of these take S's. So there is a colon in those letters, but it is not. It is not Vonti's.
Okay, yeah, just double checking. So
Yeah, but Vontier is the extension in
For sure,
Collins.
for sure.
Vonti, yeah.
Yeah, so this creates a situation. You could play Val even and just create a bit of another shape to that lane bottom row, and probably be in a good shape for the following turn. I don't see anything else that's really jumps out as a solid play. But there's definitely multiple ways to fish. I don't think it's likely that he's going to do anything more than a two tile play.
Yeah, so I mean, the one other option. So I think that idea Sean highlighted, Vow, is really strong. While Wasim thinks here, maybe we could flip to our Quackle corner quickly just to sort of show what's going on. We're trying to, just because we've been talking a lot. So Vow down here is what Sean is pointing out. One other option is he could do Yuva above for one more point off of the H and R and Warfies. I mean, Vow, it's just much more of a proactive move, though. Even though it scores one fewer point, when you're holding letters that underlap the U of the N, the S, and the T, that will just allow for bingoing so often for you. So I really like this idea by Sean. And maybe let's flip back to, unless Sean, did you have any other ideas that you want to show the viewers here?
No, I think this is going to be one of the turns where, as we can see, Wasim is thinking it through. He just wants to make sure what he can do, any other options to consider. But I think ultimately he'll come down to either Vow or Uva. If the game is close, I think it's one of those things where maybe you could consider just GU. I mean, that's also something that you could potentially do, but I don't think that the fixed point sacrifice is really worth it. At the end of the day, I think Vow is best.
Yeah, so maybe let's flip back to the regular screen. Thanks so much to our production team for adding all these cool scenes. We love to show Scrabble, and we're only trying to improve here. So, uh, yeah, he's thinking a while here. I'm guessing he like really just wanted to make sure he wasn't missing a bingo. We've talked about a few times in this tournament how budgeting 25 minutes is a really important skill within itself once you know so many words. And we'll see if now that he's approaching the 10-minute mark, if Wasim will have to rush a bit on future turns. Because once you don't see bingos, I think you basically have to decide between Vow and Yuva and which makes sense for your objectives here. Uh, so, yeah, it'd be interesting to hear what he's thinking about, but he is taking a lot of time at this point.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in Sammy's rack, he has the Z. That means he's got plays through the O spotties for a solid 48 points or more. He can he can really have a versatility with the Z and on the Collins board. He's got the underlaps of Wow as well. So really not likely that that he wouldn't score well with a Z in the following turn. But on the plus side for Wasim, if he does play Vow in the bottom left corner, it's most likely not going to be the case that Sammy plays there in that row at that time, because he doesn't really have much that works under there except for the N and the S, and his letters don't combine in such a way that those work very well as the first letter in the word. So this means that the line may stay open for him, even if Sammy scores at 40 points. If Wasim is able to bingo in the following turn, he would be able to draw almost even.
Yeah, and the chat is pointing out maybe dumping just the U is an idea he's considering, or it looks like he's now considering Uni. But just dumping the U, since Tisane is just such a good leave for bingos, it seems like that would make sense. He'd be 100% to get it if he opens the right lane. So maybe if the chat's pointing out IU, AYU, that would be an option, for instance, if he decides to just play off the U. But he does go for Uva here. It looks like it took a lot of time to get there, but he decided, I want to score a few more points maybe than IU. I don't want to go too crazy and open up something really big like Val would do, and we'll see if that's going to unfold in his favor or not.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the good choices there. So whether it'll work out for him is another thing. And he's drawn into interns, but that one might not play.
Well, Vintners should play to the V.
Oh, very, very good. Yeah, yeah, that's the one.
And Sammy quickly plops down Zen. Nothing wrong with that. Scoring 44 when your opponent is starting to get low on time.
Actually, interns does play overlapping dirtily, so
ooh, nice.
He's going to play right now. Yeah, so this is even better.
Yeah, and interns will get the game to basically be a tie game again, I think, or not tie, but within 10 points. And so it will fork the board. So it'll open bingo lanes in completely opposite sides of the board. And it's pretty easy bingo lines. One that's an 8-lane ending in an S can get most 7-letter words, are all nouns and verbs. And then the TI can take a lot of back hooks.
This game is full of excitement.
And the chat, I think, has found Boonless for Sammy through the S in intern. So we'll see if he sees that. It's given Sammy's strength as a player. I'm guessing he'll find it at some point. Though it could be one of those words that, just like overwords and outwords we talked about yesterday, less and ness words definitely can be tricky to remember if you're making them up or not. But it looks like he has Boonless arranged at this point. My guess is he's just checking his mental dictionary of, I'm 100% this is good, right?
Maybe that, or maybe just making sure that he's not missing any sevens that he could play that might also be defensive.
Fair enough, yeah.
But yeah, he seems to be taking a good look. What does this leave for Wasim to do? Well, if the O gets slotted right above the triple word, you might
Which
be able to
it will.
Yield. Yeah, one of the O's will.
Yeah.
One way or the other. But it could give yield a nice underlap, whether he gets to do that or another thing that scores well. He should be able to kind of stay within arm's length. So it's not, although a bingo can come down for Sammy, it may not be without a price to pay.
Yeah, and one blank is still unseen. So it's going to be really hard to fully block the TI spot unless you put in. So that's off of the T and Dirtly and the I and interns for bingos. Unless you literally do a one tile play next to the I, the first I in Dirtly. Otherwise, you're going to be if you try to play something that make 3-letter words next to TI or IN in Dirtly and interns, you're often going to open up an even more dangerous lane, given that there's a blank out and you can pluralize most things. So while he's thinking about this, maybe we can show what that would look like quickly. If let's flip to the Quackle corner for a sec. So after Boonless, let's just say let's just give Wasim some of the tiles. I actually forget the exact track. I think it was something like this. And so
that's correct.
So if we do Glade or Eyelid, I'm just going to give him Glade. And Sammy then tries to block with something like Nod. I'm not going to do that. I'll just do No. Something here would still give a really juicy bingo lane on the triple all of a sudden with a blank unseen. So it's going to be hard for Sammy to block that spot. He could do something like in here to block, but that will be tougher.
Yeah, certainly it's going to be interesting. And he does not bingo, actually. whether that was a conscientious non-bingo or not is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, and if we
I
could
don't
flip up the board, yeah. Oh, great, yeah.
I don't think hoaxless is valid, so it doesn't look like Sammy's draw is going to bingo following turn. He's gone with Bon or Bon, and I guess Wasim doesn't know how fortunate he is not to have that bingo come down, but he's going to be able to still score because it's why it's a great scoring tile. There is a option to just play Yi and Jilty, right? And Jilty good?
Yeah, yeah. There's definitely you're talking about you. Wait. So sorry. Which place are you saying?
I was just checking if Jilty was good. Oh,
Oh,
sorry, no good, no good. Sorry,
sorry.
ignore me.
Yeah, yeah.
Double check that. Just only Jolty, but yeah. So he'll have to find play like where else can he just completely just deal with the white? He's going Yodel. Okay, that's a strong play. I think that he's turning over tiles, trying to race to that blank. Um,
Yeah, I might have
it,
preferred Yogi there, just because the G is a bit clunkier than the D. But
he may be also considering that that TI lane was there and just trying to make that a little muddier. But yes, Yogi would have perhaps been stronger. So often, some players maybe feel less confident to give up the ease. So that's consideration as well. But
yeah, and Sammy drew a really he drew axe holes, not an actual word, but uh, so he might try to play off his X here. Something like ox below the G and the E encaged could naturally uh, come down and save a really strong leave. One thing that Yodel did do, and maybe that's something Wasim wants to do here, is it does obstruct that lane a bit that I was talking about earlier, the TI lane. Yodel, uh, you'll need to pluralize that. So there is now only one really good bingo lane, that lane, the 8 lane with the S in interns. And I guess the N in interns is pretty good too. So uh, the Yodel spot really did close down bingoing potential, and maybe Wasim senses in a close game that Sammy is pretty close to a bingo.
yeah, and which one he chooses is kind of the question now. Could be as simple as bearings. We don't know whether that's the case. He may be looking at. He looks like he's looking at breaking.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I would. So the key
that's more
thing.
defensive. More defensive. That doesn't overlap. Put letters right above the triple word.
Well, right. I would not know if breaking takes an S or not. And there is one S unseen to Wasim as well. So if
Yeah.
he thinks Sammy is close to a bingo, yeah, breaking is a good play. I would maybe play just to be extra safe. And I guess only maybe just because Wasim is now down by 34 points. So he'll need to score. He'll need to keep scoring. He can't play a play like rebaiting, which I would be pretty sure didn't take an S regardless of dictionary, just because.
Yeah, in Collins, a lot of the ing words do take s, and breaking. I think that can rationalize pretty well as a noun. But he could be doing breading. There's a lot of different little variations they can kind of come up with in order to make that a little safer. It looks like he's doing blearing.
Yeah. So that helps us a lot. Yeah, if he played the BREA, we would have needed to figure out if it's like a D, a K, an M. It would have been hard. So thanks, Wasim, for playing something that everyone on the stream knows what the blank is of blearing.
Yeah, so there are some underlaps to the AA that could help Sammy score some points, but will it be enough to close this deficit now? It's going to be challenging. We may need to see what the unseen tile pool looks like.
Yeah. So if we look at the unseen tile pool from Sammy's perspective, so Sammy's now down, as you see on the screen, by 30 points. He doesn't necessarily need to bingo to win this, but there are only 2 tiles in the bag as of the 9 unseen tiles from Sammy's perspective. Wasim uh, will draw 7 of them, and I'm looking. Wasim still hasn't drawn tiles. I wonder if he's on hold Someone pointed out in the chat the classic Kremlin game that Sammy once played against, I think, Gomon in a semifinals of a world championship. And what happened was there were two blanks in the word crewmen, and accidentally one of the players, I forget which one, inverted an M and a blank and and made Kremwen instead of crewmen. And so I think maybe Sammy is making sure what is the blank? Is it worth challenging? So I think he's maybe learned his lesson since that classic game and just wants to make sure that blearing is the correct word in there.
Some folks pointing out that asphalted is valid, which doesn't quite fit there. That's would have been so crazy cool through the alt on the board. But the other thing that people are looking at is plashit, which is defined as a small pond or pool. So interesting comments from folks. Plashit also doesn't look like it'll play, but there are definitely ways for Sammy to score quite a few points and use up a lot of the tiles and maybe end up going out in the following turn. If he's able to do that, he might be able to catch Wasim if Wasim's not able to score enough. But with Wasim holding the C and the K, it's likely that Wasim will score some points. So how exactly to play this end game, it requires really for Sammy to score some points and theoretically score more in the following turn and go out. So a bit of a challenging scenario for Sammy to be able to close this deficit if there's any way to do it.
Yeah, and as the chat points out, there are two O's in the bag. So it will be interesting to see how Sammy approaches this. Often you want to play one tile here, and he could play one tile next to the TI in Dirtily and Interns, since he does have the last S. I think I don't know all of the Collins fours, so you might have to help me here, Sean. Is there a play you see slotting one tile there that wouldn't give any backhooks aside from an S to create a unique S spot?
Well, I don't think the tip will give any hooks, right? Unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, so TP wouldn't be available. No eyes left, you're saying, right?
Right. So, but if he's going to draw into an O, I don't know if that will work out.
Yeah, so maybe should we flip to the Quackle corner quickly to just see what we're kind of considering here? So the idea is maybe
folks are saying tip will set up loathes, which would I mean, the thing is, it is blockable, but depending on how Wasim attempts to block it, he'd have to be. It would be difficult to know exactly what to do now, because there's a lot of possibilities with the 9 unseen for Wasim. He's like have to do quite a bit of thinking, and he has 4.5 minutes, which is not a ton of time. So
let's play this out for our viewers, for our viewers. So if Sammy plays tip here, and I'll make the correct 2 letters here. So this is Wasim's rack. Wasim will have to sacrifice a lot, most likely, because he will see that loathes should be available, even though there's going to be one tile in the bag. He'll be able to deduce, even with not that much time, that loathes is available there, and you want to block that. So, but then you need to start making a play like cup, for instance. Well, actually, that does give CH in column. So, it will be tougher to make a play that will completely block this area, because Sammy, even if you let's say he makes it, what would be a play you would play here, Sean, to block?
I think cup is the most intuitive play, but the CH concern is there, but then you got to think, well, which letters could follow the H? And then, the S could follow, the T could follow, but HS and HT don't necessarily combine that well in that order. So that might be, a big thing. But whether he makes that point sacrifice you're showing here, Sola for 54, Would that allow Sammy to make up enough deficit to then, go out the following turn? I think this becomes a fine-tuned little math game that has to be figured out, and that's going to be tricky. And depending on what Sammy does and how quickly he does it, he can put the pressure on Wasim to have to work that out all of a sudden.
Yeah, so I think, and so a play like Sola will now win the game. Since Tipped is also validating Collins, Tesla should also win, or all of its anagrams, Teal, Tails, Tails, Stella, Steel. So, yeah, there will be a lot of winning plays for Sammy here after Tip, regardless of Wasim's ability to block there or not. So I think that should be the idea. Hopefully he sees that. Let's turn back to the game score as Sammy does place a letter there, it looks like. So he plays the T there, interestingly. So similar idea. I wonder, he has to be looking at the tile pool and realize, he's switching it. He might switch it, but this will be an awesome find by Sammy.
It's going back to the T.
So he likes the T. This is interesting. So we haven't played this out, but he will have Schlepp, I think, at a minimum if Wasim has to block that area above. So that should score a similar amount to win. He won't have a bingo, though, in the pool, I guess, based on this. But all that matters is since this will leave one in the bag, if Wasim sees any bingos with the 8 tiles, well, I guess, yeah, actually, never mind. It will. I don't think there will be any 7s with Plash and 2 O's. But if anyone in the chat sees a bingo.
The only thing about this whole thing is that, although I understand very much that Sammy's got to kind of be careful and chooses play carefully, now that he's telegraphed that he's considering playing a setup play over there, he's giving Wasim a bit of a head start to start thinking of what to do. So, given Wasim's limited time, I think it would have been better to play this a little closer to the vest and then just suddenly play it and hit the clock. So there are these things that go on, and of course, maybe that was his intention, and then at the moment he wanted to put it down, then he has to give it a second thought. So there's a lot of complexity to that, but the gamesmanship is very key in this.
Yeah, so I think here, the fact that Sammy sees this idea, I'm guessing in the next, like if he has 5 minutes left, the next 3 minutes, he will figure out what the right tile to put there will be. And I think so he's going back to the T. He must be looking at, there must be enough consonants on Wasim's rack where he thinks the T gives him a disadvantage more often than playing off the T versus the P.
Well, maybe thinking if he draws a C, he could play Chapels. That's also a combination that could be a thought process for him.
Yeah, so this will be interesting. Wasim does not have a lot of time to figure out how to respond to this. I mean, it will score so much, regardless of there being a bingo there or not, if Sammy can make a play there. So Wasim might think he has to block there anyways.
Well, he might play Gummut. That could play 4 tiles, and that's one option. It's not great from the standpoint of the fact that it's leaving letters, but then if he draws no, which he would, then that would leave Monk on his rack. It would leave Conk on his rack, I think. Yeah, so that's a possible way to go about this, to just kind of play a lot of tiles and make it as messy as possible up there. Unfortunately, even if he does that, he can't really do much about plays that go down, which is a real difficulty, I think. There may be other ways to deal with the entire location. I wonder if there's a way that he could play through IN on the board.
Yeah, this will be interesting. I mean, so maybe Ick is an idea here. ICK off of the Iron Dirtily. I don't know. This is going to be a tough position no matter what. And he plays Mac. Very solid idea. I mean, he's going to get out a lot of the time, and that does score 30, and that will give him a nice 57-point lead. That seems like a really good idea here.
Yeah, that's a good way to go about it. Score the points. If you're confident your opponent is not going to come back with an actual bingo right through, then you're putting that range in there. And I think he may have worked out that the unseen tile pool is not conducive to a 7. So, if he figured that out, then that would be a good way to almost guarantee that he can take the hit and keep moving on.
Yeah, and so if we flip to the Quackle corner quickly, there is exactly one win available for Sammy per the engine. That would be Hale making tight. And so let's just play this out quickly for the viewers at home while Sammy figures this out. So, and he might be able to see this. So Hale, so there will be no way for Wasim to go out. So Nog will score the most points. And then the P and the S will allow for Spalt and Zens to go out. So he needs to see that to win by exactly 1 point. It will be somewhat tough, but he might be able to see it. So that's what you have to watch for in these next 4 minutes, basically, or 3 minutes. And so let's flip back to the board and see if Sammy can find this sequence. Oh, is Hale not acceptable anymore? It might have been. So someone is. Oh, okay, never mind. I think someone is saying that might have been removed as a word. Apologies if so. And if that's the case, then I think he will have no wins.
Well, on the other hand, if he plays it thinking it's valid or not, and Wasim doesn't know that it was removed, that could also be interesting.
Yeah, so I apologize to the chat. This was removed recently, and I will update my Quackle before the next round. Apologies here. Turns out, yes, that word was removed in the past year. So take back all that analysis from the past 2 turns.
He looks like he's going with heels.
Yeah, so it scores a lot, and it looks like it sets up op as well. So that's a really nice idea, but I think it won't be quite enough, given that the even higher scoring invalid 2-turn sequence wins by exactly 1 after Nog, which Wasim has ready to play. This will be slightly short. But it was a great idea by Sammy.
He's not yet decided. He's not committed. Still got a minute left. He's thinking about something. We'll see how this goes down. Now he's looking at some shorter plays, maybe.
Yeah, this will be interesting, but it looks like he's now going on the other side for Schlepp, maybe?
Is that a 51-point play?
Yeah, I think that looks right. 51. Yeah, if you played helps above, that would have been 54, but Schlepp is going to be 3 fewer, given that the P is doubled instead of the H.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like he hits his clock for Schlepp.
430 each.
Good game by both players. I mean, you really can't criticize too many of the choices. Whether Boonless was I think it looked like an intentional choice not to bingo, and maybe it didn't work out in the end for Sammy, but Overall, I think all of these plays were quite justifiable.
Yeah, and the chat points out that this actually leaves Ungot as a possibility for Wasim to go out. Nog and Ungot are the 2 wins available here for Wasim, so he might just play Nog anyways if he isn't 100% on Ungot. It will win by 1 point, but yeah, we'll see if he does see Ungot and if he pulls the trigger on it.
Yeah, one of the concerns is that when you, even if you figure out I have a 1 point win, then you start to wonder what if there was a miscount earlier in the game that I lose this game on the recount, and so that consideration may make one want to uh, make sure that there's the margin, and then of course you've got to be confident then that Ungot is also good, and he seems to see Ungot, and I think that he's probably going to end up playing Ungot. The way he put it together looked like someone who was doing it with purpose.
Yeah, so he has it arranged, and he has 50 less than a minute left, let's say. And yeah, I think you just have to be sure of Ungot if you're going to play it. And so he's not going to play that. He's going to play
Unlog.
Unlog. Uh, is that
Uh-oh.
valid?
Uh-oh.
Oh my god. Well, this has to be an insta challenge from Sammy if Wasim does play Unlog. He hasn't hit. Wasim has not hit his clock yet. He has under 20 seconds now, so this will be crazy. Okay, he flips it. Okay, wow. Whew. That
All right.
crazy.
That's a relief for. It will be relief for Wasim when he takes a look later, and a relief for the viewers who wouldn't want to do that. This is getting a challenge anyway. That's all right.
Yeah, so it will get the challenge, and this will end the game. So, a beautiful 449 to 424 win will be the final score after this comes back acceptable.
Yeah, a very interesting and well played game by both players, with a number of bingos coming down and complexities to some of these decisions. So I think we got to see this day start off with some good Scrabble.
Yeah, and it was great Scrabble, and I mean, this just really shows you how international the game extends to. People are shouting "Rep in Pakistan" for Wasim. Wasim, the Pakistan scene for Scrabble, especially its youth Scrabble scene, is getting larger. And Sammy now lives in the States, but originally from Nigeria. Really great player, and there's a lot of great players in the Nigeria scene as well. This is why a lot of people love playing Collins, just to be able to play players from a lot more of the world. But we've seen great play in both Collins and NWL. As mentioned earlier, we'll sort of rotate back and forth with Collins and NWL depending on who is who we're able to get as commentators these next few rounds. Speaking of, thanks so much, Sean, for filling in last minute. We really appreciate it.
Oh, my pleasure. And I just wanted to note that, speaking of the Pakistan Scrabble scene, Wasim being a coach for so many young players has actually brought in a lot of the scene. So kudos to him for winning this game in a tight battle. Kudos to Sammy for playing very well and making it a fight to the bitter end. And then, but also to both these players for being great ambassadors for Scrabble. So excellent stuff for round one, and looking forward to the rest of the rounds today.
Yeah, so next round we will have an NWL game, so stay tuned for that, and we'll take a short break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 23 of the 2022 Scrabble Players Championship. I'm Morris Greenberg, and I'm here with Jared Capel.
Thanks for having me back. I had a lot of fun yesterday, and I'm very excited to be here today. We have a very exciting matchup to start right now with Cory Swift at 15-7 facing off against Kevin Fraley at 13-9.
Yeah, so I was hearing that it was a really close game between Michael Fagan and Kevin Fraley in the last round. Michael Fagan is in first in the NWL division right now, and I think eked out a win against Kevin Fraley. So it's always a heartbreaker when you lose a close game. So we'll see how Kevin recovers here. Kevin actually, I think this is his first time on the stream in this tournament, but he's been over 2,000 rated for a bit now. I guess, Jared, you're probably more familiar with his game than me at this point.
Yeah, I play Kevin a lot online, and we just had a long talk recently at the World Cup in Chicago. He was saying he's never been streamed live like this, so he was very excited for the opportunity. So we'll see how it goes. He did say he's been annotated before, where someone's looking over his shoulder and writing down his racks, but that wouldn't be the same pressure as having the actual video stream on you.
Yeah, and so we will tell you. So Michael Fagan did beat Kevin Fraley, and Ori Swift lost last round. Ori Swift had the same record as Michael Fagan previously. So Michael Fagan is a clear first place lead of a game on the rest of the field. Ori Swift is in second place right now. But there are 6 more games to go today, and the top 2 are the ones that will make the finals. So it'll be interesting to see how these next few games unfold. This will be a very pivotal game in shaping those standings, though.
And another thing to talk about when we're talking about Kevin Fraley's game is that he's one of the slower players in the field. So yesterday we watched a few games with Joey Kravchik, who really liked to rush through things, whereas Kevin tends to really use his clock. He is aware of that, and he's been trying to play a touch quicker just to make sure he has time for the end game. I don't think Ori is that fast of a player, but for sure faster than Kevin, and we'll definitely keep an eye on the clock to see if that is a factor in this one.
Yeah, so this will be really fun to watch. I think both these players are rated over 2,000 in the NWL dictionary. Both really solid strategists and have good word knowledge too. So I'm expecting top level play that we'll see in this round.
Definitely. Ori is drawing, so he'll be going first, and the game's about to begin. The first tile we see is that F.
Yeah, so first game of today, we didn't have those crazy Q racks that we kept seeing at the beginning of the tournament and opening racks, and we don't see the Q here, but we do see some other power tiles on Ori's rack.
Yeah, and he's going to look to get rid of at least a couple of them, probably by playing J, which he has set up on the left side of his rack. Little known fact, that was my name when I was first born for about a week until my grandmother told my mom that J was a letter, not a name, and I then became Jared. So
did your birth certificate say J first?
I don't think it had been written on the birth certificate yet, so I am fully a Jared. And J is the first play of the game.
Nice. Yeah, I do wonder if there was... I would have spent a bit of time there just because you could have tried to figure out if there was a way to try to set up your X or J on the next turn based on a response play for Kevin. It would be a bit complicated to work out, but yeah, J is definitely a solid idea, but I definitely would have thought a bit about how to maximize both the J and the X over the next 2 turns.
That is definitely a consideration and something he would have liked to do. I don't think there was a way to do it without really telegraphing what he was trying to do in a spot that was likely to get blocked, but I agree he could have maybe spent a touch more time just to really work out the possibilities. So looking at Kevin's rack, he's got a very bingo-looking rack of DELNOST, but I'm not seeing anything that plays.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything either. I mean, I am looking at the engine right now, so it does help a bit. But he can do some nice underlaps underneath. J, as JO is a word. A takes a whole lot of consonants as backhooks, and YE is valid as well. So my guess is he's going to be drawn towards making some underlapping play.
Yeah, the question will be how many tiles he wants to play off. The more tiles he plays, the more he's going to score, but the less bingo-prone leave it will end up producing. So he could just play something short like Todd or even just odd, OD below, leaving LENTS. He might want to get rid of one more consonant, but he also could play longer to get the points beneath the Y as well. So he's going to take some time here. Like I said, he is a bit of a slower player. He's not going to want to miss a bingo.
Yeah, I mean, luckily there aren't that many letters to play through for 8s, so I think if you don't see anything through the J,
Right.
the A, or the Y, you'll pretty quickly shift to something like nod or odd, which are the two plays he's kind of set up on the track.
Yeah, nod is a very nice idea. LEST has really good synergy for bingos, and that is going to come down.
Yeah, so that will make it a 26 to 18 point game, but definitely depending. I guess it depends on what Kevin draws, but he's in good shape to bingo pretty soon.
I agree. The one thing about nod as opposed to Todd is nod takes a lot of back hooks, so it allows plays to go down from the Y. Not that that's a huge spot, but it is something to consider.
Yeah, and so if you're Ori here, you aren't probably too happy that Kevin's playing off 3 tiles like nod, just because that implies that Kevin's probably keeping a bunch of other low point tiles there. You'd rather like put a W. If you had a W, you would definitely play now. If you had a Y,
Right.
you would play Yon or something, YON or YOD. So he can pretty quickly deduce that Kevin's holding low pointers, and so I think this is a nice idea. If you assume Kevin's likely to have an X, or not an X, an S, you might want to play your X so that that can't be pluralized.
Yeah, it's definitely taken out the best bingo lane on the board. There would still be other lanes available, but Kevin didn't draw the bingo tiles he was necessarily looking for with drawing YUP, yup, which is a word, but he's going to have to find a way to score here while again trying to stay towards those bingo sort of tiles like the LEST. He could look to play above facts, forming yay and EX and maybe just yep there. That would take away his best vowel though. He could play beneath Joe as well, forming joy. So the Y does fit in a couple different spots on this board.
Yeah, so Yelp is also, he could play short with just Yep, but he could play Yelp in either spot as well. And Yelp, below the J in J and the O in Nod, does score 36 points.
Yeah, it triples the P, so that's a very nice idea. And that is what he has set up.
And it creates an S lane too, which is pretty hard to block from Mori's perspective if he isn't holding an S.
That's a very good point. And it is what's coming down. And the U is not a great tile. It's definitely the worst of the vowels, but it does bingo a fair percentage of the time. So UTS is a leave you can definitely work with if you were to draw an A or an E or one of those good vowels to pair with it. It certainly has a lot of potential. And speaking of the U, looking at Ori's rack, he would certainly like one, having that Q tile. He does have the I to go with it, but there's no QI spot. So he's going to have to find a way to score a few points here. And he's going to have to hang on to that Q for another turn, which he really doesn't want to. And when you hang on to the Q for an extra turn, you want to turn over more tiles than not in order to give yourself a chance to draw a tile like the U. So he's probably going to play above AY, forming pay. It looks like he's just planning to play 2 tiles. If he doesn't draw a T or an S or a U, he could be in trouble next turn if he doesn't play longer here.
Yeah, so I think the idea is, and maybe we could flip quickly to the Quackle corner just to show what Ori's thought process is on this sort of play. So he plays P, but if you play something like PEA to get rid of an extra vowel, this all of a sudden creates this really juicy bingo lane in column L. So he probably elects to not open up that spot because one tile less doesn't allow for any bingo lane just because the X obstructs things. Now, the problem is Pei does take a front S as well, but given the Joyce hook he can't block, you don't really care that you're opening up a second S spot.
What about playing longer with that suggestion of Peria, Pereia? It does leave a spot where maybe the Q could slot, and while it is opening up an S hook, there's already a dangerous S hook beneath Joy, which is going to score a lot. So I like the idea of playing longer there personally, but he did leave a nice balanced rack. And if he does draw one of those tiles I suggested, like the U, which always goes nicely with the Q, or the T to form a word like QAT, it could really work out for him. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, so let's flip back to the live board as Kevin is picked up some clunky tiles with what he kept. So he did pick up a second S, though, which will be nice given that there's now a second S spot that Ori created.
Yeah, and he's definitely going to want to get rid of the W. That's the worst tile in his rack. And so he has was set up. That would play with Joys. And the UITS leave, again, if he does draw better than he has the last two turns, he really wants one of those E's. And maybe a nice consonant like an N to go with it, he could be in a really good position. Was also sets up a front hook of a T, twas, like twas the night before Christmas. And
Yes.
so that could slot very nicely if he hits the letters he wants.
Yeah, I think that was a very solid idea. I mean, obviously you do want to get rid of the U at some point if it is slowing you down,
Right.
but given how Ori is playing, I mean, maybe PE does give some alarm bells for Kevin as he draws a blank and will likely get a bingo with the Spay hook this coming turn. I think he's going to continue grinding it out and keeping it pretty low scoring until he has the right stuff.
I agree. So looking over at Ori's rack, unfortunately what happened is the concern that I had mentioned is that if he didn't draw one of those tiles to help him shed the Q, he's looking at another turn where he's going to have to play off a few tiles and hang on to that unwieldy tile.
Yeah, this is a tough turn if you're Ori. I mean, after was especially also, I wonder if Ori thinks Kevin has a second S there. It feels like it could be played just because there aren't that many scoring spots on the board, but I do wonder what Ori's thinking of what Kevin could have here.
It gives a thought that he might have the S, but it's certainly not a certainty. It could just be he was very close to bingoing and he wanted to get rid of two tiles, or like you said, there just really wasn't many scoring spots available. But looks like he's gonna exchange here, which is perfectly reasonable. Any play he was gonna make was gonna score so little, and he was still gonna be stuck with that Q. So leaving AERN puts him in a really good position for his next turn.
Yeah, and I like the choice of keeping the A over the I, just because look at all the A's played in this game, and there have been no I's played. So at the beginning of a Scrabble game, there are both 9 A's and 9 I's, but there are many fewer A's right now unseen to Ori than I's.
Yeah, great analysis. So 3 of the 9 A's have been played, which changes the value of the tiles. So we like to think about the A being a better tile than the I generally, but RINE does have great synergy, so it is something that a player might look to keep sometimes. But we like to avoid duplications in Scrabble, so the decision to keep the A being less likely to draw one is a great one by Ori. As Kevin looks like he's setting up nudists on his rack, which is an anagram of the name Dustin's, and I know that because it came up in a Twitch video on Josh's channel where a player named Dustin didn't know the anagram to his own name, which feels like Scrabble 101. But Kevin was very easily able to find this word.
So yeah, and the chat's definitely having a field day with all of these nudist jokes. If you have a 5th grader's mind, feel free to contribute to the chat right now, I guess, or something.
Oh, and Dustin is in the chat. So how do you like that? But other possibilities would have been a word like dustbin. Maybe people in the chat can give us a few other ones that they see as well. With tiles that nice, there's definitely more than one bingo available.
Yeah, and so, but nudists, it is a nice idea in a lot of ways, just because the U is probably the clunkiest tile to bingo through of those seven. So that if you stick that one out, and the N, it's a pretty good bingoing tile, but we know you can't really start with N that often. So if yeah, it feels like if some play comes above nudists at some point, most of those bingo lanes will be pretty low probability of actually being realized as bingos.
Yeah, that was a nice spot on the board to bingo, and it also partially takes out that was to twas spot. He also could have bingoed with nudists and twas, and the D would have doubled. So if that scored more, that would have also been a nice consideration.
Yeah, I think that did score 2 more points.
Yeah, that's probably the bingo I would have leaned towards, but I don't think that's a big mistake in any sense.
Yeah, and it looks like Ori has Enact set up, and now he's shuffling his tiles around again, but that would play to the T in nudists for 30 points. Very solid idea. Ori's now down a bingo, so I think he just wants to make sure the board doesn't close such that he can't get a bingo in the long term.
Mm-hmm. And it scores nicely, and ORE, it can definitely bingo with the two N floaters that would be available. So we'll see what happens here. I'm not seeing a lot of other great options. He could play Canoe and WE beneath was, leaving ER, which is nice. It's aggressive slotting that C in the triple lane, but it's definitely a reasonable option. And
Yeah.
it is what he's going to go with.
Yeah, it's a good idea too. The other option I think would have been React instead of Enact if you wanted the R in the top spot for bingos long term. But yeah, I think all of these are pretty close. I think this one is the play where Kevin can't do anything decisive easily this coming turn to block a whole section of the board.
Right.
This will allow Ori to shape the board more than Kevin, I think, a lot of the time. So I really like this idea.
I do too. I think long term, you're right. It's the better idea, and he has to be thinking long term. Already down a bingo so early in this game. We do see Ori has drawn that second blank of the game, and with a triple lane open, there's a lot of potential for him. So, but first we're going to look at Kevin's rack. He has duplicates of the A's and the E's. He also has a G, not such a nice tile, and an O, not such a nice tile. So he has a lot he wants to play off, and he definitely also wants to look to block here. He could play beneath Canoe to try and block some of those lanes, or he can try and play through the C and try and hit one of those triple word scores.
Yeah, Cage often seems like a natural idea to the C, and he has that aligned right now in his rack. One other cool idea is if he's okay keeping the C open is Area directly underneath the N, O, and WE from Canoe and Was, respectively. And that would be a bit higher scoring, but if you're nervous about the C at all, you want to just play Cage and move on.
After first an exchange of 4 and then playing Canoe 5 tiles, I don't think you're as nervous about the C as you would be in other situations, because Ori's rack is more likely to be random, having played off so many tiles 2 straight turns. It's when your opponents just played off 1 or 2 tiles, 1 or 2 straight turns that you know they're getting closer to a bingo, and then you really have to address that spot.
Yeah, and so the chat has pointed out after Kevin plays Okria, another nice find by Kevin, that Ori can play Re-Raise, which he won a game with yesterday afternoon as an out bingo. So we know he knows the word Re-Raise.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm guessing both these players know Re-Raise.
I would hope so.
So that would be playable beneath the O and E in Canoe, making Or and We as well.
Okay, he could also play Retainer through that N. It just fits, but that opens up an S hook at the bottom, so I don't expect that to come down.
Yeah, so I think he's going to be cycling through some bingos here, thinking about how they shape the board. All of these are fairly low scoring bingos. They're below 70 points every bingo available to Ori. So he will not take the lead. He'll make it a 10-point game. But Kevin will still be in the driver's seat since he has a slight lead and a first mover advantage once a bingo comes down here, especially as he has quiz set up through the U and nudists.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He also has some very high scoring tiles, which are going to help him hang on to his lead. Now, talking about the Okria play quickly, one reason I like that over cage is it just played off one more vowel, and Kevin was sitting on a bunch of vowels. So even though it got rid of an R, which is better than the G, it did also shed that O, and that's a big consideration for him when he was looking at a pretty ugly rack. Looking at the time situation, both players have used up a fair amount of clock for this early in the game, but nothing too concerning. I had mentioned earlier that Kevin was a bit of a slow player, but for now he still has over 15 minutes left as Ori ticks towards 16 minutes. Another thing about Kevin is he's definitely a big LA Dodgers fan. Both days 4 and 5 of the World Cup, he was in a full jersey. Cody Bellinger, if I remember. Today you can see him wearing the hat.
Yeah, we have a California versus Texas matchup here. So we have, I feel like, the biggest states, population-wise. No disrespect to Alaska and its largest in area, but this is. I know Ori's the top-rated player in Texas, although Joey Krafchick might surpass him at the end of this tournament. Kevin, I'm not sure if he's the top-rated player in California, but he's close to it.
I can quickly jump over to cross tables. The thing is, a lot of players' ratings have gone inactive since COVID, so
For sure.
It does look like Kevin at the moment, as for all the active rated players, is the highest. Oh no, Ori is the highest rated player. Oh no, sorry, Kevin is the highest rated player in California.
Yeah. Yeah, Ori is a Texas.
Yeah.
So I think he has Texas sealed up, but yeah, Kevin has California.
So Ori's using up a lot of clock on this turn. He wants to make sure he finds the best bingo, but a lot of the bingos are going to be pretty similar in value. So I'd like to see him place, and it's coming down now actually. So he is going to go with retainer, which opens up that difficult to manage S hook, but maybe he's thinking if Kevin doesn't have an S hook, it could help him get back in the game knowing that he's going to be down about 10 points and tempo.
So he's switching it, which might help us because that could have been regainer as well, and that.
Oh yeah.
So I would have asked if we could get a close up and see.
He's lucky he switched that because where he hung that E was going to lead to G's, G-E-E-Z, and that's what Ori was going to be saying if he had played retainer, and what Kevin's probably saying in his head, knowing that 20, 1, 2, 4, 72-point play was available.
Yeah, and earlier was probably the safest defensive play of those. We'll see if Kevin makes this a think turn. I don't think he will. I think Quiz would come down quickly. Otherwise, we would have showed you how it was more defensive, but just because most of the other bingos either creates a nice S lane or a triple where there's a vowel right before the double letter score. So by putting an L right before or right after the double letter score here, there aren't as many words that can be played through there for a lot of points.
And earlier can't be pluralized, so you can't put an S on the end, which is another defensive factor. The one big spot it does open up is that dark blue square beneath the E in earlier, and if you can hit that spot and then also go to the right to the double word score, you can really hit that spot for a lot of points, often a 40 or 50-point play, especially if you have the H or the F or the W or even the M.
Yeah, but now if you're Ori, so I think there's one S unseen to you at this point. Both blanks have now been played, and you're down by roughly 50 points. I would be interested in seeing if he tries to play on the second to last row, just so he can maybe create an S spot towards the triple.
What sort of play do you think would accomplish that? Like,
Yeah, so like guild, making
okay, yeah,
wheel and add as well, or guild for that matter. He has guild set up. We'll see if he goes there.
I
Now,
think
guild does take other hooks, or the add in guild that it would form does take other hooks like a D and an O. But I think it still is something that is a cool idea, and he's playing that now.
it's the best play I see. And with the Z just coming down the turn before, that's the most dangerous tile that could have gone beneath there, forming adds, which is like a tool, like an axe.
Yeah, ADZ that is. It's always tough to, I feel like, when you say words like
Yeah,
ads, you
yeah,
read the high point Z1, not
right. Not
ADS.
advertisements, but that is also a word. And in that lane, actually, a bingo would be very dangerous. So the S is also something that Ori is hoping Kevin doesn't have. And looking at Kevin's rack, he doesn't. In fact, he's got a lot of very ugly tiles, two O's, a U, and a G. None of those tiles are what he wants to be seen on his own rack. The tiles he prefers are the ones he has set up to the left, the A, C, and E.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll see how he approaches this. The play I would probably play here, which I am guessing a lot of people would be clog through the L and earlier. I mean, it keeps four vowels A E O U, but it scores 27 and really reduces variance here. And so that would be his highest scoring play, and it wouldn't give Ori a lot of options for future turns.
Keeping four vowels is ugly, but it scores nicely, and it just doesn't give much at all for Ori to do afterwards unless he hits that juicy spot beneath the E and earlier. So I think it's definitely a consideration. Ideally, Kevin would like to play a word starting with the O, forming a do, but I just don't see what he can do there other than maybe Oka, and OGUE is barely better, if at all, than the four vowel leave that you had mentioned.
Yeah, so I mean, the really rat cleany sort of stuff. You could do something like Gazoo through the Z, right? That would get rid of a lot of the clunk. But I think you should address the bottom part of the board first.
Yeah, he does have the lead, and he's not going to want to leave that lane open. There's not a lot to do on this board, but if that spot stays open, Ori could very easily hit him for a big score. Um, he would really like it if he could play long enough that it could take out that spot beneath the E, but starting with O, there's just not going to be a word that will make it.
Yeah, so we'll see how he approaches this. He could even do maybe not. Clog is going to be the most
He could play
right.
Clue.
Right, he could play Clue or Glue for that matter,
Yeah,
if he prefers keeping the C here. So I think either of those could be reasonable as well. Uh, Glue, especially if you don't want to deal with the G on this board. And so,
I don't think the C plays all that nicely on this board either, though.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I don't think a lot of his tiles play nicely on this board, but fortunately for him, he is up 27 points, and it is his turn.
Yeah, I just said the C because, I mean, we saw Ori consider enact last time, so he's going to play Oka here, which solid idea, but, you know, EGOU, tough to deal with. But it very much addresses the board.
It does. It scores 8 fewer than Clog, I believe. So the question becomes, is keeping that G instead of the A worth 8 points of value? And generally, I would say no, although having that one consonant really does help that rack. So
yeah, so we will see how Ori responds here. He has not been getting the vowels he desperately has wanted. So yeah, I think he'll probably just make a short play here for not a lot of points. Something like earn ERN to the E, starting with the E and earlier to close down that last big spot, and just keeping really bingo prone tiles. I mean, it's a tough position because he's down in points too.
Right. Like, so keeping bingo prone tiles is nice, but after earn, the only bingo spot is Yelps, and you'd think that Kevin would be very quick to play a play there to try and take out that one last lane. So Ori might have to look to make a play that will open up the board in a different section. Perhaps even Rin through the I in nudists would take front B, front G. He doesn't have those tiles at the moment, but they are in the bag, and it also gives Kevin at least another spot that he might feel he has to take out. Oh, and sorry,
Yeah.
after Yelp, Yelp doesn't the bingo lane doesn't even fit. So
Yeah.
excuse me on that. There's really nothing.
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe per even off of the P and E and Spay and X respectively.
Yeah, that definitely opens a lane. And just if he were to draw a vowel, he would be in pretty good position. Something like sternal if he drew the A, or lornist if he drew the O. So he definitely has relents with the E, the I. Like, this is a high probability bingo practice, seeing if I can come up with all these.
Yeah. Maybe
Linters
let's.
with the I and runlets with the U. So all of the vowels, and with the Y sternly. So all the vowels plus LER and ST are going to bingo. The problem is he going to draw a vowel? Looking at the pool, I see there's 2 A's, 5 E's, 5 I's, 4 O's, and 3 U's. So it looks fairly balanced vowel to consonant at the moment. But if he doesn't hit the vowel, then he's going to be in the same situation he's in right now. But also, Kevin's going to have just scored as well.
Yeah, so it looks like he has LTER set up. Is he going to do Pelter? Going for many more lanes?
Yeah, and he knows he has the S. Let's count how many have been played. We see 1 in nudists, 1 in was, and both blanks. So there's only 1 S remaining. That looks like a great idea. And
Yeah.
RNS is about as good of a leave as he could have hoped for after playing off his last vowel.
Yeah, so it's a nice idea, and I think it's not as easy for Kevin to address everything as a play like per. So we'll see how long Kevin takes here, and maybe if he is going to take a while, since it doesn't seem like there's an obvious play, maybe let's flip to the Quackle corner quickly.
Sure. As Kevin, I wonder if Kevin will phony without gorge. Do you think that could go down?
Interesting. So, but the idea of per, right? So if per was played here instead of pelter, the problem is, so if we choose per instead, then if Kevin has EG, GOTOU,
yeah.
right, then something, right, like outgo here just blocks everything. I guess it does create a new lane, but if he just does like, let's
gut.
just
gut is an adjective, right? So
gut, or maybe even gout is fine too. So something like that would just block the board. Whereas after Pelter, it changes the game completely because there really isn't that many response options where Kevin can knock out everything at once.
Yeah, this is a very good idea by Ori, and you can see Kevin dipping beneath 10 minutes now. He has, I think, outgo set up on his rack. I wonder if he's going to play it above, beneath Yelp. That would give up a huge scoring spot, so I don't think so.
Yeah, so maybe let's flip back to the live board as Kevin has outgo.
He will play it there.
So
the thing about outgo is right above that last O is a very juicy triple letter score, and then that can go down to the double score. But it doesn't matter because Ori has hit noisier. And so his plan worked off perfectly. Yeah,
so noisier will give Ori a nice 30-point lead, or 31-point lead to be precise. And he still hasn't hit his clock yet. Maybe he's considering one of the other valid bingos that plays there. Something like Ionizer also would be valid and playable.
And Kevin's not sweating too much because if you look at what he's drawn and the T floater, he has the word sweating, and he's going to find that 10 times out of 10. The ing words are very easy to unscramble. It's possible he has an even better play. I just happened to see that one right away because of how obvious it is. That spot above the O then could be available for Ori on the next turn. So this is the high-level Scrabble that we really love to see. I think both players have been playing extremely well this game.
Yeah, this is. I think, as we kind of predicted going into the stream, they'll both be very board conscious, and they'll both factor that in appropriately with score and leave. And we've seen the players make moves that prioritized addressing how the board was unfolding, addressing how their rack was unfolding, and just really high scoring plays too. So. Uh, yeah, just high quality in all facets of the game. And he does have sweating aligned at this point, so maybe he's just doing one last look through to make sure there's nothing else, but he is playing it now.
Yeah, and it's a good idea to play it sooner than later as his clock ticks down. And with such a close game, both players are going to want as much time as they can for the pre-end game, which is when there's fewer than 7 tiles in the bag, and then the end game, which is once the bag's been emptied. And those are the most crucial parts of the game. So top players really make an effort to make sure that they have several minutes left on their clock to think out those turns that mean so much more than the turns earlier in the game.
Yeah, and if we can display the unseen tiles, that would be excellent. Yeah, this is great. So we can see now that both blanks have been played, all 4 S's have been played. There's a lot of hefty things left, which from Ori's perspective, if he looks at the tile pool, that will really shape his decision making here. There aren't really that many bingo lanes available at this point, aside from the S in sweating at this point. So he needs to think about right now, do I blow up the rack with something like divot to the T in nudists to score 30 and just try to keep drawing good consonants and score enough to try to get back in the game that way? Or do I try to open up the board with more bingo lines and play something short? And so it looks like he's going the scoring option here. I think that is the right idea. Given
I think so too. This pool is just not very conducive to bingo, so I think you do just want to look to score here. Divot scored well as well, so that was also a nice option. Voted does give some scoring spots back to the right. It does also take out that big scoring spot I mentioned earlier beneath the E of earlier. There are not very many E's left in this bag. I believe, does Kevin have the last one, or is there one as well? Kevin's going to try and hold on to his E if he can.
Yeah, so it looks
he's also
like...
going to want to get rid of at least one U and at least one B. So a play like Butte at the top is possible.
Yeah, there's also the fun Bubkiss.
Yeah.
But that, I think, is a bit... Oh, well, with no A's left, actually. Actually, yeah, Bubkiss is a really nice idea because Kevin has the last A. So Bubkiss, Bubkes, a good Yiddish word meaning nothing.
Nothing.
That will allow for triples with either AM or AN words or MA words for that matter. So actually, let's just show what that looks like in the Quackle corner for a second. The idea of Bubkiss here, if he draws an M or something, he now all of a sudden has MUAB since he has the last A, and Ori can't do much about that except play through the U since there are no more A's left, and A is the only front hook to a B. So in either direction, Ori can't really burn Kevin that badly, but Kevin could pick up some really good stuff. So Bubkiss, I feel like, is like the star play here in a lot of ways.
He could also maybe play Boo Boos in the same spot, BU. It scores a lot less, but it is even harder to play through. It gets rid of both the U's, which is so ideal. The only thing there is that, sorry, there's nothing there. Like, he has the A. It's just going to be hard because the word's going to either have to end in an A or he's going to have to draw an M or an N.
Yeah, so I think let's flip back to the live board now, just because it looks like Kevin might not be considering that. I think he's considering KUBIE, which scores 23. That would go through the I in nudists. But obviously, if he sees that crazy cool setup and that he has the last day, that would be the ultimate cool flex for the camera. But he's still looking at stuff.
Yeah, he's going to take his time here, and this is an important turn. QB leaves BAU, and he's probably not thrilled with the idea of going into this pre-end game with BAU. So that's why he's going to continue to look. He's now set up KEBA. Is there an R for Kabar? What's he trying to set up there?
Yeah, I'm not exactly seeing what his plan is with that. Maybe setting up the UBU, actually. Is that possible?
Those aren't tiles you normally look to set up, so...
Well, no, I'm saying
I
it's
see
the
what you mean,
UBU.
but
Yeah.
what word would that form?
Well, he needs to move his B over to make boo-boos.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he needs to find something because the clock is going to become a big factor here. I feel like every term from this point out is you're going to really want to use a few minutes.
Yeah, and someone says Kabar does play. Oh, I see. It plays off of the R and Pelters, making.
Oh, that's a very nice idea. But UVU is such an ugly leave that even though it scores nicely, I'd really like to see him make one of those setups for the AB, but that's tough to do. It's a lot easier from our perspective with 2 Minds and the Quackle computer program. And Bubkit is such an uncommon word. It's like a 6 with 2 B's and a K and a U, and it's a funny spelling, so I would be shocked if that one comes down. But Boo Boos is a 4, B-U-B-U plus the S, and I could see him finding that. Maybe if he had another minute or two.
Yeah, this will be interesting. And yeah, Bubkiss, I would have thought naturally Bubkiss is spelled with an I-S, not E-S. It turns out both are valid only in Collins. Bubkiss with an E-S is the only NWL one. So even if you've heard of the word and see it, you might even doubt whether you're spelling the real
yeah, I've heard the word, but I've never seen it spelled. I would not have been sure. I could have seen it being many vowels. Could have been a U even.
Yeah, I feel like Bubkiss, it's something, right, I'm Jewish, and I feel like that's just a word my family says often, but
yeah, I hear it a lot too, but I like the irony of having Bubkiss for 24, so you got nothing for 24.
Yeah.
As he's going to play QB, which seems reasonable.
And importantly, it does keep both the A and the B, so he could potentially, depending on the tiles, set up an A above the B on that triple still.
Yeah, Ori had a Hebrew word set up before, but not spelled properly. He had mitvoth instead of mikvoth. A mikvoth being a celebration.
But, with a Z in the middle, it's mitzvot as well, right?
Sure, yeah, but it wasn't going to play anywhere either way. For a bit, I think he had vomit set up on his rack. Again, I don't see where that's going to play. The high-scoring play, according to the engine, appears to be HOM, H-O-M, forming S-H, W-O, and E-M, the top 3 letters of sweating. Vomit, again, appears to be set up. Is there a T that... Oh, there is a big T. I'm blind. So the T in nudist, he could play vomit down to it. The thing about that play is that he's leaving 3 consonants, T-T-H.
And there's only 4 in the bag, keep in mind here, so...
it would empty.
So it would empty the bag. I think something like HOM, H-O-M, off of the S-W-E and sweating may come down instead. Although he has Vim set up, I think that's going to be 11 fewer points, but that will play next to the K and the U in QB, making KI and as well.
I think he doesn't like the idea of bringing the V into this endgame. It could really limit his options. But 11 points when he's down 34 is definitely not something to overlook. So just like Kevin spent many minutes on his last turn, I think we're going to see Ori spend many minutes on this turn. Each turn now in a close game is just so important, and that really beckons to why you want to use as little clock as you can earlier in the game to leave time for these very crucial plays.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see how it unfolds. I think at this point, The H is a really good tile. That might
Mhm.
be why Ori is thinking to keep it, just because that SH spot is so juicy. Right, Hots even for next turn does score 29. Now, I would need to, but there is another H unseen at this point, so I feel like you just gotta play the H this turn, and he has Hot set up now.
Okay.
I just because there is another H unseen from Ori's perspective, and he might realize if he draws the H, having two H's isn't fun. If so, he might as well play one now. If he doesn't draw the H, Kevin likely has it and will likely go in that spot. So I
He might
think
also
that's
be
what he has to
thinking
realize.
that if he scores with Hot, he's leaving some high scoring tiles that he can score with points on subsequent turns. He's going to want to have multiple turns of high scoring plays. As he now is considering Vomit once again, I think we might see him switch between his ideas a few times because they all make a bit of sense, but they're all still probably leaving him uh, less favored to win this game. So that's why he's not really going to be in love with any of his options. He's still down 34, and Kevin's going to have tempo. And looking at the pool, he probably has an idea that Kevin probably has a reasonably good rack, although not a top rack.
Yeah, so he's going back to Vim here. Uh, this will be interesting. I mean, Kevin didn't draw into the H or the F for that matter, which I think are the highest two, and the
Right.
M. So three of the four highest point letters, the B would be the other one, which Kevin did draw. Three of those are still in the bag, and so yeah, I mean, we know Vomit. I don't think will win just at that point, just because there are so many constants he'd have, and
Right.
it would empty the bag. But Vim might still be able to pull it out. Uh,
Yeah, that's a good point. Ori has no way to know, but Kevin has the four remaining vowels. So Ori's going to draw four vowels out of the pool here, and that's going to put him in a very difficult position as we enter the end game. So the end game, as I mentioned, is when the bag is empty, as Ori has just emptied it now. And the thing about the end game is now the players have full information, assuming they've tracked correctly, about what the opponent has. So this really changes the game from how Scrabble is in the earlier terms, where you can only have inferences as to what the opponent has, or sometimes you don't have any ideas at all. But here in the endgame, you have full knowledge, and it switches the strategy over towards a game like chess, where you always know what your opponent has because you can see the pieces right in front of you.
yeah, so I think this should be a relatively simple end game for Kevin, just because Kevin will be able to go out in two turns, and given that he's up 1 point, he'll get a bunch of clunk from Ori. And Ori, I think at most could maybe score something like 18 with Fe or He through the uh, E and voted. That's immediately what's jumping out to me.
Yeah,
But
I don't see any way Kevin can lose this game unless he panics or goes overtime. So he has Bale set up at the moment. I like Basin through the S of sweating,
he
which he
might be.
now has set up.
Yeah, it might have been Basil also, not Bale, that he might
Oh,
have been
okay,
considering it.
Bale. That would also be a good idea. Basin is nice because it leaves LEU, which is a word, and it would play above Basin or also beneath earlier. So he's going to have two spots for LEU, and all he had to do was find an out in two. An out in two is when, at the end of the game, let's say you have seven tiles, you're looking for a way to play off all your tiles in two turns.
Yeah, so I think Kevin has locked this one up, assuming that he doesn't phony on the next
Yeah,
turn. But this was a really interesting game. I think a lot of cool, tough positions. I mean, obviously, towards the end, you want to see the flex of the stream with something like Boo Boos or Bubkiss,
yeah,
but QBA is still a really good idea. And Vomit, it just happened to be that all of the tiles in the bag were consonants. Basically, a worst case scenario for Ori when he makes that play.
true. And on a different board, maybe we would have seen Ori play Omit to set up Vomit, and that could have led to some fireworks. With this
Yeah,
specific board, QB took out any possibility of doing that, but on a different board, that could have been a fun setup that really would have made his opponent think.
I actually, that's interesting. I didn't really think about that, but yeah, that That would have really put a wrench in things.
If
Good
QB
find.
wasn't there, it would have been a lot. But with QB there, you can only go, 1 or 2 squares. So to take 1, 4, 6, 7 points for Omit in that spot in the game. Remember, he was already down over 30. He just couldn't take 7 points there. It wasn't gonna do enough for him.
Yeah, and so someone in the chat asked, can players resign or do they have to play it out to the end? They actually have to play it out to the end, and a big reason is spread actually is the difference maker, as Ori plays tref here, another good Hebrew word, basically meaning non-kosher. And the reason why we need to play out full games here is if two players have the same record, their point differential, or spread is what we call it, is how they're separated. So if someone has on average won by more, or right, if they've in total netted more points than someone else, they'll be higher up in the standings. And given that we have a finals tomorrow of the top 2 people in the standings, we need to be careful about the tiebreakers.
I'm seeing in the chat that Michael Fagan lost his game and Joey Krafchick won his game. So now they're going to be both tied at 16 and 7. Ori will be in 3rd place at 15 and 8. And if Robin wins her game, she would also be at 15 and 8 in 4th place.
Yeah, so this is a tight finish. I mean, the top 2 players make it, so there are 5 more games to do so. This is, yeah, I'm really excited to see how these next 5 games unfold.
And there are a lot of players still alive, because at 14 and 9, we're going to see Jackson Smiley, Joe Edley, Jeremy Hall, Clay Daniel, Barry Keith, and now Kevin Fraley with this win. So that is a lot of people who are going to be only 2 games back of the field, with still, I believe, 5 games to go before we decide the top 2 finishers.
Yeah, maybe let's flip to the standings page quickly, just to visually show what Jared was summarizing in words.
The final score here, by the way, was 416 for Kevin to 375 for Ori.
Yeah, and so Michael Fagan, as we said, did lose. So while he was up a game on the field before, he is now tied with Joey. We're still, obviously, the players, we saw Ori and Kevin still discussing their games, so they have not submitted their result slip yet, but that will be updated shortly. We know we can pencil in a loss for Ori and a win for Kevin. So Kevin will move up. His face will move up. He's right on 11th here, but we can slot him probably at least in 6th place. No, actually, it will be higher. I think he'll be in 5th place, just barely, against Jackson. And then it will also depend on Robin's game versus Scott Appel. So this field is definitely shaping up. If you have, I would even say 13.5 wins, Lisa Odom. So if you're in the top 11 right now, you are still very much alive for one of the top 2 spots, if I had to guess.
Definitely. And never count out Lisa. She's such a good player, knows so many words, and always comes to the game with such a positive attitude. So there's so many people to cheer for in this field. It's really hard as commentators and friends and fans to pick your favorites here. But I think let's hear in the chat, who are you rooting for? There are a lot of nice options here.
And Robin did win, actually. That was
wow.
updated. Yeah.
Okay, so Robin and Ori are both 1 game back of the field, while the other 7 or so players we said are 2 games back.
Yeah, so this will be pretty interesting to watch. We have a Robin stan. Someone saying Barry Keith is one of the nicest players in Scrabble. Would be good to see him. Please don't say who you're rooting against.
Yeah, no, that's not fun.
But let's. I think we need to take a break quickly as we figure out who's going to be playing next at the live stream. But we'll see you all shortly again. Hello, everyone. And before we enter round 24 of the 2022 Scrabble Players Championship, first, I'm Morris Greenberg, and I'm here with Jared Capel. How's it
Hello.
going, Jared?
Good.
We just wanted to give a quick standings update in CSW and NWL. This will be an NWL game we'll broadcast, and we'll broadcast a Collins game for round 25. So we can see that Wasim, who we saw in the first game today, has a 2-game lead on the field still. So he's looking really good. But remember, it's the top 2 spots that really matter. So the fact that there are so many people scrunched up around 15-8, 14-9, it's still a lot of people's race, including Sammy Okasaga down in 11th. We saw him lose earlier, but he's still only 1 game back from second place. Now he needs to make up spread, if so he might be thinking of it as a 2 games back, but lots of people in contention still.
Yeah, lots of those 14-9 players are lots of the favorites in the field, like Austin Chin, the top seed, David Eldar, the second seed, and Alex Seaholm, who won the Nationals last year in the NWL division.
Yeah, well, last year,
I keep saying
quotes.
that. COVID had a time distortion, and I haven't seemed to have adjusted to it yet.
Yeah, well, why don't we say Alex Seaholm is the reigning national champion, or the reigning Scrabble champion? That's the defending even. So he's moved his talents to Collins, kind of like how LeBron has moved his talents to various cities over time. But he is our champion still. So, but yeah, and obviously Austin Shin is another person who hasn't been on stream yet, but we can maybe see him in a future round. Lots of great people that we love to see towards the top.
Also, Josh Castellano, who's been really killing it at every tournament he's played lately, and a fellow chess player like you and I, Morris.
Yeah. We there are definitely a lot of overlaps. We have some poker overlaps, some chess overlaps. To be fair, like Annette, who we had yesterday, will be back on the stream tomorrow, is a world-class poker player, whereas like I dabble in chess. I waste time playing chess,
I've heard David Eldar is also a world-class poker player, and I've heard that from Annette herself. So that is pretty high praise. And can we also switch over to the NWL standings would be nice. As we pull that up for you, I'll tell you that Michael Fagan has a lead over Joey Krafchick of just spread points, about 300 of them. And then we have 2 people at 15-8, 1 game back of that key second spot, which is Ori and Robin. And then we got a whole slew of 14-9 players, as we were saying, as we cut away to the break. Any of them can come into contention, just like the legend of the game, Joe Edley, or the recent Word Cup champion, Jackson Smiley.
Yeah, and also one more thing. We were talking about Josh Castellano. There was a great point in the chat that Josh Castellano does a lot of Scrabble development stuff. He is one of the people behind Woogles. He's been doing a lot of programming for that, I know. But people should list other cool tools Josh has created for the Scrabble community recently.
Yeah, and you can see some of those being written in the chat. I also wanted to mention in Division 2, we have Menachem Rosenberg and Christy Zerbrick. They're both at 17-6, 1 game ahead of Knox Daniel, who we saw play either on day 1 or 2 on stream. He's at 16-7, and half a game up on both Chris Schneider and Steven Schwitzer. Also, Mark Garrett, Zachary Ansel, and Beth Mix are currently sitting in money spots. And in Division C, we're still waiting for a few scores to be updated, but Twitch's own Bynak, real name Billy Nakamura, good friend of mine, is leading the pace at the moment, depending on how his last game went. We see Joe Horowitz in second, Ben Greenwood in third, but again, it depends on the game between Billy and Ben. And James Donnelly, who really showed up in the school Scrabble championship this year, came out of nowhere. He's proving that wasn't a fluke. He's already gained 344 rating points, going from 1105 to 1449, and he's sitting in 4th, just ahead of Natalie Diku in 5th, who I also believe is a regular on these Twitch streams.
Yeah, so So in the meantime, we are going to see the person in first place on the standings page you see right now, Michael Fagan versus the person in 10th place, Barry Keith. Barry is, I think, based in Charlottesville, Virginia. We saw another actually two Charlottesville natives, Clay and his son Knox Daniel, at various times on the screen this tournament. We did show one D2 game featuring Knox. Yeah, Barry, I've actually never played him before. I think he mostly plays locally to that area. In the few years where I happened to be in North Carolina, I didn't play much Scrabble because it was COVID.
Yeah, I also haven't played Barry, so it'll be exciting to see how he plays. All players tend to have their own style. We know how Michael plays, having seen him play on stream a few times. I guess the thing that's come up the most about him is that he's a bit reluctant to challenge phonies. Whether Barry has a tendency to play phonies, we don't yet know. So we're going to learn along with you live.
Yeah, this will be fun to watch. And I always like to see players I've never really seen their games before, top players, just because it's interesting to see how they inject, which Barry doesn't quite have here, their own style.
Right, but he does have joint, and that will get the J to that crucial multiplier square. So I think it's going to come down, I would think. Unless he also has jet on. So that leaves EI instead of EE, which makes a lot of sense. Even though the E is better than the I, we like to avoid duplications. The one nice thing about joint is it would have put an N next to the double letter score instead of the O, so it would have been a bit more defensive in that sense. And yes. Michael has drawn that very crucial first blank.
Yeah, and it looks like he has Towerier set up, I think.
Yeah, he does, and that is a double-double going across two double word scores. The play will be ×4 plus 50 for 90 points. If he's seen it, I think it's the sort of play you want to put down pretty quickly because there's not going to be a better option than the double-double there.
Yeah, and someone is pointing out Barry is a Verdi in the chat.
Oh, yeah. Josh Michael approved.
Yeah, so there's this as Michael is playing the very high scoring Towerier to give himself a commanding 50-point lead. Scrabble players love to deal with some minutia, including whether you open the game horizontally or vertically. My opinion is more players should open diagonally. Just look at all the hot spots you get if you open diagonally. You definitely get still the star, but you could also get a double letter score, a triple letter score if you make a 3-letter word, and start getting a bunch of other double letter scores if you make 4-letter words or longer. So to me, I don't get why no one's tried to open diagonally yet.
So would that be called a diagi, or is there a better nickname for somebody who opens diagonally?
I'm fine with being called a diagi if I start.
Okay, or maybe just like an X, because the two diagonals would form a nice X shape on the board. Right now we have a bit of a T shape on the board, or a cross perhaps. And let's actually focus on the game. Maybe that's what we're here to do. And Barry has Liifego. So he does have 3 consonants to 4 vowels. He's going to want to play off a couple of vowels, especially the duplicate I's, probably one of the O's. The first idea I see is fogey, F-O-G-I-E. You could also spell it E-Y. And that plays in 2 spots. You could play it on the left end of Towerier or on the right end. And they both score quite a lot because he can double the play.
Yeah, I would maybe even consider playing Fogey off of the O and the N in Jeton for 2 fewer points than there are 2 or 3 fewer points than those two. But it looks like he goes with if instead. I mean, there is an open N on Jeton, and if obstructs blocking there, so he could be going for ing bingos right away.
I think that's what he's thinking. He drew 2 I's, so he's not going to be happy. The fogey play you suggested really gave a scoring spot down the middle. So I would have preferred to see it probably on the top left. Hanging the F in the triple lane isn't as dangerous as if you played it to the right, hanging the E. So that would have been my idea. But if has been played, Michael is now looking at vowed Mevowed, Mevowed. And he's going to have a bunch of different options to consider here with his 22-point lead.
Yeah, and someone in the chat points out Matt Kanick isn't here to critique Barry's play of not drawing the good tiles. Why would he want to draw two eyes after you keep an eye? This seems like bad strategy on Barry's part. So shout out to Matt. We would have loved to see your expert analysis there, but I'll meme it instead.
Well, I drew so well in the recent World Cup that I thought maybe the players would draw well in my presence by osmosis, but I guess Barry didn't quite get that to work for him on that draw. But there's a lot of game to go here. As Michael thinks about playing Wove, pulls it back. He could play something down to that blank R in Tower Rear, like Vower perhaps. He will play Wove. That really opens things. Not something a lot of players necessarily want to do with that small lead, but the MED leave is very promising. Part of the problem with Wove is how you can really get hit either with a double-double if you hook Wove to Wove in, for example, or if you play to the right of Wove going down, you can really hit somebody for a big score.
Yeah, no, it's a tough position now for Barry.
This is looking like exchange territory to me, but before you would commit to any exchange, you'd want to make sure you're not overlooking any potential plays.
Yeah, so Gurley is an option, Girlie, through the second R of Tower Rear. It scores 16, gets rid of a lot of the clunk, so he might be considering that, although he hasn't arranged anything. That seems like the one option to me that you could play there instead of exchanging.
Definitely, and 16 points will add up over the course of the game, so it seems like a reasonable option to me. One consideration might be is if he knows that Gurley can be spelled with the IE ending like that. We spoke about how ER endings are tough to know whether they're good, or ING if they take an S. Another difficult thing is we would know the word girlies, like a casually referring to girls, but we wouldn't know if the singular was with a Y or an IE or both.
Well, he's playing it.
Barry does know it, and good for him. I think a lot of players, because girly with a Y would be a 5, would have no problem with that one, and that's just the more common spelling. The IE singular is a lot tougher to know.
Yeah, and one thing to note here is I don't think Michael held him at all. I mean, Barry could just be confident, period. But Barry was trying to assess. Barry didn't know the scouting report on Michael that he's pretty lenient about letting things play. He might have that might have given him some information that Michael didn't even hold that. I mean, either he has great word knowledge and great sharpness, or he might be too lenient.
It's also just tough to challenge a 16-point play.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier when the play score is 75 and you're not sure of it, and then it really changes the mathematical decision on whether it's justified to challenge.
Yeah, and it looks like Michael has Oedema aligned in some way on the track. That's OEDEMA. I don't really see where that would go to justify playing it.
No, like it doesn't fit through the E of Gurley, which is what he might have thought. I also like the way you pronounce that one. It's just edema with the front O. A lot of Scrabble players like to pronounce those front O's because it helps them remember how the word is spelled. Like esophagus would take a front O. It's the relic from British spelling of words. The O is really silent, but instead Michael's going to make a better play here, which is what I wanted to see him play. And taking a lot of points, playing the word demoed. Demode was also available. But keeping a vowel, maybe he thought putting a consonant in the last spot was reasonable. I think it's very close either way.
Yeah, and this gives him a pretty commanding lead at this point. It's looking like Michael's tournament in a lot of ways. I feel like we've seen a lot of players on stream miss the tiles that they needed, or as Matt Kanick said, have bad tile drawing strategy. It feels like, though, Michael has gotten a lot of the right stuff at the right time, and we'll see if Barry can claw back here, but he's already at a bit of a deficit.
I do agree, but right after you say Michael draws well, he draws 4.5 vowels if we're counting the Y as half, to go with the one vowel he left. So
Yeah.
there is a lot of game to play. Barry's rack is much more balanced. He doesn't have an amazing play here. The computer looking over now is suggesting hangout, leaving an I, slotting a T in the triple lane. I don't think that's what he's going to play. I think he's probably going to play something a bit shorter, a bit more bingo prone. If I'm making an inference on how he played that if turn, I could see him looking to drop the U and the H somewhere, perhaps. Could be an option, but that's not doing a lot. It's not scoring a lot, and the ATION leave is not. It's not amazing, even though it has potential.
Yeah, this will be interesting. I mean, next to the M and the O in demoed, that's naturally the high scoring spot for it. But you don't want to obstruct that space on the board that you might need to claw back necessarily. So, or maybe you're fine with it.
It might be okay because there's still a lot of other spots to the E and D and demoed on either side of the E and Gurley, and also coming down from before if with you can put a front hook of an R for riff, a G for GIF or GIF depending on how you pronounce it, a D for diff. So there are options, but at the same time, long term, those options can start to get shut really quickly.
Yeah, so it looks like he is going to go shorter. He's going to play another Jewish
word
of Hora. One thing I noticed is that after demo, that did create ed, and so Z and XED are both.
True. Yeah, that's a major scoring spot. Neither player has the tile yet, but Barry just drew into a rack with quite a lot of natural sevens in it. In the chat, if you're an expert player, maybe don't point it out. Let's give some of our newer players a chance to look for those words. They're very makeable, especially one in particular would be a very common word.
Yeah, I mean, hold it in if you see the word right now. Sorry, I couldn't help making that joke.
We all like a good pun, and potty humor is always appreciated. And Michael, like we said, is looking at a pretty ugly rack. So Scrabble can really swing on an instant. We were thinking that Michael was in such a commanding position before Morris decided to throw a bit of a jinx on him. And now he's going to have to work his way through some very difficult tiles here.
Yeah, though he definitely, that ED spot does help him out a bit. Something like Fey or Foy there could come down. It does keep 4 vowels, but from Michael's perspective, he has a commanding lead, and he might want to take out that spot to minimize potential damage of it.
He's thinking of foe instead of with the Y, which makes a lot of sense to keep one pseudo consonant and a high scoring tile, because I think he knows next turn he's not going to be in a good position either way, but the Y might help him score, so at least he gets something down on next turn.
Yeah, and actually after Hora, I didn't even think that that also created an X spot as well. So something like Tax and Ticks and Jot could come down at some point. The X will be an interesting tile, but it will be not quite as valuable now that Michael did block that area, which I think is a really sound idea.
Someone thought the 7 in the rack might be auntier, more aunt-like. Not quite. Good try, Noah Walton, but maybe if you keep studying, you'll get there. I'm just teasing Noah, of course, because he's a top player, and he probably sees more bingos right now than any of us. And Barry will pick the one I wanted you guys to find, urinated. If you didn't catch Morris's pun, there was also ruinated that made it to the same spot. As a 7, there's also a word like taurine, which sometimes you'll see on the ingredient list of like energy drinks, I believe. Looking over to Michael's rack, he did get some consonants. He got an S. That's always nice. He got an N. That pairs nicely with those tiles. So he's looking in much better shape than he was a turn ago.
And wow, Barry did draw the Z, so very prescient of Michael to block that area before Barry could have had a Z play.
Yeah. And we are jumping back and forth between the Z and Z pronunciation.
Well, I just meant Z because, yes.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That time it
Z.
was Z. I've been going back and forth. As a Canadian, I normally say Z. On this stream, I've been trying to say Z. When I was commentating the match play tournament in Montreal, I was trying to say Z. But this tournament's being held in Baltimore, so when I remember, I'm saying Z. Michael has AYN pushed to the side of his rack. I'm not sure what that would do. Hangy? Is that a word?
No, I think it's Ayin through the I in Towery, making Ha, Joy, and Tan. It would be really
that's
nice
a great idea.
Play. Yeah, I might slightly prefer Ivy.
Yeah.
It's a similar idea there, but I mean,
I think
save as a leave is pretty good. So
I think it's better than a leave than AANES. So I hope he plays in here.
Well, what's the front hook aside from an L for Ian?
That's true. The big Z.
Yep. Zion is a Hebrew letter. Yeah, Zion is a Hebrew letter, and Barry would have Za and Zion if Michael plays Ian.
Yeah, and we've spoke about how in Scrabble sometimes you can make the best play, but the best play can come back to hurt you. Now, whether it's the best play, having that front Z hook is debatable, but it's certainly the best equity play at the very least. Equity being the amount you're scoring as well as the value of the tiles you're keeping. So for players new to the game, it's very important to remember you want to maximize two things, especially on every turn: how much you're scoring and how much potential you can score going forward based on your leave.
And he is playing Ayin, which I think is another Hebrew letter, definitely. So we'll go from Hebrew letter to Hebrew letter here, assuming that Barry does see the Z hook. I hope he does.
I think he does. He didn't show any reaction, which is nice. Not much of a tell from Barry. When you're watching players at the board, sometimes you can see people really react if a juicy spot like that comes up to them. He's grabbed for the tile. I think he does see it. Yeah. 60. So that's going to score almost 70.
And it gives him the lead.
Yeah.
But Michael did pick up the blank here.
With a very balanced rack. So Michael's worked really hard to clear off that clunk, and very well done. Both players have been playing extremely well so far in both the games I've commentated. So what a treat.
Yeah, and Barry didn't draw quite as well, though. Likely with Michael's bingo, he'll probably be able to make a nice play above the A in Za for a bunch of points. I don't see what that would be yet, but I'm guessing something could go there.
And again, this is a good rack for players who are a bit newer to the game and maybe intimidated by some of the weird words we come up with. Let's see if you can find some of the common words available as 7-letter words. I believe in you. I think you can find a couple here as Michael sets up ravines, which would be one of those words. And it looks like a good idea because the V is going to double and the whole play is going to double. But it does leave a lot of space open to the right for Barry to make a comeback attempt.
Yeah, the crazy play there, that's the second highest scoring, but Quackle did find a Vermint as a double-double 9 through the E in Foe and the M in Demoed. That would have been crazy, but Ravine's very good idea.
And our friend Noah found that after having been unable to unscramble urinate. So it shows you some people can't solve a simple 7, but they can find a Vermint as a double-double 9. So. Or not a double-double, or was it? Oh, it was.
A Vermint, yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. But Barry's behind here, 51 points, but he should have options to score here. So
Yeah, the chat.
Unfortunately for him, Michael's already set up a bingo on his own rack as Barry plays Grovey, which is a great idea, leaving CL, which have nice synergy along with a B.
Yeah, this is Michael's getting the right stuff this game. There's no other way to say it.
I told you, people draw well in my presence. Dormant and Mordant both play as natural sevens. Mordant takes a back S, whereas Dormant doesn't, which is why I think Dormant would be the play, even though Mordant would score an extra point.
Though Michael,
the S down there is not that dangerous, to be honest. The S for the bingo lane is where he's more concerned about it.
Yeah, I actually dislike this placement. This does create a juicy spot. And if we could flip to the Quackle corner quickly, we can show you why. So Michael elects for Dormant here, and we can see column N would allow for bingos as ED can take both an S and an H back hook. The S is really the one that you'd be concerned about, though. Whereas Dormant here wouldn't allow for that juicy bingo lane, and you could probably make a play parallel to, so if we enter that in, and then like let's just say Barry with his X plays something like XU the next turn here, all of a sudden that area isn't bingo prone anymore. So it's, I think, a mistake here, and it maybe allows Barry to play. So but Barry is playing quickly. I'll get back to that now.
I agree. It definitely looks like a mistake from Michael, but he's drawn into quits through that T in Dormant. So perhaps he's just seeing the future at the moment.
Yeah. Wow, Michael has...
he continues to draw well. And you know what? Nobody can win one of these big tournaments with the strength of this field unless you draw well.
Yeah, so Barry's last hope is to draw a bingo at this point, which he has 2 S's now. So he has, I think, the last 2 S's after Michael plays quits. So he might be able to now get a bingo off of ED and Dormant. So it's not looking great for Barry, but it might be possible. We'll see.
It's not completely over. In the chat, One Wonderful Fish noticed that instead of box, CALX was an option. Would have played off an extra consonant there. It would have been through the A in Dormant, but it wasn't played. Barry now has both of the last S's, so he has a case S, which is nice. There's only one N in the bag, but if you were to draw it, you could play sculling to the G. So he's getting close to things, but with this deficit, it's hard to just fish on one of these turns.
Yeah, and the second S was the last tile he pulled last time, so I saw he had Skole, and I was kind of willing it in my head that he would draw an N, but no. I feel like you need to do that, or Matt needs to tell him the correct strategy of just draw the N, not an S there. So the chat does find a very pretty musical through the M in Demoed and the A in Dormant. That would set up both an S and an E as musicale is the word, as Josh Sokol might know, who sets up the Nationals musicale every year.
Yeah, that would be a great idea. There are 22 tiles unseen. Barry definitely needs to score. He wants to stay within range here, but musical is only going to score, what, about 16 or 18, and it would still put him behind nearly 100 and a turn. So he's in a lot of trouble right now. Yeah,
this is a tough one. I really don't know what I would do here. It's
okay.
It looks like, ooh, I love this idea.
I like it. You gotta be aggressive here. Even if this can be blocked or whatever, you have to make Michael think, right?
Yeah, and Michael's had such easy turns this game in a lot of ways because he's been getting the right stuff. You're forcing Michael to display, really the critical thinking here that you need to win games for. So I love this idea of Barry saying, well, I'm down 100.
Drew into a common bingo. Maybe people can try and solve it. A word you might think about in a store. As we're going to stay on Michael's rack, focus here. He has cup set up right now.
Yeah, maybe Cupid or
He doesn't have it set up. That would be a
yeah.
possibility.
Yeah, I'm just thinking he's maybe going to try to play through the eye and SETI in
Yeah,
some
that's
ways.
the tile you'd expect him to play through more often than not. If he could hang a C above, it would block any parallel plays. And then he'd also want to go down as many tiles as he could too to try and really make it hard to overlap. Oh, G.I. Joel, one of the best players in the world, suggests Clupeid, Clupeid. That's a great idea.
Yeah, beautiful find.
Like, he'd still be able to score below Barry with that, but the score that he'd be getting just wouldn't be enough points to get him back in this game. All the high scoring plays tiles have been played already, the J, Z, X, and Q. So there's not enough room for a bingo after Clupia downwards, and that's any points that Barry scores there. If he scores 40 or 50 in a different point in a game, that might be nice. But here, 40 or 50 points really isn't going to do anything for Barry.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Barry does find the bingo. He still hasn't had it set up. And to be fair, upsells, if those who are still looking were wondering what it was, that is a word that you could think in your head, am I just making this up? Especially at this point in the tournament when you've already played so many games. Upsells is the kind of word that I would need to like triple check. Like, yes, this is a valid word.
Oh, that one I would have played without thinking about it, but
Okay.
maybe I'm a bit too reckless.
Or maybe I'm just less confident in my word knowledge.
Well, to me, it feels like a common word, but it's every once in a while there will be a word that you're sure is a common word and doesn't show up in the dictionary. I played Luddite in a tournament and it wasn't challenged, but it was held. And then it wasn't in our dictionary, Luddite. And to me, again, that feels like a very common word, someone who's not with technology. But sometimes it doesn't show up in the source dictionary.
Yeah, I know when I was a lower rated player, I played barcode. At the time wasn't valid. I think
Okay,
it's been
that's
added
since been
since.
added.
It's since been added, but
And the chat's telling me that Luddite is a proper noun, which is why it's not there. But when I played it in the tournament, I never would have believed that.
27.
yeah, yeah, and right barcode. I mean, gladly it's
Yeah,
added
of
now,
course.
but
For a
right,
long time, emailed wasn't a word, right? And
yeah.
because it had a hyphen, mail. But
So Michael plays cup with Eco and
wow,
Sue. So he's not
wow.
addressing the spot. I think he thinks I'm up by enough points that I'm going to still win here.
Or maybe he thinks C-die doesn't take a hook, but after that aggressive setup, you would sure think that it takes a hook. I can't believe he didn't make some sort of play with the C to be blocking here. He's up enough points that he can probably withstand this, but why would you let the game get this close?
Yeah, and so he is playing it pretty quickly. Oh, and he's deciding to play in the other spot. I think it's so he can preserve the A off of the Za to potentially make a high point play on a future turn. Right, if he played upsells a few spots higher, the U would have gone to one spot before the triple.
So that's 104 points for the bingo. And suddenly it is a very close game. I'm very surprised by Michael's decision not to block there.
Yeah, although Michael does draw the K, which when you're up by a lot of points and that's the highest scoring tile left in the game, that seems like it's going to be likely you'll still win.
He also has the N, which with the G in the leftmost vertical lane or column is very valuable for words ending in ing. So that's another nice tile that he has.
Yeah, this is yeah, so good on Barry to give himself a shot here and be really intentional. It just happened to be he ran into a situation where he played pretty darn well and his opponent also played well and had slightly better stuff.
I guess Michael's thought process was even after a big bingo, like he'd still be up about 30 here, and he's up 28, and 30 plus a turn at this point in the game is pretty commanding, but there's that spot above the A, like you mentioned, and the lane down towards the G. So it's not completely exhausted. I think Michael let this game get a bit more uncomfortable than he necessarily had to, even though I still think he's in a good position.
Yeah, I think the other thing is blocking, like, you could run into a worst case scenario. I guess Michael had the C there, so he could have blocked pretty definitively.
Right.
But sometimes you sacrifice points and you semi block, and your opponent can still play a bingo, and then you're in the situation where if you didn't take the 27 points like Michael did last turn, it would have been a really close game.
I think if he made any C block there, and then Barry played down something with just cell or something, and then if Michael took out the G, I just don't see how Barry was going to get back into this game. But that said, uh, Michael's strategy here, he scored a lot of points this tournament, and he seems to be a very offensive player. He has options from the A, like above the A in Za. Aquila is the highest scoring one, but that would empty the bag. So before he could make a play like that, he'd have to be very certain that Barry doesn't have a potential bingo through that G or to the G.
Yeah, and that's a key point. There are three in the bag, I believe. And so that would mean that even a play like Kale or Kane, K-I-N or K-A-I-L, for that matter, through the I and quits, those would empty the bag. So if Barry has a bingo that plays through the G and Grovey, Michael would then lose. So playing off only two tiles here for Michael will score a lot fewer points, and that's really a great thing for Barry if Michael feels like he has to do that.
Yeah, Barry just played 7 tiles, so he's going to have a random assortment of those 10. We know that the 3 in the bag are the I, R, and T. Michael doesn't know that, so he's going to look for any possible bingos that could come down. The G being likely the only lane, although we didn't mention also the R is a lane, because in front of BA, you could put an O or an A. There's no O's left, but there are a bunch of A's left. So could there be a word ending in AR? And these are the sort of things that Barry's going to be looking for as Michael uses more of his clock. He's dipping towards 6 minutes left.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if Michael will just make a play through the G or the R in Grovey, just because that directly addresses the one way he can lose. In general, a good rule in Scrabble is if there is one way you can lose, address that.
But if he scores about, let's say, 15 points to do that, does Barry have a potential 45-point play above the A and ZA? That's something Michael would have to consider before he just makes a very low-scoring blocking play there.
Yeah, you're saying habit or something
Yeah,
like that?
like I don't think it'll score quite enough, but again, Michael has let the game get close enough where he's going to have to really sweat out these last few minutes.
Yeah, so the chat is saying that Dinker to the R and urinated will block the available bingos. Now, it's really tough from Michael's perspective to know that a play like Dinker, which scores a fair amount too, would block all of the bingos available from his perspective, because you normally think the G, if it's a bingo as an 8, it would be an ING type word or AGE type word. And so you would think you'd want to play something that where the G can't be. There's no bingoable play in the 7th or 8th position. But kudos to
He is going to
Michael.
play Danker. Is there
Yes,
any bingos available at all, though? I'm going to just put all the tiles available into the pool and look for 8-letter words, and there's just none there. So there wasn't going to be any bingo through the G.
So the chat point out airtight.
Oh, I must have mistyped into. Yeah, I only put 1 T.
Yeah.
So yeah, airtight is the only 8 available, assuming this time I typed the letters correctly.
So very nice idea by Michael. So I think that should be enough, but it will be a close game still. I mean, Barry is down by 58 points Some of those plays to the triple up there, like Habit or Bite, BIGHT, score 38 or 40 points respectively. So I think it will be enough for Michael, but
Yeah,
we will
Michael has
see.
enough of a lead here that he really can't lose this game, I suppose, unless he phony. But he has trail available at the top right, so Barry does have to play there for sure. It's the biggest scoring spot, and it blocks his opponent from going out. So what he's going to want to do here is find the best two-turn sequence to help spread in case spread helps, because uh, even though this loss is going to make it harder for Barry to be one of the top two finishers at the end of today, he still wants to finish in the money for sure. The money will be the top 8 finishers, and Barry right now is in 10th place.
So the chat has found the top engine suggestion of Begat keeping high as a leave. Bite, BIGHT, is 1 point worse, but yeah, Begat would set up high directly underneath it.
Yeah, that would be nice. He'd still end up losing by probably about 20 or 30. When we are talking about the money, why not take an opportunity to say what these players are playing for? First place in Division 1 here is $10,000 plus that trophy and the title as the winner of the 2022 North American Scrabble Championship, brought to us by Scrabble Go. So thank you again to Scrabble Go and Scopely. Second place will win $4,000. Third place, $1,250. And then Division B, first place is $2,500 in the trophy. Division C, $2,250. Division D, $1,500. And in the Collins division, the winner will get $3,000. The big prize in NWL, this has always been the premier NWL event of the year. The majority of the field, by a considerable margin, is playing in this NWL dictionary. And the $10,000 prize is going to make somebody very happy.
So Barry does elect to play Bite for 40 points. So this will make it pretty close, but it will not be enough for Barry to pull out the win.
And we might see the combined score, I think we most likely will, go over 1,000, which is always the sign of a true expert game. It doesn't happen too often, but both these players have been racking up the points. Aside from that one play that we've harped on Michael a couple times, I think this has been an excellently played game.
Yeah, and Michael's play of Danker, I mean, it's a really amazing thing. If he was able to deduce that airtight was literally the only bingo in the pool, that really shows very strong capability to both see plays and display strategic chops.
Yeah, Michael is definitely a great anagrammer, and I think knowing that it was Kevin's first time being streamed in the last game, and I don't know if Barry's been streamed before, but if he has, probably not too many times. Both players have really shown up and played a really confident game under a lot of pressure here in with people watching, being streamed, and there's pressure even if you're not on stream, just trying to win a tournament, being near the top, so close to the end, especially when a player like Barry came into the tournament as one of the lower seeds. I'd say actually one of the middle seeds in this top division. He was the 23rd seed.
Yeah, and there is a shout out in the chat to Oliver Roeder. I actually don't know how to pronounce his name. Roeder. His book, 7 Games. He was a former Scrabble player, is now a journalist. I know he's written for 538 before. So that's a great game, kind of talking about different the histories of different games and human excellence in them.
I have not read that book, but it sounds very much up my alley. So I will see if the Toronto Public Library has it. Nice shout out to a great institution. And if you like different games, I also recommend the documentary about AlphaGo. When the computer program was first able to beat the top players in Go, another one of these very strategic games. People thought it was going to be an unsolvable game because it wasn't very rational, but eventually the computer learning did surpass the top players. As this one comes to an end with, is that the final score now? Yeah, 522 to 500. Wow.
Yeah.
What a barn burner here in game 3 of the morning session.
Yeah, so really high scoring game and very well played game, lots of great finds. But in the end, Michael is able to stay atop the standings. Now, one thing to monitor is these last 2 games he's won have been very, very close wins. So he will need to keep on winning if people start catching him on spread. But in the meantime, we will figure out who will display next. Actually, let's quickly go to the standings just to look at kind of that update before we take a quick break and get the last game of the morning.
And Joey, by beating Robin, has taken a full game lead over the field.
Well, Michael's going to be a win here, right?
Oh, sorry, Michael won. Excuse me. So both Michael and Joey are at 17 and 7, and Ori. It just came in that Ori beat Jackson, so he'll remain a game back. For now, we have both Joe Edley and Robin Pollock Daniel, 2 veterans of the game, at 15 and 9, but a few of the other scores aren't in, so it's possible that Kevin Fraley, who we just saw, or Jeremy Hall, who we've seen before, and Clay Daniel, also on stream, they also could get to that very key 15 win.
Yeah, and it's going to be tight. I mean, basically, we'll see what happens in the next round as well, I guess. But I'm guessing after lunch today, where there will only be 3 games left before the 2 finalists are decided. Basically, you need to be within 2 games back of the second place person.
Yeah, and the more players that you have at a similar rating, the harder it is to overcome a 1 or especially 2 game deficit, because other players are also going to be winning their matchups. So every win counts so much at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, and let's quickly flip to Collins because the next game will be Collins. And so this coming round, we are going to see Wasim versus Napat, which will matter a lot for these standings. We're still waiting on Wasim's game against David Eldar, but once that completes, we will see those 2 players. And Wasim very clearly in the lead. Napat probably needs to win the next game to overtake second place since he has such great spread. But it will be a lot of fun to watch that in a few.
It looks like Napat lost to Josh Castellano. So Matthew Tunnicliffe at the moment is in second place, and Alex Seaholm is facing off against Austin Shin. The score is not in yet, but if he wins, he could also be at that 16 win mark, tied just behind Matthew with spread.
Yeah,
so that'll be a key result.
Yeah, in the meantime, we are going to take a short break and we will be back soon to broadcast that game.
Thank you for having me again. I really enjoyed the commentary, and the next game will be Collins with expert commentator Sean Abbasi.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 25 of the 2022 Scrabble Players Championship. I am Morris Greenberg, and I am joined by Sean Abbasi. How's it going, Sean?
It's going well. We're having a lot of fun. This has been an amazing tournament. It's hard to believe 24 rounds is already past us, and now we're into the critical moments of this day.
Yeah, and so we have a great matchup now. We have first place in the Collins field. Wasim Khatri is going second this game. We've seen him on the stream a few times now, but for the first time on the stream, we are seeing Napat. Let's see if I can get the full name right. Vajra. No, I'm not gonna. I was already messing it up.
Vajra Nurathorn.
Yes, you got it. So Napat V, I'll say. But Napat's a very strong player, from my understanding. Have you ever played him before, Sean?
I have not met Napat before, no, and I think I'm going to get to learn a lot about his style from this momentous occasion.
Got it. Yeah, and I think Napat has a camera crew there this tournament. I think they're filming him, so he comes with some prestige, I guess, and it'll be fun to see how, his celebrity status, I guess, in the Scrabble world.
Yeah, there aren't that many people you can call Scrabble celebrities, but definitely the global scene is booming, and where there are a lot of players, the best players among them have their contingent, their following, their people behind them cheering for them, which is great to see, and it's true for both of these players. I know that many players all around the world, but especially in Pakistan, will be looking forward to seeing Wasim come out and we would win this tournament, because the way that things are positioned right now, both these players are very much real deal contenders.
Yeah, so it looks like Napat is now drawing tiles. So this will be the last game before lunch, and then there will be 3 games for all of the divisions today before to decide the 2 finalists that we'll see tomorrow.
What have been some of the highlights for you so far, Morris, in terms of the Scrabble you've seen?
It's been interesting. I think I think some people go towards words first. I feel like my word knowledge has never been as good as people with similar ratings as me. So I always look to see how players are outthinking the computer engine, or outthinking just the standard human play. And I think there are a few great plays today. Even I really loved Barry's idea from last round of SETI, but there were some just excellent games. I mean, the first game of the day today, which Wasim was playing, and also Sam had the opportunity to play Tip or Tit at the end to try to go for wins, and he found Tit as an option. It didn't quite work out for him, but I really just love when players make the board dynamic in a way you didn't see coming.
Yeah, that was a good game, and Wasim definitely played it well. He had a strong game throughout, making sound choices, and now we're seeing that Napat has drawn some tiles. Looks like he's going to have a straightforward play of waifs, the 5-letter word, to uncouple that W and F, or rather not uncouple, but rather unload the W and F and uncouple the I's. And meanwhile, Wasim is drawn into non-net, which will probably come down right off of the S and waifs unless anything unusual happens. But that means that this game is going to start off with a nice open board.
Well, he is switching it around now, so it looks like he's going to go for a bunch of two-letter words instead, which I think is a nice idea as well.
Yeah, and so he decides to play wave singular. It'll still allow a nice overlap, 4-tile overlap for Wasim on either side, so he can decide how he wants to position that. But it looks like it'll be pretty defensive. If he plays it on the left side, I think that perhaps is better because then it won't create an FE spot. Oh, he's deciding to hook it. So not playing it as an overlap. So it's probably a small difference in points. 25-75 points for this. And then the other way would have been same thing, I believe. So that's an interesting choice. Oh, he's doing that. Will he consider the third placement option for the reasons that I just was about to say, was that FE creates a dangerous Z spot, whereas EF doesn't.
Yeah, but meanwhile, it is Napat's turn, and so he looks like he's kind of shuffling his tiles right now. He does have two eyes, but he does see the word Amici. That will, I think he's going to play to that with the it and fe back extensions of ita and fem. Maybe is what he's looking at now. And that looks really solid to me.
Wasim is still deciding, and he seems to have confirmed that play now.
Make sure you're watching the live feed on the Video Ninja. I think that's might be a bit faster than, or at least, yeah, at least to me, the pot just made a play.
I like to be where the people are, Morris.
Yeah. Apologies for that lingo. Which is, we have a stream that goes a few seconds before the Twitch stream, just to make sure. And I think Sean was looking at the Twitch stream, so I was maybe sounding super predictive for a second, but I think we figured that out. But meanwhile, Wasim does have a second bingo now of retards that can play in a few different spots. Oh, apologies. I misread that. That's a Y, not a T. So that is he does not have any bingos, but it looks like he's making a very nice play of diary, which looks pretty natural, given that it scores 38 and keeps really good letters and kind of closes down some of the more dangerous spots.
So now we've got Pot on turn. He's going to have to respond to diary somehow with, well, he's got some good tiles, some scoring tiles. I think the C might combine well with some of these letters. He's got to take a good look because some of these letters, oh, Pouchy is coming down. Okay. So that's a pretty nice sleeve, ES, and scoring a lot of points. I think that's a really good play. Straightforward, but corrected. But now again, it seems that Wasim is just drawing really well, and rewinds winders is on his rack. Is Sita good? SITA?
SITA. I don't know my Collins force, unfortunately enough. I will look it up. No, I don't think it is. Sita SETA is definitely valid, but. Yeah, and one thing to note is there was one really beautiful idea on Napat's previous turn of Euphory, EUPHO, or Y as a double for 60 points. Pouchy's a very good at play too, but in its own right. But yeah, it's a tough thing to see over the board, and Pouchy did happen to block the juicy S lane for rewinds or winder, so it happened to work out for Napat, but that just shows you sometimes Scrabble, the best play, a lot of the time doesn't work out in a specific situation, and by playing the second best play there, Napat saved himself from getting bingoed on another time.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting how sometimes the right play doesn't end up being the play that works out. And, in this case, Pouchy was a very sound play. It just happened that Euphoria was, an outstanding play that was just really, really would have been hard to see, but would have definitely been a cut above. Now, for Wasim, looking at this high prop rack, he's going to have to take some time to really consider. Did he see everything? Did he consider every lane? Is he not missing any words? That is often means that even though you have good tiles, that you have to take a little longer to get to your decision, and that can be a little difficult. But I think if he's looking at how he could unload the W, that there are options depending on how short or long he wants to play. And that's going to be important because there are some plays maybe through overlapping diary, maybe just Gnaw and We, but probably wants to keep that E if he can.
Yeah, he could play Wind, WINED, specifically as a 5 to make DI in NAE and ORD. And he finds a beautiful play as a double himself. Same 5 letters, but 10 more points.
Very good.
Very, very good. And that does take it back S, so he has sort of created another lane for himself, and it's a really great find to continue building up a lead.
So we're seeing some high prob letters from on Napat's rack. They don't necessarily bingo. Through an S, you have misusage, or there may be a couple of combinations there, but it doesn't necessarily look like he's going to be able to do a lot. Gami does compare, but it's not pluralized. You cannot pluralize it as Gamis. So that means that he's probably looking at how can he use that U and some combination of the other consonants to score a few points. It could be the case where he could pluralize Windor.
Yeah. So what sort of plays are jumping out to you? Like GAUMS, GAUMS sort of thing?
I think you'd want to play 4 tile, like the 5th tile to get to the double letter score at top. So maybe mages, but obviously the U is the letter that you really would prefer to use. So I think that'll depend really on comfort level for Napat with certain leaves, and he's still keeping his tiles in the order of Gamis, so maybe he's giving that some extra thought to make sure to consider whether that is actually valid. It's hard to sometimes remember which ones of those are okay as nouns and which ones are only good as adjectives. That is a very tricky proposition given the volume of words that kind of follow that structure where they're an adjective ending in Y, but they could be nouns or adjectives or both. It can be really challenging to keep all of that 100% solid. So he's probably giving it some further consideration.
Yeah, he's really taking a lot of time here. I think he really feels like at this point, now that he's down by basically bingo 71 points, that he needs to be very intentional about how to score a bit here, but leave himself in a good position for future turns to fully get back in it.
I think ageism is also another option. You could try to play that on hooking onto Windor. Just unload 6 tiles. If you keep a U, if you're going to keep a U, then if you're turning over lots of other letters, creating the potential that at least you wouldn't have to keep 2 vowels. But it looks like he's going with, he is trying Gamis. That is risky. And if Wasim challenges it, and it looks like Wasim is giving it a good stare down, and insta challenge, that seems like it's going to come to bite back with, and that comes off the board.
Yeah, quite risky. But I think he was thinking about it for so long. I wonder if like he convinced himself he knows it. It's one of those things where like you really want to be good because it is such a standout play if it is valid, but it really you need to be 100% sure in those situations as uh
The thing,
Wasim quickly plays.
the thing is, so often you're not 100% sure, and you also don't want to be the person who chickened out of a board that you were, you know, feeling was good, and then you didn't play it because you wanted to play it be safe. So unfortunately, like it didn't work out for him in this instance. But it's so hard. Players have to kind of get to learn their own gut check moments where they either can trust certain instincts or they take a little bit of a chance. And if they're not 100%, and in this case, not only does Gomis come off the board, but a good place where he may have considered making a valid play is now taken away by a good score for Wasim, who plays furs without much hesitation and instantly drawn into a super bingo prone rack.
Yeah, and so Wasim quickly played furs there, and now we see Napat responding back playing fume. Uh, yeah, I think both of those make a lot of sense. I was slightly surprised how quickly Wasim played furs, just because in that situation where you know all 7 of your opponent's tiles, I tend to like to make sure my opponent didn't miss anything the first time and then could have played a bingo the next turn. In which case, I would want to block first, but maybe he was able to just figure that out quickly and made that play.
I think so, because on this board, if you once you've kind of considered that there are no sevens, the constants that are on the board are not so conducive that you would have to look through a lot of them. The W, the D that are free, the Y that was free, like those were not really going to help in the bingo chances. So yeah, he probably was able to just consider whether there's anything else that can be added to Gomis or found within Gomis. And Furs was also a fairly strong play from a lot of other perspectives in terms of what it did for his rack. So overall, now it's the challenges now. Can Napat find a way to overcome this deficit, which is about to be extended?
Yeah, so after presumably Wasim plays a bingo here, it'll be really tough for Napat to come back at this point, though. There definitely is a lot of potential on this board. The entire left side can be played with, and a lot of bingos, like if Wasim plays Enureses, starting with the E in fumes, that would open up bingo lanes on the right side too. So, you don't want to ever be down over 150 points, but this board does have the potential to make that back.
Yeah, you've got to just kind of take it as it is. He's going to be down, but he'll have the opportunity to make a play to balance his rack again. And if he's able to get that first bingo without too much delay, the game is still very much alive.
Yeah, but it is interesting. It looks like his universe setup. I'm guessing that's going to be through the eye in Windors. That is a lot lower scoring than something like Enureses. It's 15 fewer points, but it does block so many bingo lanes at once. It blocks the D in Diary, it blocks the W and I in Windors, and it doesn't add any new bingo lanes really. Or it does in the sense that you would need to create at least a few parallel double two-letter words off of either the SE, the RSE, or ERSE in Universe. So it will be interesting if he opts to sacrifice some points to start closing down the position.
Yeah, that might be the case, or a standard play would be to play underlapping Pouchy and form ES or ER and make one a number of words that fit down there. So that I think is there. I wouldn't necessarily opt for a point sacrifice for blocking that I lane and the D lane. I don't find that is so potent of locations to bingo on this board that it's worth, especially considering that there are quite a few other lanes that it would be of great benefit to be doing that. Maybe the case he's just keeping his tiles in that order, and meanwhile thinking of other plays. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see any resees or retunes, or
which he has set up now. Yeah, he has retunes. So yeah, I think he deduced exactly your thought process, Sean. That it looks kind of cool to block those 8 lanes, but not worth the point sacrifice. So retunes is coming down at this point, and so I think that's very appropriate as a play, and this gives Wasim a 151 point lead. As we said, there still is a lot of opportunity to score on this board, so while it's not looking great for Napat, it is possible to come back in this sort of situation.
Yeah, unfortunately, for Napat, Gariels doesn't play. That's a bingo through an R, but the R is not in the position he needs it to be in order to do that. Other than that, looks like he might give some consideration to Hag, as I think that's a pretty solid option. He can also play it up top over Windors, but that would open up the S front hook for Shag, so that could be a consideration.
Yeah, and so maybe let's flip to our Quackle corner for a sec, just to show some of these Hag options and the costs and benefits when you're down by 150. So a very nice aggressive option is playing Hag below the U, N, and E in retunes, just because that does allow for an S lane to make pegs, and you are holding an S if you're in a pot. The idea Sean was saying is a slightly less aggressive version of Hag above the W and I in Windors, and that will be 2 fewer points, but it will still create an S lane because Shag is valid. Though, and then you need to start thinking about, is it likelier I have an S bingo that starts with an S or somewhere in the middle of the word, as Shag would be in a middle position in a bingo. Peg would require, if we go back, the S to be in the first or second position if it's like an ES word. The least aggressive version is you could play Hag above, which you'd want to do if you're winning by 150, but when you're losing by 150, you'd probably want to go for one of those other 2 options. So let's flip back to the live board, as Hag looks like it comes down in the most aggressive spot, which I think makes a ton of sense when you're down 150.
Yeah, that is certainly a good choice, and I think you have to hope that you're going to draw into something, and if not, that option will stay there, and you can still use that I lane or one of the other ones. But not a great pickup for Napat. Meanwhile, Wasim is taking a look at what he can do.
Yeah, so obviously you want to now address that spot once you have the S. So something like Sooted, I think, could be a natural play to go with here, or Stood for that matter, which is what he's playing now.
That's an interesting choice. I was kind of expecting something more like Todd underlapping Windors, take away that I line, and score a few points, and try yourself for bingo, because I mean he could keep SOTE and keep himself strong, because the one thing is, if you block and your opponent somehow finds a way to bingo somewhere anyway, then you've already allowed for a little bit more gain. Whereas if you just sort of accept that, yeah, maybe my opponent will bingo, and I'm going to try to bingo too, and that's one thing. But for Wasim, he's drawn really well after 5 tiles, and looks like he's going to get yet another bingo down in a moment.
Yeah, so I guess if you're Wasim now, you could play, instead of Hag last turn in the spot Sean pointed out, you could play Lag there now to set up an S lane. It keeps a very synergistic leave of Ails, AILS, that is. So I might look to do that. What's jumping out at you right now?
Yeah, that makes sense. I think even playing Glial or Alga, like I think any play in that spot that opens up a few lanes could be good. The problem is that when you're down by so much, you kind of have to not only make plays to set yourself up for bingos, but you have to take more points because you have to hope that not only do you score, but that you bingo, even if it's not an optimal leave, because you're just behind by so much that you don't have much time to pick up those points. So it's not necessarily doing great for your likelihood to play something like Glial, but it is at least keeping you a little closer. And he's choosing a similar kind of thing like Agila, and I think that's probably the most aggressive play he can make in terms of opening lanes. So it's for his leave. It's one thing, and there's also holding the S, which is a good bingo tile. So good choice, I think, by Napat.
Yeah, this will be interesting. I mean, we'll see the 5 letters Napat pulls, but Entailed should come down pretty quickly. And if Napat draws into a lucky triple, this could be a game again. So it would be amazing if an 80-point play by Wasim actually helps Napat if he does draw into a crazy 200-point play here. We'll see the 5 letters.
He's a U.
So let's see. Is there going to be a U? No. But blank.
Or Squealer, but not quite. No, it doesn't fit.
My god.
Oh, it doesn't fit.
my heart skipped a beat for a sec there. I thought Squealer was about to come down, and
oh man,
I feel like the crowd would have gone nuts. So Entailed goes down. Luckily, relics is a word as well. Relics. I always say IQU words weirdly. So RELIQUES could come down through the I in Agila, though he might opt to just play off the Q this turn and go for a different bingo next turn.
Yeah, or I mean, there just seems to be some interesting choices. Like if he were to dump an E, forming me an N for maybe 12 points, and leave that open. But it's not likely that spot's going to last a little, very long. And unfortunately, there's really no other place to open another triple line. So it doesn't seem like there's much he can do. That being said, doesn't look like to me as though Wasim has a lot of great obvious ways to just play through the A and block that line. So he may have to do some thinking too. He might have to play like jog or the second lane, play something that to muck it up. So realistically, that spot's not gonna stay. I think it's probably best just play reliques, score your points, and that'll open up the R line as well. So it's worthwhile to just take points and try to chip away. It'll be a decent scoring bingo, and he'll still have to overcome over 100 points of spread, but it's not unthinkable that could work if he's able to draw something good again.
And so there was a question of, can the commentators provide updates for the NWL games? I'm just going to link to the live coverage. You can check out all that stuff there. And maybe someone in the Twitch chat who's also following can provide updates. But if you go to the games section, you will be able to see play-by-play updates. So apparently we just got word from our producers on site that there's something messed up right now. So if you're following that games page, it might be a bit messed up, and they're figuring it out. So in the meantime, though, this is I understand why Napat is taking so long here, because once you're down by 200 and you have the blank and the Q, I understand the logic of, I really need to figure out what my plan of action is to come back 200 points.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy to figure out what the right option is here. I think a fish is not necessarily a bad option if they could figure out a way to make it make sense. The thing is that, and I think about like dumping the L, for example, and I think, okay, if you dump the L, do you have a big triple through the A that you could possibly draw into? Because I know that if you were to draw an I, for example, you'd be able to play Esquire on the right side with the Q landing on the triple letter score, and that would be a big score. So there's some ways in which you can kind of like come to approach this problem to say, okay, you kind of have to play with the assumption that you're looking for something unlikely to occur, because already you're behind by so much, you're going to need a bit of a miracle. But what are the possible miracles that you could engineer? That's the reason why it takes so much work, because you really have to have some creativity. You got to assume your opponent's going to block something, but what can you do to make it so that if they somehow don't manage to block, or they somehow don't manage to figure out your idea, that you could create some chance that you can score in a big way. With the deficit being what it is right now, I think it's quite likely that we'll just end up seeing reliques come down and just chip away, just because I don't think that there's necessarily an obvious fish that would play out well for Napat right now. But he has to do the homework.
Yeah, so maybe let's flip the Quackle corner, because let's maybe talk about some strategies here. So one option is just playing reliques here. And you might want to play for spread at this point, since the top 2 spots in the standings go to the finals, so you might not want to go for broke. If you're going for the win automatically, which I think Wasim doesn't need to do here, you could do something crazy like lead there, which forces Wasim to choose: would you block the spot that Napat would just create and leave the triple open, or would you address the triple area and force and give Napat a big area, which he could get a huge Q play all of a sudden with, if something like Quare or something could come down. So I feel like those are the 2 kind of natural strategies in some way. And one would be if you're going for minimizing spread spread lost, and one would be if you're going for maximizing win percentage potentially.
Yeah, and unfortunately, if lead does get played, Wasim can't quite do carpooled.
Well, it looks like he's playing now, so let's flip back to the live board.
What is going to come down here? And he chooses reliques.
Yeah.
I think that's completely justifiable, especially given the tournament standings of the situation. You gotta be realistic to some degree as well, and it doesn't mean that he's giving up on the game. It just means that he's scoring some points and at least ensuring that whatever the outcome of the game is, that it doesn't have to be a blowout.
Yeah, and so I think this is a play that says, I still have 3 more games left after this one to try to get in the top 2 spots. I know this one seems out of hand at this point, and I'm just going to try to minimize the damage.
Yeah, for Wasim, he's got some options. So he probably will look at Jor, top left, and if he's got some other ideas, he's got quite the vocabulary. I'm sure he'll be able to consider many things, what he can do through the A, through the S. But reliques does give your opponent quite a few things to think about, worry about. It's not something that they can just just play anything anywhere. They have to address the 2 triple lines that are open. So I'm expecting Jor to come down, just because that could do it. Maybe Corp, but Jor is probably best for the leave.
Yeah, and Jor does come down now. I think that makes a lot of sense. It takes out both triple lines, and I guess we're kind of breezing through and just saying the words triple so haphazardly. New people could be like, "What's a triple?" A triple is when it's pretty self-explanatory once we explain it. You hit 2 triple word scores at once, and that makes a play times 9, and that will making any play times 3 we even see adds larger score. So you can imagine times 9 would really cut back a lot. So really smart to block that possibility, and it looks like Bosk is now about to come down, which another really good idea here. So in the meantime, it looks like, okay. I thought there was a letter that fell out of the bag, but it just looks like it is the N from the entailed. So Meanwhile, Wasim has pretty synergistic tiles, and at this point he has to be feeling pretty good, especially because he's already up multiple games on the field, and he's going to win this one at this point, most likely. So from his point of view, he wants to first make sure that there isn't any crazy way that Napat could come back here. It's always nice when you have bingo-y letters, like, oh, I'll just go for bingos, but I'm guessing Wasim will be pretty careful here to first say, no, I need to first make sure I win here. Is there anything crazy in the bag available that Wasim could have that I need to take care of first?
And for Napat, although it won't be great for his leave, he could play Zaire on his next turn for another 68 points to make the game quite close, given everything else. He would end up keeping up 2 Vs on his rack, but it is something that is quite likely that it'll come down unless Cope or another type of play is played by Wasim.
Yeah, and so I guess. Oh no, I did an inversion. So one thing to remember also is that there are 8 tiles left in the bag. So uh, you sometimes on some of these bingo prone racks might see players fish off 1 tile. Here it's absolutely correct to play at least 2 tiles so that there are only 6 or fewer tiles in the bag, just because you don't want Napat to be able to bingo twice. If Napat does bingo next turn and then draws tiles, he will empty the bag if you've played 2 tiles and can't and have only 6 or fewer tiles. So he could not bingo a second time. So it looks like Wasim is smartly making sure to play multiple tiles off, which definitely a requirement on this turn.
Yeah, and his rack was, through an A would have played pectoral, so he's just played pec, which is the same kind of idea. So looks like he's in a good position. And will Zaire get played? I think I would play it, just take the points and deal with the problems.
Yeah, I think it's just minimize the damage. It's the right idea.
And it creates us spots for Vax. It creates the spots for Vex and X. So he should be able to unload enough of the letters so that it won't be a huge kickback to Wasim.
Well, except Tortile should come down now, I think. So that luckily he did leave 2 in the bag there. So after Zaire, so he will get to play off some of those hefty tiles he kept. But yeah, Tortile it adds insult to injury in a lot of ways. So, but this game is basically over. I mean, Napat couldn't have done much after a certain point. To be fair, he did try that phony bingo, and that allowed Wasim to continue extending a lead. But Wasim from the get-go had a bingo, he had a really nice double-double, non-bingo, and so he had a commanding lead from the start.
Yeah, that's true. I think Gami's is a very human mistake. I mean, it's one that, again, it looks like it could just as well be valid. There are many words that follow that structure. If you're not 100% sure and you don't want to, you're worried that you don't want to play too conservatively and talk yourself out of valid words. So that one error, although critical in the game, is something that I can definitely understand. And instead, Wasim was able to take that off and play furs in that spot and kind of keep rolling. I think at that point he got into a rhythm that was not stoppable.
Yeah, and so Wasim is now going to go out with a very lovely play of Geo, making 2 two-letter words, and that gets him above 500. This game finished pretty quickly because a lot of the plays just explain themselves, I think, in some ways. So really well done by Wasim. He might be close to locking up the one of the 2 spots in Collins. If we could flip to the CSW standings just to see what's going on there. So we can see that Wasim, as before, was in first, and we haven't updated it yet, but it looks like, Josh Castellano just won. But we will see that Wasim will still be at least 2 games ahead of the field, and he'll be at least 3 games ahead of third place is the key thing. So, so the people in third need to win out, and he would need to lose out to not be in the top 2 spots. So Wasim is looking like he's in excellent shape to play in the finals tomorrow. And I know being 2 games up on the field overall and 3 games up on the place that matters really allows you to relax a bit. But obviously, you need to win 1 more before you can fully relax.
Yeah, and it goes to show, I think, Wasim's experience is really coming into the fore here. He's played a lot of international tournaments. He's got a whole history of playing Collins for many years. So when Gomis came there, it was challenging right away. He didn't have a hesitation there, and so he's a very deserving leader at this point.
Yeah, and so let's flip to NWL quickly before we go on a lunch break. If we get to the NWL standard. Oh, perfect. So it looks like Joey has won really big against Kevin Fraley. And right now, the chat, I think, has been saying that Michael has tried some phonies and missed a bingo or 2 in his game against Jackson. So this will be interesting. If Joey wins, and we'll see if Michael isn't looking like in the best of shape right now, this division is going to be a lot closer for both spots. CSW, we saw Wasim is basically guaranteed, and everyone else is going to be fighting for the spot to play Wasim. There are still multiple people that can go for both spots here. So it will be interesting. As a reminder, all afternoon will be NWL games broadcast, so we'll be able to see a lot of these top players like Joey, Michael, Ori, etc. In those 3 games. In the meantime, I think we're going to take a lunch break. We will be back at 3 p.m. Eastern Time with the NWL games. Thanks to my co-commentator for this round, Sean Abbasi.
Thank you. Great pleasure.
And we will see you soon.
So I'm going to hand over the mic to Jerry. He'll give you a
Hello, everyone, and
description of the
welcome
film,
back
and I'll
to
take
round
over.
26 of the 2022 Scrabble Players Championship in Baltimore, Maryland. This is the live stream hosted by Scrabble Go and Scopely. I am Morris Greenberg, and I'm here with Chloe Fatsis.
Hey everyone, great to be back today. Yeah, really excited to watch these next three games, where we'll decide the two finalists of the NWL and Collins divisions, I think.
Yeah, so these last three games today, we are going to only look at the NWL board on the live stream, but there will be annotated games available for both on the standings page on the live coverage of this tournament. I am posting a link to that in the chat now. Also, shout out to our producers helping create this live stream throughout the tournament. If you want to read who's kind of behind all that, I just sent a quick thank you message in the chat as well. But in the meantime, while players are getting set, we are going to see this round Joey Krafchick and Joe Edley, who are first and fourth place right now in the standings here. The quick note is, if you look at those first 8 people, they're the ones highlighted in green. Those are basically the 8 people who have any realistic chance of being one of our 2 finalists tomorrow. Jackson, who's in 8th place, how it would have to happen for him is he'd need to win all 3 of his games. He'd probably want Joey to win all 3 of his games to lock up one of the other spot, and need everyone else in between to kind of perfectly go 1 and 2. Specifically, he needs Michael to go 1 and 2 or worse. He need Ori and Joe Edley probably to do that because he's much lower on spread, and need the others to be 2 and 1 or worse. So that's a lot of things have to go right if you're all the way in 8th place. Joey just needs to win 1, maybe 2 games to guarantee, and he doesn't need everything else behind him to work out perfectly. So really, those 8 faces at the top, that's who we need to remember. Chloe, what are you going to look out for in these next few rounds?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, there could be some improbable sequence of events where Lisa or Jackson particularly could come back. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it shakes out. I'm excited to watch Joey and Joe Edley in the next game. 2 really great players. Joe Edley, like longtime player, legend of the game, 3-time national champion. And Joey, who has been playing since he was very young and has reached super high levels. And has been playing really well this tournament. So yeah, just really excited for the next 3 games. And how, having 8 people in contention at this point, it's really exciting. Just, anyone could make the finals.
Yeah, and so I think we're getting word from our producers that the tiles are squared at board 1, so we will flip to or unsquared, excuse me, for that one. So we will flip to board 1 now between Joey Krafchick and Joe Edley. These are 2 players who have both been on stream. We've seen Joey a few times now, and we know he plays really quickly, so we'll try to keep up with that. Joe Edley, he, I think, made one of the plays on stream by extending Vigil to Vigilance earlier on. He lost that game because he didn't get quite the right tiles, but when you make plays and find things like Vigilance through Vigil, you're doing something right, and he clearly is doing something right at 4th place, only 2 games behind Joey, and definitely in contention for, at a minimum, 2nd place, which is enough to get to this finals.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think they're having a bit of small chat first. I'm guessing every one of these players is a bit nervous. There is a special sort of weight that these 3 games will feel. And for everyone at home, logistically, after every round today, there will be a break until all the games finish so that pairings can be updated after each round to reflect the most recent records.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the most exciting times in a tournament when everyone gathers around the standings board after each game and is waiting to see who they'll get to play and how the pairings will shake out. Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like Joey has drawn tiles. We will get that shortly, but he has some synergy there. He has tired, but he also has a W and a V with that. So, but he's playing quickly in classic Joey style. Quickly, he's playing wived, which I think makes a lot of sense there. Nothing to complain about on my end.
Yeah, I think the V and W are really gross tiles, and doubling one of them on a double letter score and scoring a whole bunch of points and getting rid of the V and the W makes perfect sense.
Yeah, so meanwhile, while you're Joe, he has picked up a bunch of clunky tiles, like the G, C, B, P. They don't really go well together. They don't mix well. So I might be looking for a play like Bog off of the E and the D in Wive to make D an odd as well. What's jumping out at you?
Yeah, that was the same play I saw immediately. I think the B and G are the two worst of those four consonants. And, being able to get rid of those, keep clip, which those letters, they have some synergy. It's a word that could be possibly played even. And yeah, just doesn't give too many points back to Joey. Seems to make sense to me. It looks like Joe is going for a different play. He's playing Biopic, which also looks pretty good. Scoring some points, getting rid of 3 of those consonants. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a fine idea. Yeah, I like either play. And I think, as we've said before, some of these moves, it's a stylistic preference thing to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
I think I tend to definitely play more constricted and closed. Joe can find a lot of those like vigil to vigilance sort of plays, and with that, you start playing more open if that's your strength. So I think it fits his style really well.
Yeah. Yeah, I might have done Bog myself just because I don't like the G very much. I find it kind of clunky and hard to deal with. But there's also something to be said for getting rid of a couple more consonants and to not risk, drawing a rack of, potentially having 6 consonants on your rack.
Yeah, and Joey is taking time here, interestingly, which we don't normally see with him early in the game. It's sort of like how chess players, if you watch like the FIDE Candidates tournament, for instance, they like have this prep. It feels like Joey like speeds through his first 6 turns or something, but this is an exception.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough rack. I might try to hold on to the X, though there's not any great possibilities for it that I'm seeing. Maybe he could do ticks with it this turn, or something like GITCH through the C of Biopic. Not sure which of those you might prefer, Morris.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if he's looking to see if there's any way to set up his X here, just because this board's pretty limited, but it looks like he's just going to play ticks. That would have been my first instinct, to look to see if there's a setup like Tiger, for instance, would have been something I would have thought of through the E in Wive to potentially set up a huge X bomb, but I think he correctly deduced that that spot will almost always be blocked back if Joe has opportunity. But Joe is playing very quickly, and he is going to be playing.
He has Gloriole.
Yes.
59.
So nicely finding his only available bingo. And yeah.
Very nice find. And this time, I don't think we've ever, or maybe we've once seen Joey be the person who still needs to draw tiles. I feel like Joey's always doing that to the other person. So, yeah, maybe Joe knew that this is Joey's style and wanted to send him a quick message like, "Hey, I might be older than you, but I can be just as fast, buddy."
Yeah, he's given him a taste of his own medicine. Yeah, Joe and Joey have played a whole bunch of games. I looked it up before, and they've played 29 tournament games. So I'm sure Joe is well aware of Joey's playing style.
Yeah, and Edley is not drawing the tiles he'd want. Although he does have things like Meaty next turn anyways, but Joey has Fright set up. I'm guessing he will eventually play through the G and keep his G, just because Fright does score 51, and but it looks like he's going with Flight instead. This is interesting. Maybe he was scared of Frighten hooks or something, or extensions, something like that. That would go to the other triple, and it's really easy for your opponent to have those often, even after a bingo, just because the E is the most common tile. So flight is the play. It is 9 fewer points, though, than fright. It does keep a nicer R, but still, I think I would probably go with fright there. It's a close call.
Yeah, I actually like Joey's decision here. I think keeping 2 Gs especially is really not ideal. And even though he's sacrificing 9 points, the Frighten extension that you mentioned would be, I think, 45 points, something around there. So that's an easy 45 points with that wouldn't really give much back to Joey. So I don't know what might technically be right, but I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and so instant media play. Unfortunately, midwived was available. I only saw that from Quackle after entering the play. So I feel like that would have been in Joe's capacity to play. So that is one thing to keep in mind when you start fast playing a player, that you can't sacrifice points of your own. And yeah, I mean, midwife, even though it doesn't get rid of the second eye, that is 54 points, I think it would have been.
That would be a huge play.
Yeah, if anyone can think of other wived front hooks, we'd love to hear them.
49.
Yeah, I don't think like huswived is a word, for instance. I'm just trying to think of wife words that as a starting point. But Joey plays Gazer here. Very, very good play. It scores a ton by tripling the Z and also playing off an X. I think that's 49 points.
Yeah, that seems very good. Getting rid of one of his 2 Rs, which really don't go well together, scoring a ton of points. They're both playing super fast here, so it's tough to keep up. But I think there Joey made the right call.
Yeah, I think that's Chloe's nice way of saying, Morris, you need to stop talking so much. So I'll take that note. But it looks like Joe has OI set up. I'm guessing that's going to go above the the H and T in flight. But it looks like he put it down.
Seems reasonable. I wonder if there's a way to get rid of maybe one more vowel.
Yeah, well, you can always do something like oidia through the D in media if you want to get rid of a bunch of vowels.
Right.
So it looks like that's actually what he's opting to do. I would still maybe play OI there, though he is down now points-wise after Gazer, so I understand the logic here.
148 to 122.
Yeah, I think I also prefer OI slightly. Just, I don't know if it's quite worth the point sacrifice, but it's probably pretty close either way.
Yeah, but he does at least get rid of 4 eyes across 2 turns, which is no easy feat.
Yeah.
And there's actually only 1 eye left in the bag at this point. If you look, there have already been 8 eyes played in only 4 turns apiece. So, since the Q hasn't been played yet, for instance, we could be having a Q stick maybe situation if the Q doesn't come out soon enough. Luckily, all 4 U's haven't been played yet, but that is a storyline to monitor here potentially in this game. Will the eyes impact how burdensome the Q is?
Right, yeah, and I think that deficit of eyes might be another reason to play OI and keep 1, because the eye is a very good tile. I think Scrabble players might be slightly opposed to it sometimes because of how bad 2 eyes are when you have the chance to draw a second one. But with only 1 eye out, that seems pretty unlikely. So I think holding on to the eye might have been a good move.
Yeah, we've said throughout this stream that, and Joey does make a play of a Torn. I think he just wanted to take care of the spot at this point. Maybe he thought after Joe played so many vowels, he might now be closer to bingos at this point. So it seems like
that's interesting.
Oh, no, go for it.
I was just going to say vlog on top of, or go to the G of Glorial seemed like a pretty good play, keeping RANT. Just a really synergistic and bingo-friendly leave. And the V is not a very good tile. But yeah, there is some good merit to bingo defense in a Torn.
Yeah, so it's a bit pixelated for me. Is that Obese that comes down?
Yes, Obese making Gazers.
Awesome. So that is a very nice play. Keeps EN. It seems very reasonable.
What
Meanwhile,
now?
yeah,
Sorry.
well, they're talking about
No, it's
something
okay if
right
you do,
now.
but I'm just-
So,
I'm just-
Having
and they
an
both look
animated
kind of frustrated.
conversation.
They looked frustrated, both of them. So, yeah, it looks like they're fine again. So I don't know what that was. Maybe Joey's like, "You calling me obese?" I don't know. So, in the meantime, though, I love this style of Joe is doing. He's fast playing Joey. He's getting him rattled. Joey's in, or Joe's in Joey's head now. But Vela
32.
comes down, keeping ESU. I think
154.
probably best scoring play. You might consider trying to do something like values and swived instead there, but if you want to be a bit safer, but I think Vela is fine too.
Yeah, I might be slightly concerned about keeping a U with 3 more out, but something like Uvia or Uveal set up underneath obese would set up a really dangerous triple spots under to parallel under Uveal or Uvia. So I think Vela makes sense for scoring, and USE is not by any means a bad lead, or I wouldn't say it's terrible.
Yeah, and right now, this I'm guessing Joe will take a few minutes here, just because he's been playing so quickly. He's, I think, taken less than a minute every single one of his turns up to this point. And he has really good bingo letters, so he will have some eights that are playable. But if you look at the board right now, unless you have an S bingo, bingo ending in S, I should say, making swived, there really isn't that many. There isn't really that many high scoring bingo spots. So he could play to the E in Vela, a lot of different words, and there is exactly one bingo he can play through the A in Oidia, and I'm only see that because I'm looking at the engine that would double it. So if 66 is the most points you can score, you're going to start looking to see, no, I can't be only scoring 66 here. These bingo letters are too good. I'm sure he'll take some time to try to find something better.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Usually with such a good rack, you expect to be scoring a bit more than 66 on a pretty open board, especially with that V hanging in the triple column. I would be looking for a long time for a bingo, if not a triple triple through that V. But yeah, nothing there available. So
Yeah.
I wonder, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just the V is in an awkward enough position there, right? Like Levanted is an 8 or through right that V, but it's just too far
Right,
down.
yeah.
So I think, yeah, he'll eventually have to settle. I mean, would you consider doing a play like a Torrent here, keeping anti-blank for 27 points?
Yeah, I actually.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I really like that. Yeah, I was gonna say I really like that. I wouldn't be thrilled about any of these bingos emanated. The one you mentioned through the A of Oidia, or Oidia, gives back, points making parallel plays on the triple on the right side of emanated if that were to go down. And then any other bingo, just nothing scores very well. A Torn scores 27, keeps a killer leave that could even possibly draw into a triple triple next turn, if not just a higher scoring bingo, maybe something ending in S, making swived like you mentioned earlier. So yeah, I like that idea.
Yeah, so maybe let's flip to the Quackle Corner to sort of process how you think about a bingo versus non-bingo here. So we have a torn setup right now. So let's just see what happens after a torn. So if Joey will enter in his tiles, so he'll play, let's say, something like Uni to keep a strong earns leave. And then if you're Joe, I just have a random rack here. Well, in this case, drew NO and Innovate can come down. But let's just say, I don't know, there's a lot of R's and E's left. So if I drew RE, well, that's Enervate. So all of a sudden, you can see you can get triple triples often in this case, and a Torn still scores 27. Whereas if we went to a bingo right away, so let's just say Emanated, it will be 66 points. Well, Joey, then you're giving him a better spot also to work with. So, but luckily in this case, he won't be able to do much. So let's just say he goes new instead here for 13 points. And now let's give Joe random rack. The best play that Quackle finds for this random rack right away is only 13 points for Muon. So again, this is a constructed example, and let's flip back to the board since Joe is now playing a bingo, it looks like. But this is maybe the logic you want to think about when you're considering bingo versus non-bingo. How many points will I score this turn? How many points will I score the turn after? And I think a torn will often outpace any bingo in a 2-turn sequence. So he does
I
play a
noticed in
10D.
chat someone mentioned. Oh, yeah.
No,
Sorry,
no,
go ahead.
it's all good. I was just going to say a 10D. But go for it.
Yeah.
But what did chat say?
Oh, yeah. So people were mentioning how Joe was scribbling and staring at his score sheet a lot, which to Joey could signal that he has a blank, just because often when players have a blank, it's harder to come up with all the different possibilities that letter could be. So you're going to be writing down different options, especially when there's different spots on the board. So that could signal to Joey that he had that blank, and might lead Joey to block the V spot, which would have been an interesting sequence had he not played a bingo and done something like a torn instead. But Joey has a somewhat bingo friendly rack, these low scoring tiles, and he has an S, which is really useful for the swived hook. No bingos this turn, but a fishing play like NU, parallel to a 10D,
14.
making NE and UN looks like a pretty solid fishing play to me.
Yeah,
And it's what he does.
Yeah, that's exactly what he does. It's like he's listening to you or something. So with that, Joey narrows down the deficit now. It is 215 to 218, 3-point lead for Joe Edley. But Joe does have some hefty tiles, which could play fairly nicely on this board. Specifically, you might be trying to get rid of the K or the F or both this turn. What stands out to you right now?
Yeah, let's see. I think Kufi parallel to Medii, making
Nice.
Emu and F, getting rid of the K, U, and F.
Yeah, that's a really solid idea. I mean, those are basically the three clunkiest tiles. So
I think
it looks like for a second we lost Chloe. So be patient. Chloe's actually coming into us from Europe right now. She's on a trip and wanted to still commentate Scrabble. So it shows how much dedication we have in our community that people travel to all these exotic places like, no, I still want to watch and talk about Scrabble.
Yeah, I couldn't miss it.
But Kufi does come down, so Chloe's just predicting plays left and right like a baller. But Joey did pick up the Q, but also picked up a U. So luckily, the lack of eyes isn't going to slow him down too much. In fact, this poll actually really helps him as he's going to be playing Queen, I assume. Oh no, he goes with Quern. And he's probably looking at the contents of the bag and thinking there aren't enough vowels to justify playing my vowel.
Yeah, I wonder. Let me take a closer look. Yeah. I guess the bag there's not too many vowels left. There are a bunch of A's, or more A's than any other vowel. 3 A's, 1 E, 1 O, 1 U. But I think when there's so many fewer consonants that even keeping the less ideal vowel, when there's so few vowels, keeping the one that there's the most of is still somewhat necessary.
Yeah, and Joe drew a lot of good tiles there. He kept H-I-O-T. There aren't that many vowels in general. He drew 2 vowels and the blank. So that seems like a huge pull for him. Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be able to bingo this turn as Ashiote, I don't think plays anywhere. That's A-C-H-I-O-T-E. But yeah, I guess what's jumping out at you here, Chloe?
Yeah, I would probably just try to score some points with the H. I can't see the board very well. But yeah, what do you think? Just something like...
I think Ovate looks pretty good off the V and Bella, keeping HI blank. scores 26. The play I missed, actually, which is even cooler, is EPHA, or EPHA, I never know how to pronounce this one, EPHA off the P in biopic. So that will score 34 points if Joe finds it. And normally IoT isn't the most friendly leave, given that there's no more eyes left from Joe's perspective, and there's only one more O left. It's a bit better than normal because you can't double either of those vowels, most likely.
Right. Yeah. I think EPHA just scores a bunch of points, which is really, what you want to do when you're building toward the bingo and you're going to be taking a lead probably at some point if you can get that bingo down, just building up your score so you're up by even more than the bingo would be really helpful. But Ovate also looks good to me. I think the H is a really good tile, and it works pretty well for bingos as well. So I don't think that would be too bad either. And it looks like that's what he's going to play.
Yeah, and specifically, I mean, I think the chat also noticed this, that the H pairs really nicely right after the G in the first row, right? And he's keeping an I as well, so he has IGH. So, right, EIGH words, for instance, there's a lot of them. He could have actually designated his blank that turn, like if he played away last turn, it would have been 53 points. So I think the H here is a super powerful tile. And yeah, I think it's a very smart decision to keep that.
Yeah, that is very astute of Joe if he noticed that. I think, yeah, that's a great spot. And, scoring those points will be huge for him.
Yeah, and so Joe did draw some good letters, so he will be able to bingo next turn. We'll see for how much based on what Joey plays here. I think, for instance, In Phase and Swive should be available often.
Oh, yeah.
So, meanwhile, though, Joey has an interesting set of letters. I mean, the double Y is never good, but I feel like you can score a bit.
Yeah, Yays, that looks pretty good on top of Swived. Keeping an S, it's fine to play one of your S's. It scores well, gets rid of both of the Y's. I would like that. Looks like he's playing DIS.
This is interesting. So I'm wondering if he's seeing a specific option with two Y's, because normally, yeah, you'd want to take up the Swive hook, I'd assume.
Yeah, I agree. Especially knowing there's a blank out, there's another S out. Not that the S in the sixth position of a word is necessarily the best, but it's not the worst for placing a bingo either. So I wonder if he was going for something.
Yeah, and the chat does find plainish and panfish as the two words that go in the Swive spot, but also double the H. In Phase is the third one. That was the one we mentioned earlier, but that doesn't double the H, so it's 8 fewer points. He doesn't actually go there, though. He decides to play hat pins instead, or harpins. I'm actually not sure which it would be. If we can find that out, that would be great.
Yeah, that does seem a bit strange. I think those ones hooking Swive just score so much better. And I wonder if he wanted to take out the easier bingo lane by playing hat pins, because this makes bingos pretty much impossible for the whole bottom of the board. So, yeah, I wonder what his thinking was, or if he just didn't notice the Swived spot.
Yes. So we just got word from the producers. The blank is confirmed to be a T specifically. An R actually is a more defensive option there, because T can take more two-letter words behind it than an R, which can only take Ray, the second musical note. And, yeah, it's interesting. I'm wondering if they are just blind to Swived right now. I mean, both have passed on it 2 turns in a row. I think it really could be possible, and it's something that, yeah, you maybe even noticed at first with Wive, when Wive came down, but it could be something you forget mid-game.
Yeah, especially with Quern sort of blocking that spot for bingo ending in S, you might just sort of discard it for later on. I think someone said something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think if Joey had seen Yays there, that seemed like, just based on the leave and score, it seemed like a pretty good play. And same thing with the bingos that Joe could have played.
Yeah, and so Joey, I think, made a pretty standard play here of Yo for 31. It's close to his best scoring option there and starts to balance things out a bit for him. But the game is almost over, actually. They've been playing so fast. You can see there's only one tile left in the bag. So this will be interesting. Joe almost has natural, but not quite. But yeah, Joe can take a lot of time on this turn, and this will be interesting to think about as he has turns set up on his rack. So, how would you think about this game from Joe's perspective at this point?
Yeah, the first thing I do is just look at the remaining tiles in the bag and try to figure out if there's any possible bingos that Joey could have and bingos that would play for him. I don't see any. I think at least, yeah, I'm not seeing any bingos unless there's something with lots of consonants that I just don't know. Because the pool right now is ACEJMSWY, I believe. So not very conducive to a bingo. So then I would just realize or think to myself, okay, I need to go out and use up all my tiles before Joey does and prevent him from, scoring just a bunch of points to catch up to me somehow. So I just look for the best sequence of plays to no matter what tile's in the bag. So I think I'd be most concerned about drawing the J, possibly. I don't know, maybe there's some good spots for the J actually, but it's generally like a pretty clunky tile. So yeah, just looking for plays for Joey that could score a lot with those high-scoring tiles.
Yeah, someone in the chat does point out attorneys is in play, which is a really nice extension. I think, though, that you have to be worried about the Swive Took if you see it. It's very, very dangerous, potentially. And, I mean, Joey could even maybe next turn... I guess, no, Joe will empty the bag. I was going to say Cyanase. Could be something he fishes for or something to Swived. But yeah, the one other thing I'll add, as Joe looks like he's considering something, is that Joe is up 31 points here, which gives him a bit of wiggle room. So the first thing, as Chloe said, is look for things that, like bingos, that could decrease a 31-point deficit from Joey's perspective. And then after that, try to just do something sensible that will give you the advantage still. So we'll see if Joe takes a bit longer. Yeah. Are there any specific plays that's jumping out to you right now, Chloe?
I mean, nothing scores particularly well. I like turn, maybe, making Nan next to Quern and Attendee. Maybe just to get rid of a few tiles if possible. But that might give back some bigger scoring plays, actually. Like, yeah,
Well,
like
he did play
Game
Rerun.
or something.
So he
Rerun.
played- So I think he was nervous about the double R's, and so he picks up the J, and this will be a fun end game for Joey to work out. He is down 40, so this will be tough, but Joe will not be able to go out right away, so there may be something in here. Let's look for a bit. I think actually Joey will take a fair amount of time unless he sees a win right away, but you'll likely need to be very precise when you're 41 points down.
Yeah. It looks like Joe has a few scoring options with the J that should put him out of reach, even if Joey comes up with a good out in two sequence. But maybe, I mean, yeah, with all those scoring tiles, there could be something. I wonder if you could go to championship player, maybe.
Yeah, so let's go to Quackle Corner. Let's just show first before we turn to championship players. So the general idea is something like, so if Joey plays K's or something here, he keeps Mew in at least one spot. Maybe he'll do Mew first or something. Let's say if he does Mew first. And then Joe would have... Oh, actually, no. You have to block Jab first, I think. So if he does something like K's first, and then Joe has something like Haj, Joey would have Mew. Now, that would still lose by 13, so it's not quite enough. But it does, you see, only 13 points down instead of 41 points down. That was just me quickly spitballing.
Right. The chat... Oh, sorry. The chat is pointing out CWMS in the same spot, holding on to attorney. which actually might be enough points. I'm not sure. No.
Yeah, so if we try CWMS, the potential response here, let's see. So Haj again is, I think, going to be enough to win. So if there's a tourney after that, that won't end the game for Joey, and I think that's the key. That now Joe gets to go out
He
with lit or till off the eye and hat pins, and so that will give Joe a 10-point win. So in fact, there are no wins Quackle has found. Mew is the best play for Quackle.
Wow.
So that was my first instinct. But I would analyze this for a while like Joe. Oh, actually, well, yeah, okay. So Mew, then Jab, and then K's that sets up is the nice idea there. So it's a
So
tough
a 5-point
position.
win.
Yeah, it would be a 5-point win.
Very.
So this is a tough position, but I think it's instructive that from Joey's position, even though he's down 41, that seems so out of reach. Really, like, if instead we gave him the J, for instance, let's say we gave Joe the W instead. So let's just see what would have happened in that situation. So if Joey has the J instead and can score a bit more, then he won't quite win, but it will be even closer, I think. So if he plays Jam, then they say the best play is Lax. That's a pretty weird looking play. So let's say the more human play would be something like AW. And then Joey would go for a tourney. And so it would be close still. But yeah, I don't know if there was any position where he could have even won, just given how well Joe was playing this game. So it's a tight one. Joey's still considering things, but maybe let's go back to the screen, as I'm guessing Joey will at some point realize he has nothing.
Yeah. In these end games, you always have to think of situations, or I like to think of situations where there's a chance my opponent might miss a spot for one of their tiles and like hope they blunder in some way and try to make something happen because of that. So like I might be inclined to block Jab in case he blocks Haj, but I think at this level it's very low chances that that would happen. So I bet Joey will just go for the end game that minimizes the spread.
Yeah, I wonder what Joe has set up here right now with JAL, since he does have that separated. Is he looking somewhere specifically with that, do you think?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. No I for jail, I think. Yeah, I don't know.
It seems curious. Maybe he's anticipating Joey plays something specific, but I don't even know what letter of Joey's would pair with JAL. I'm slightly confused by Joe's rack orientation here, I guess.
Yeah, it is weird. He might just be, he might have just put them in a random order and hasn't thought about it much. But yeah, or maybe he wants to make Joey think he's got his tracking wrong, and how could he have three letters set up next to each other? But I think that would be a little too too much.
Yeah, but it does also go to show you that the A is a pretty key thing that Joe kept there on that last turn, just because Jab and Haj are both available to him to score 20 plus points, and that really is just enough to combat any out in two sequence that Joey has. And so it was quite, I mean, obviously he was choosing between turn and rerun, it looked like, and in both he very much understood, in the worst case scenario where I get the J, I need to keep an A here. I mean, maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but that seems like the key insight into his previous turn.
No, yeah, I don't think that's giving too much credit at all. I think you have to think about the worst case scenario. The least flexible tile that was in that pool was the J. So making sure that you would have multiple plays if you drew that J, like Jab and Haj, was a very good observation, to not play the A on his last turn. Because if he had kept the U instead, I'm really not seeing many options for that J.
Yeah, and so the chat does point out one other nice option. If we can flip back to Quappa Corner, we can show why this doesn't quite work, but it's a really cool idea. So the chat suggested ace because SWAMY is a word. So, and that would go parallel, making discs and EW for a ton of points. The problem is, and this is key that Joe played rerun and not turn, Taj would just block it. So if he doesn't block it, if he misses that Swamy plays, and he plays jab, look who's going to win. Joey Krafchick, 68-point outplay, wins by less than 20, but it's still a win. So it's a really cool idea, but Taj does all the right stuff to block that idea if Joey finds it.
Right. Yeah, like I said earlier about hoping when you realize you've just lost a game, or there's no way you can win in the end game with optimal play from your opponent, I might be inclined to try ace and hope that Joe missed the SWAMY play and played his higher scoring jab. And, there's always a chance your opponent misses one of your plays or has mistracked. Not that Joe is, the one to do that, but just in the off chance that happens, I think I try to hope that there's a chance my opponent makes a mistake and I can win that game somehow.
Yeah, and I think we can see right now Joey's EY separated from everything else. So he's probably looking at a tourney and trying to deduce, instead of an out and two sequence, a multiple turn out sequence. Let's maybe flip back to the board for a bit. And we can see Joey's time is dwindling. Have we ever seen Joey hit the 5-minute mark in this tournament?
Probably not.
He wants this win. He really wants this win.
Yeah. I mean, you got to consider all the options when you think you've lost a game. You never know if you're missing something.
Yeah, so this will it's easy for us to see on the screen having the Scrabble engine to just work this all out. But this is a really, really tough position to analyze if you're Joey right now. I totally understand him taking more than 5 minutes on this turn. It takes a lot of calculation. So, but this will actually, if we assume that Joey, the only way that Joe can mess this up is if Joey does make that ace kind of play and Joe doesn't see Swamy. That seems like the only way that Joe could mess this up, but I don't think Joe will miss that and he'll play Taj pretty quickly. So let's assume for a second that Joey will not secure the victory and Joe will win this game. Then this field is going to be tightened a lot. Joey was a game up on the field and really wanted that first win to basically lock up one of the two spots. Now at 18-8, well, Joe's only a game behind at 17-9. We don't know what Michael and Ori will be up to, and Robin, who are close behind. So we are in for a tight finish here for these two spots if Joe secures the win like we expect him to.
Yeah, no, it's going to be really exciting. It looks like Jackson just lost his last game to Lisa Odom. So Lisa is now at 16.5 and 9.5, and that puts Jackson Smiley at 15 and 11. So I think that means he's probably out of contention at this point, but Lisa is getting into a prime position if she can keep this up to possibly squeeze into that final.
Yeah, this is Joey here I think is trying to consider every option. I think he's now considering gyms and biopics. Maybe let's try analyzing that if we flip back to Quack Corner.
Yeah.
So with gyms, so Joey I think is playing, it's a 33-point play, so it scores a lot, and it does block Haj. So the idea here, still, I think you automatically play jab if you're Joe. And now, if you're Joey, Caw is probably your best play if you have ACEW. and then Joe just goes out with lit or something. Now, I guess I've never said in any of these sequences, what if you blocked lit right away? Right, so what if you... Actually, it's really hard with ACEW to block lit. Maybe if you do... I really don't want to play AI here, but is there another way you see that can block
I mean,
lit?
MIC, Mike, but it doesn't
He has
keep
a
an
W. He has a
outplay.
W. No, he has a Joe, or Joey would have a W at that point if Jim's.
Oh, after gyms, you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, I guess just AI.
Yeah, that's crazy. So yeah, that's a big part of the problem with a play like Jim's, that it keeps the tiles that can't block lit. So if you do something like tax or lax, let's say, then you can't even play both tiles right away. So yeah, it seems like the C and the W together make this a really clunky option, but it looks like Joey has put down tiles, so let's flip back to the board. So Joey has played attorney. I think it makes a lot of sense. It's a very cool move and great flex for camera, but just won't be enough in this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, yeah. I don't think that there's no real chance that Joe could play an A out in space for him to go out with macaws. But, you know, gotta hope, I guess.
Well,
he'll be able to play macaw through the macaws through the
yeah.
AW, yeah. But won't go out with it, I guess.
Yeah, actually, I wonder if it's best to play lit or till first now, just because Jab and Haj are both available. No, he's just going to play Jab first to make it. It's a much safer option than what I was going to suggest. I think it might net an extra point or two, but you never, as a human, want to mess up a game. So, yeah, I guess Joey can now play Mike as
right,
as Chloe was saying.
And maybe that was what he was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Joey has. So Joe hasn't Joe adjusted his clock. So Joey's under a minute now.
352.
So he'll play
I wonder
fairly
if we'll
quickly.
see Joey. Yeah, I doubt he'll go overtime.
No, I don't think he'll go
that would
overtime.
be. I wonder if that would be a first.
Yeah, I know. I think Joey Malik has only gone overtime once, and it was because he overslept and accidentally came into the room late and only had 5 minutes left on his clock. He still won the game, but I think it's the one time in his Scrabble career he went overtime. From my understanding, I've heard that story.
That's great. Yeah, it's a classic. Like, player oversleeps, comes in with 5 minutes, and somehow wins. Yeah, so he blocks with Whis, it looks like, and Joe will now not be able to go out.
But it will still be fine for Joe. He's ahead by enough points here that even after Macaw as an output, so that's actually a fun idea Joey has. Maybe he thinks, so let's say that Joe misses Macaw as an outplay. If he plays Lax instead, it still will be enough for him to win, but it will only be an 11-point win. So it's a fun idea by Joey to say, hey, let's make sure I'm forcing Joe to find the hard thing that I've already found.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a fun idea. Unfortunately for Joey, Joe just has a few too many options with this LNT that even though he's not able to go out, he will still be able to score enough to win.
Yeah, so Ta or All, or Law for that matter, will all block Macaw as an option.
Yeah. I mean, Joey will still be able to go out with Cam making Nam next to attendee. So it won't be
nice.
Yeah, it won't be preventing Joey from going out, but preventing his best outplay.
Yeah, so I feel like I empathize with Joey here, where you know that Joe could take up to 5 minutes and 8 seconds or whatever, and you're just like, I'm going to lose, man. I know I'm going to lose. Can you just play one of your 2 tiles left?
But yeah, at this stage in the tournament, especially so many people with such close records trying to get into those top 2 spots, every spread point could end up mattering. So I don't blame Joe at all for looking for the best endgame. And it looks like he's found it with all going, or yeah, is that the best? Or
Yeah, that should
I
be
think
the
it was
best. It
best.
blocks
Yeah,
Macaw and Joe,
yeah,
and Joey will play Cam to go out. So really pretty idea by
yeah.
Joey at the end here, but it will be a 393 to 379 point win for Joe. Really, really fun game. I think a lot of cool ideas throughout, and it just happened to be that, I mean, Joe got both blanks, and sometimes that's enough to win.
We keep going back and forth.
Yeah, I think both players played pretty well here. Joey, some interesting decisions with like flight, for example. I really like that play. But you know, some things that could definitely be discussed more. And then both players, I would like to know if either of them noticed the swive took later on, and or if that was just they missed it. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that does seem to be the key mistake potentially on both players' sides. We saw both of them passed up swipe options. So yeah, this will be an interesting dent to the standings. Maybe if we could flip over to the standings at this point, that would be fun to analyze before we take a break and wait for everyone's games to finish. As a reminder, there's going to be a bit longer of a break here to wait until people actually finish all their games. So as Chloe said earlier, Lisa did beat Jackson, so she is in the hunt. Ori, we see, has beaten Jeremy Hall, so he is looking good. It will soon, I'm sure, update the Joey and Joe game, and we're still waiting on Michael and Robin. So there are 4 key matchups basically this round. We know the results of 3 of them, and we're sort of waiting on the Robin Michael.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how that Michael and Robin game turns out. I think, you know, Joey will be really happy if he can maintain that 1-game lead if over Michael if Michael ends up losing this one, but it'll become even tighter. And it'll become even tighter with so many 17 and 9 players. Either way, I guess.
Yeah, if Michael loses to Robin, then I think Joey will be 18 and 8, but we'll have 4 17 and 9s and 1 16 and a half and 9 and a half. So it it would have been very cool. And I just saw in the chat that people would have liked to see their post-mortem. I apologize. If I saw that earlier, I wouldn't have jumped so quickly to the standings. I'm guessing they have left by now. But maybe let's flip back to the board to see if they're still there and if we could catch any last glimpses of their post-game analysis. No, it looks like they've already left. So with that, we will be back soon. We have to wait for all the games to finish, but please keep on coming. And this is now with Joey, the first place person, losing this last game. This will now be a tight race to the top 2 spots in the NWL division. Hello, everyone, and welcome to round 27 of the 2022 Scrabble Players Championships. I am Morris Greenberg, and I'm here with Chloe. How are you doing, Chloe?
I'm doing well. Yeah, excited to watch this game with Joey and Ori. Saw them play yesterday afternoon, and in that game, Ori won. So I'm interested to see how this one will go at such a pivotal moment in this tournament.
Yeah, and it looks like Ori is now drawing his tiles to go first. They have played, I think, twice this tournament already, and we saw Ori beat Joey on stream in one of those as he played Re-Raise to go out yesterday, which was a really exciting finish. We'll see if it can be similarly exciting and have similar fireworks now.
Yeah, Ori draws a pretty good rack at first, but I am not seeing a bingo unless I'm missing something. Yeah, no bingo. So I think doing something fishing would probably make the most sense. DOL, DO, LO, those are all really good leaves. I wonder if there's even a one tile fish that he could, exchange one tile that would hit a lot of the letters from the bag. I would be thinking about that here.
Yeah, I don't think it quite does it here, just because normally you need an E in those situations to really get a one tile right fish. If you already have an E, you can sometimes get racks where most tiles in the bag hit. But
exchanging D looks pretty good. It hits the E, I, A, I think, probably some consonants. I'm not sure if it's quite. Usually, you want it to be at least 50% of the time that you're drawing a tile it hits. I'm not sure if it's quite that, but seems close here.
Well, you did mention the three most common tiles, but I like the route Ori's going, keeping ARST and playing Dole. It keeps good stuff, doesn't give your opponent too much back, so seems reasonable.
28.
Yeah, totally. ARST is a great leave. Yeah. No complaints.
And Joey did play Janny pretty quickly, going back to his fast-playing ways. I think we figured out the cheat code for playing Joey. It's just play faster than him, and that's how you can get him under a minute, as Joe did last game.
Yeah, and Ori will bingo this turn. He has Intrados and Diatrons through the end of Janny, as well as through both ends of Janny, really.
Yeah. Exactly.
So yeah, I wonder what he'll choose here.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's going to play one of the Intrados just because Diatrons does put the D in the triple lane. But yeah, between them, I think you're going to want to do the Intrados to make Dolt. And if we could quickly flip the Quackle, we can show why. So Intrados here, if you notice, doesn't leave any crazy hot spots open right away. Whereas Intrados one spot over, oh wait, look at that A right there. Z can go there, all sorts of tiles can go there. So let's see Ori place the Intrados the commentary team approves of right now.
Yes, and it looks like he's doing just that. So yeah, I agree with Morris there. When you're playing a bingo, you want to restrict your opponent's options going forward because you're taking a lead and you don't want them to be able to score as well. So I think Ori does a really good job of that here.
Yeah, so that gives him a 76 to 28 point lead right away. This will be Joey, I think, 2 games in a row has picked up QU at the same time, which is fortunate. When you draw the Q, you always want a U, and most of the time you don't want to hold the U by itself, so why not just pick up both? It's it's a Matt Canick strategy, just draw the right tiles.
Yep. I liked Bisque immediately through the S of Intrados. The Q, people really, newer Scrabble players think the Q is really good, and it does work well with the U, but I think the X is just a really powerful tile to hold on to often, so Bisque scores well, keeps LX. But yeah, QU is also really good. So I wonder if there's any possibilities for either of those tiles going forward, the Q or the X. That's what I would be thinking about here.
Yeah, so Joey elected to play off the Q. I think naturally Scrabble players tend to, even if you have the U, not want to keep the Q for too long. It scarred us all, and I think we don't want that energy on our rack too often. So Ori, though, so his post bingo draw, it's not too far away from bingoing letters, although it does have the cursed ing. It is a trap, but maybe Ori can use that trap to his advantage. I kind of like bio through the B and bisque, keeping pretty strong bingo letters. You're not scoring a lot with with these letters right now, and Joey played off a lot of hefty tiles. Uh, you don't need to open up anything crazy here, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think keeping the E, G, I, M, N leave is really powerful. You can score well with the M. It keeps that nice, though sometimes deceiving ing leave. So it leaves your options wide open for either bingoing or scoring, which is, it's always what you want to do.
Yeah, so it looks like he has Moi set up for now, or Moi, I should say. Uh, and I'm wondering if he's considering playing that above the U and bisque. That would be a pretty risky spot if he does do that, just because Moi does take a back L to make Moil, and that would be on the triple lane. So uh, it'd be an interesting choice, and I would suspect he goes to bio eventually if he is thinking about Moi right now, just because Ori is the type of player to really not give you anything easy.
Yeah, I agree there. I think, especially at this lead, you don't want to give a spot for, a triple to score really well. And bio, he only scores, what is it, 7 less, or maybe, no, 5. Yeah, 5 less. So I think that's a worthy sacrifice to keep the board a little more controlled.
Yeah. Oh, so he's going long. He's playing Mendigo. So he is avoiding the
Okay.
trap um, of the ing. I think I have noticed Ori can play like 6 tiles at a time more often, I think, than some higher rated players, and I think it's a really solid idea here. I think he thinks he has a slight lead. He doesn't want to get too cute and try to fish when Joey is playing hefty tiles right now. And this does score the most of his options and really, can progress the game, especially with 2 blanks out.
And Joey, with 7 consonants now, has a pretty unflexible rack and not many options. Yeah, I think. What would you think about doing here, Morris?
Uh, Pix, PYX, or maybe Exchange. But
Yeah.
Pix, especially because you have an S and a T, so Pix will set up exist if you draw the other Y at some point. So I feel like that's natural. Maybe BRR is another thing you can consider, but it looks like Joey's just going to
Mhm.
exchange right away. I think that's a very reasonable idea as well.
Yeah, I would think about exchanging here as well. It just really sucks to leave 5 consonants on your rack, especially that would be LRSTT, I think, which yeah, just it's not like if you draw 1 more consonant or even worse 2 more, you're just going to be stuck again, not scoring a ton of points, and yeah, it's just a bad cycle, especially when you're down.
But Joey will almost definitely bingo here unless Ori has some crazy blocking play, because Roseate should play as a 7 to make either DE to the D in Dolt, M or me to the M in Mendigo, or B to the B in Bisque. So I expect Joey to have benefit greatly from drawing 4 vowels after exchanging here, but it will be interesting to see how Ori thinks about this, because now Ori's up 32 points. Joey just exchanged. You have to think Joey's keeping some good, right? 3 good tiles at a minimum. So you probably want to keep scoring well, but not open up anything crazy bingo lane wise. Yeah, what would you look to do here?
Right, yeah. I might do something like, uh, yeah, I don't know. I'm seeing a few options. You could play like hedgy to the Y of Janny. You could play aged or AHED underneath Janny to score a bit better. Um, what else do you think, Morris?
So I'm just doing this because I have the Quackle file loaded. The real star play is Hedgery or Hegery through the R in Introdos, making a ton of
Oh, wow.
underlaps for 31 points. That would be a really
Yeah.
cool thing if that's found. But again, it's really hard to find some of those underlap insertion kind of plays. So I think more naturally, I would probably play Aged here. And
Yeah.
the Y and Janny. I think I don't like the G. I know you don't like the G. HIT can score well. It can bingo. It's a hit.
Yeah, Hagari that would be a really nice find. But yeah, I think like you said about the G, it scores well and it keeps good scoring prospects for the next turn. So it seems like a pretty reasonable move.
Yeah, I'm actually do EGAT actually instead of Aged, just to
Yeah,
not
just
stick out an E. But Ori's doing a similar idea. He's playing DAG underneath those tiles. It's interesting. DAG over Hag is a much more defensive move, just because Hag does take a front S hook of Shag. We actually saw that earlier today as an option that someone was trying to do. So I like this idea a lot. It keeps a flexible leave, and Joey wastes no time and plays Rosiate right away.
Yeah, so we have a game now. Pretty much tied up. Probably Joey a bit ahead. Yeah, and
look what Ori drew.
Drawing very well, drawing both blanks, and I would be surprised if there's not a triple here. I see othering.
Nice.
Yeah, so he's gonna he has plenty of options. That is a killer draw.
Yeah, Joey's not going to be happy. I mean, Theorize. Is that what he's going to play now? Yeah, or maybe Theories, one of the two?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming he's going to make that a blank Z for style points, not a blank S for Theorize.
Yeah. It also slightly limits the options of 8 letter words that could start with that Z or, that tile he puts there, because the S starts a lot more words than the Z. So there's also some defensive merit to it. But yeah, if we could get that confirmed, do we know?
Yeah, so I'm just going to assume the Z here. When you have an opportunity to make a blank Z, you take it. Plus, I feel like we naturally play Z words anyways when we have the chance, because normally it scores. So maybe it's like a Pavlovian thing. So it was confirmed by our commentary team that the blank was a Z, as Joey plays Envy pretty quickly. 39. Pretty good play. And it's probably the only play he has that really keeps the game within reach.
Yeah. I bet if I were Joey, I would not be happy after that. Envy sets up, the Y isn't the worst tile to end a word, so he could potentially hit a bingo on that row, ending in Y for a bingo. You got to keep your options open when your opponent triples and you go down. All of a sudden, you're down more than 100, and it's this pretty terrible feeling.
Yeah, so I think if Ori wins this game, we know the secret to beating Joey now, because Joe beat Joey last game with a 4-eye rack, and now Ori has a 4-eye rack. So he has Inti set up. It might go underneath the QUE. Oh, no, okay. He's playing in spot.
Yeah, I would play it under Rosiate. It blocks the S and the E of Rosiate for bingos, and doesn't open up a lane underneath that would, whereas Inti under Bisque would open up QIS plays.
Well, I think he's considering, again, because you notice TI, Tiz, and Tix are both words. So, and with both the Z and X out, I think he's weighing which is likelier for Joey to have. Is it likelier he has an S bingo, making QIS? Let's flip the Quackle very quickly just to show the difference between these. So we have Inti here is the higher scoring one for 23 points. Problem is QIS can come down, get a nice bingo on the triple. You don't want to see that if you're Ori. Other option, though, of Inti here, well, Tiz and Za isn't fun. Tix and 8 isn't right, and X isn't fun. Lots of things that aren't fun about either one of these. So he has a big
Yeah, and
decision on his
chat.
hands.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
chat
let's
has
flip
pointed
back.
out that Joey will have if Ori decides to play Inti under Bisque, Joey will have Fletcher available through the E of Roseate. So that would be a big swing of things in this game. Joey needs a bingo right now to come back, and yeah, that's the only thing he has, only bingo he has available. So that would be huge.
So, yeah, this is going to be interesting. He's now holding some tiles and considering something, and he's going to make a play of Iwis. Oh, no, okay. Nisi. Okay, got it. So, it's interesting, man.
Yeah, that's definitely a very defensive option. Now that mostly just allows bingos ending in a vowel, which are already playable to that T of theorize usually. So I think Ori was just trying to, block as many of those 8 lanes as possible and not give back any high scoring options for Joey.
Yeah, wow, what a prescient move by Ori. I mean, he analyzed the costs and benefits of a few better plays in terms of equity. Obviously, you want to score 18 or 23 points rather than 8 points. But I think he correctly deduced that, hey, it's 10 or 15 fewer points than those other things. But my opponent will often score more than 10 or 15 more points if I don't play Nisi here. So really, really cool idea. And this is why I think it's really hard to play Ori if you're offensively minded, just because he will interfere with your plans so many times.
Yeah, and that's got to just be so frustrating for Joey. And I wonder what some good options for him are. He has a bunch of consonants, nothing too, conducive to scoring. So I think he'll try to, what is he doing there? Biscuit and F.
I think that's
that's
going to be challenged. Joey.
Yeah. Did not think that was good. So that is going to come off the board. Ori has challenged the play, and Joey will lose his turn, and Ori will probably, after his next turn, be able to take an 100-point lead again. So that, I wonder, was Joey just hoping for the best and, thinking he needed to score more than any of his options to come back in this game, or was he mixing it up with Bosquet, possibly?
Yeah, I don't know. This would be the kind of thing we'd love to hear after the game, for instance. But
yeah,
it's a tough
I know
to be in now.
Yeah, I know Joey is someone who's pretty solid on his word knowledge, so that's a surprising phony if it wasn't intentional.
Yeah, we saw him play a phony and it got challenged off earlier in the tournament, but that seemed just like a dictionary confusion error where the word used to be in the dictionary and was expurgated recently. So that one I understood completely. This one, yeah, it's interesting. There could be confusion. I mean, by game 27 of a Nationals, your brain can kind of be like mush, especially if you had the pressure of playing at board one, being annotated or live streamed so many times. So Ori is making a really nice defensive play, kind of taking out that whole right side of the board with Wived and scoring 24. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, and in terms of Joey coming back into this game, bingos, not that they're the most likely, but bingos to the Y in Envy would probably be the highest scoring. So I think preventing those off chance, like monster bingos, is a way that Ori is sort of continuing to cement his lead while still scoring a bunch of points.
Yeah, so, but this is now, I think Ori has a very commanding position here. He'll have to address that bottom part of the board Joey just opened with Chef. You'd have to think. What would you do here?
I would. Yeah, I mean, seeing that sort of play, I might assume my opponent has an S. I mean, or the F, which he did not keep, a second F, or Yeah, to make IFF or IFS. Um, there's not a ton of those left in the bag, 2 S's and 1 F, but I still would probably try the block. Those are going to be the highest scoring bingos that could possibly play. So something like AT, which Ori plays. Yeah, I think that's what I would do here.
Yeah, I think that's the right idea for sure. You don't want to take any chances when you're up by this much. Good rule in Scrabble: if there is one way you can lose, don't do that thing. If there is one way you can win, do that thing.
Yep.
So, but Ori does have a lot of R's now, so he won't be able to score most likely a ton next turn. While Joey has redrawn the X at this point, and again, very key that that Ori didn't play that inty spot where he was initially laying it down before. Yeah, I guess maybe you play XI and X off of Bisque or something for 27 here. It's a tough position for Joey at this point.
Yeah, that really doesn't look that appealing to me. I mean, keeping 5 consonants, I think, yeah, what he does here is lax, saving the better GINRT. Yeah, it's not nice to sacrifice some points to make that sort of play, but I think at his deficit, Joey knows he needs at least a bingo to come back into this game, probably a bingo and, some really good scoring plays. So I think going all in on bingoing makes sense, even though there's only really a couple spots to do that on this board.
And I'm loving this play by Ori. He's now making it so the only letter that can end for 7-letter words is an E. So he plays roar. I might have actually gone a step further and just played AR there to not allow for ED bingos. But it's a really,
Right.
really cool idea. Really,
Yeah, it
really...
also,
Yeah, go for it.
oh yeah, it sets up an S hook for earns. So I mean, it is like, if you think Joey doesn't have an S, it is very immediately defensive. But I wonder if that's actually more defensive than just leaving that spot alone.
Oh, that's a fair point. Yeah. Luckily, though, for Ori, Joey doesn't have an S.
Yeah, so Joey has rutting, nowhere to play it.
Yeah, this turn, I think, will tell a lot about Joey's state of mind at this point. You have to be frustrated after losing the last game with getting double blanked and now getting tripled on with both blanks. And so, how do you make a play that really opens things up so that you can potentially be going? I really
Yeah.
like this idea that he's doing here of Rugal.
Yeah, I like that as well. The obvious responses to that play, at least in a normal situation, would be a play to the triple and making a 2-letter word ending in R. But those plays will give back lots of eights or bingo lanes for an 8. So I think Ori will probably do something more defensive here, especially seeing how he's played thus far. Yeah. I wonder what he'll
Interesting.
do.
I mean, like Fava, it just scores so many
Yeah.
points. I think it's just justified to do that. He's up by
Yeah, I
over
think you're right.
130. Like, why not just play Fava? I mean, if
Yeah.
he gets like frenzied or something, okay, that happens once in a million.
Yeah,
Actually,
he did have frugal, so playing that or some word making frugal probably would have been a bit more defensive and still score pretty well.
Oh, that's a good point. I completely missed frugal. Yeah, good, really good find. But yeah, frenzied, I think, is really the only thing after Fafa that would immediately make it a game again. And actually, I don't know if there are any Ds left even, so that doesn't even, I guess frenzies. So that would be the only thing he'd have to worry about. But Joey is close to some things. He does have some nice tiles for scoring, so when you're down 130, you're going to need at least one bingo to win. Often it's 2 bingos, but sometimes just bingos and a lot of scoring. And I think Joey says, I'm just going to do a lot of scoring right now, like Hidden.
Yeah, I wonder why he chose that instead of ticket. Just The C is obviously, I think the C is a pretty good tile for bingoing. I think it starts maybe the second most bingos, but I don't know if that makes it that much worth it over keeping the N instead.
Yeah, on these sorts of racks, I always look for an R on the board so I can play Morris. That is my approved play. But Ori luckily plays better than me and doesn't just want to play my own name. So maybe he's going to consider something like Meow through the A in Fafa, Miaou. That would clean out a lot of his tiles and block up a lot of the remaining space on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Meow would pretty much exhaust almost all of the possible bingos, or like the space on the board. There could be some nines through AR or some crazy parallel next to Kitten, but yeah, I think Meow really does the job nicely. Um, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to take a bit of time here. He is getting low-ish on the clock. I mean, as many players are when they play Joey, but definitely enough time to make a good decision here. And with 14 tiles left in the bag, that's definitely a comfortable enough time position for Ori.
Yeah, I think he's just taking his time to make sure that, you know, what the score is, count how many tiles are in the bag. Is there enough time for Joey to possibly play 2 bingos, or is there even enough space for him to play 2 bingos on this board? And I think the answer to that is probably no, though there's always a chance. But I think Ori playing Rosarium is blocking a few things. He blocks, well, I guess possible parallels next to Kitten, and he scores well, and gets rid of enough tiles so that 2 bingos is pretty unlikely to happen here.
Not just pretty unlikely, impossible. So there were exactly 7 tiles in the bag before. When I said 14 tiles, it was 14 unseen to Ori, so 7 on Joey's rack.
Oh, okay,
plus,
my bad.
So I'm sorry for messing up there. But
no.
yeah, and I think that's the key. Ori, this is a low variant. This is the highest winning percentage play, if I had to guess. Meow might save a few spread points by blocking bingos a few more times out of like every 1,000 games you play. But Rosarium just speeds up to the end game, and you don't want to have this game linger for Joey to potentially catch up. So Joey quickly plays Zep to empty the bag, and the nice Polies is Ori's last set of letters, and he's going to probably just try to find a nice out in 2 sequence to lock up this game and live to play another game of Scrabble.
And Ori puts down sleepful. Do not believe that is a word.
Yeah, I wonder how much spread matters here. Because if spread matters, this would be a costly mistake. Keep in mind the Swive took... I was just going to say, keep in mind the Swive took is available still, so Pulse, for instance, could be there. So I think he's wisely deciding, you know what, I might just play Pulse or something for a lot of points.
Yeah, and he's not giving Joey any information that Joey didn't already know. He's sort of just agonizing internally about, am I gonna sacrifice a lot of spread if this is a word and I don't play it, or am I sacrificing a lot of spread if I play this? And Joey challenges, because since it would be a bingo out, Joey would have essentially a free challenge there, and that would come off the board, and Joey would make up some spread points there.
So this game is looking like it's going to be a win for Ori Swift, even if he does play a phony. And yeah, it looks like Ori is correctly going to play Pulse or Pulse. It looks like Pulse he's going to do for 39 points. It's just so many points.
Yeah, that's a really nice play. Really good find. Even if Sleepful was good in some world, still makes up a lot of that spread and doesn't risk it being challenged off.
And so Caw is going to come down pretty quickly by Joey. I think it's just the highest scoring play. Not much to think about there. And we'll see how Ori responds with his last 2 tiles. So I missed where he went. Do you see where he went, Chloe?
Let's see. He hasn't gone yet, I think.
Oh, okay. Got it.
I think Joey just
laid out the tiles.
Joey was just ready to get this over with.
Fletcher? Yeah.
Yeah, I actually think this is a bit disrespectful on your opponent's time to already start chatting and laying it out. He should let Ori finish first, but I understand Joey wanting it to be over.
Yeah. Losing 2 in a row when you feel like you're almost guaranteed a spot in the final has got to be. And, he still very well could make it. It's just, you'd like to lock that up as early on as possible. And Joey's leaving it till the last round, I guess.
Yeah, and to be clear, I know as the chat's asking, I don't think Joey's intending to be disrespectful here. It's just when someone is on their own clock, it's generally expected you do minimal to interfere when they're still deciding on a play. And I mean, I think he knows that Ori should find a pretty good play pretty quickly. But still, it's and he finds Lev, which I think is a really nice idea here. But yeah, it's just it's not typically the best etiquette to start talking and discussing before the game finishes. But yeah, these players are both from Texas. They know each other well. I think they're friendly enough that it's not seen as hostile. It's probably seen as friendly.
Yeah. I'm sure Joey did not mean it in a disrespectful way, and Ori is probably used to his antics. So the game does finish up. Ori at 440, Joey at 317. So it'll be an exciting last round. I wonder if we have any other results in.
Yeah, let's maybe flip to the standings page. It looks like they're not doing any post-morteming, so there's no content we're going to be missing here.
Joey did play pretty fast, so yeah, I'm not seeing any.
So I don't think any of the keyboards here are updated. And really, it's just so how the pairings worked here is only the top 2 games will matter. Because Joey won last round, it makes it a tighter race for both spots, but someone like Lisa can't sneak in because Joe is now ahead of her too. So, whereas if Joey won last round, it was Gibsonized, she would have been in 4th place and still would have been in contention. So really, it's down to 4 people who could be our 2 finalists in the NWL division. As we know, Ori has now tied Joey in record, and he has a higher spread already before that game and won. So Ori will surpass Joey. If Michael wins, I think Michael will have locked up a spot for the finals, just because there are enough people behind him. Although actually, I'm not 100% on this. I need to figure out all the combinations in between.
I'm not great at analyzing standings and pairings, but I think if Ori will be at 18-9 as well with a pretty high spread. So couldn't it be that he and Joey would probably both still have a chance to make it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. So I think if he and Ori, if Michael loses here, there will be 4 18-9s and the 2 winner, and they'll all be paired with each other, and the 2 winners will be the 2 finalists. And so if Joey and Ori are not paired with each other. So Michael did win. Okay, so this is interesting. So Michael won, and Joey. So I think it's Joey and Ori and Michael, I think, will be the only 3 people who could win here. So I think Michael has locked up a finalist spot. I think
Wow.
because Joey and Ori will have to play each other for second place. I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I guess that's how you do it. Yeah.
So.
Is there any chance Joe? No, there's no chance.
Yeah, Joe can't.
Yeah.
The key is even if so. Let's say you pair Joe with Joey and Ori plays Michael. If Joe beats Joey and gets enough spread, Ori is still too far ahead of him on spread. Right, Ori is a game up and has so much more spread than him. So, yeah, I think. Well, yeah, I guess you're saying if you allow Michael to play, or if you allow like Michael to be Gibsonized and Ori and Joey both lose and Joe wins, there might be some weird iteration, but I think Ori's just too far ahead on spread that like Joe would need to win by 250 and Ori would need to lose by 250 for that to happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think that's gonna do it in that sense. Michael is going to be one of our finalists, and I think we'll probably see Ori and Joey again next round. If my intuition matches what the pairings will be. If we flip to Collins quickly, that will be helpful.
So it looks like Austin Shin has finished his game. He beat Alex Seaholm and is now at 18-9. And Wasim Khatri is still playing, but he was at 19-7. And he's playing Josh Castellano. So I think Wasim has locked up a spot.
Yeah.
And might have, I think before the round he already had. But and I think Austin as well, with his spread, it'll be impossible for anyone to catch him. Unless he loses to Josh.
Yeah, so it looks like Josh did beat Wasim, but I think that still locks up Wasim for the finals. I think at least just because if Josh, well, actually, yeah, Wasim has so much less spread. I didn't realize that he might have to stick around. Yeah, we'll see how the pairings shape up these positions. I know my brain's a bit fried to figure out all the mental math. I'm sure someone smarter than me can figure out who has already locked up a spot in the finals and who hasn't. In the meantime, we're going to take a short break before the last round of today. Please stay tuned. This is a really pivotal matchup that will decide who at least one of the finalists are. So stick around. He-
Mazel tov.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to round 28 of the 2022 Scrabble Players Championship live stream presented by Scrabble Go. I am Morris Greenberg, and I'm here with Chloe Fatsis. Chloe, how are you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, this is a crazy situation we got going into this last round before the final top two are decided. If you want to explain a bit about the different situations that could come up here, take it away.
Yeah, I wish we had like a standings corner where I could move things like a Quackle corner. But basically, Michael Fagan is ahead of the field. He has one more win than both Rory Swift and Joey here. So if Joey wins here, so if Michael wins here, he's one of the two finalists. If Joey wins here, he either needs to beat Michael by at least 107 points, or he wins and Ori Swift has to lose one board over. So, but we are off, so we'll talk about this more if there is a lull in the game. Michael drew his first set of letters.
Yeah, I think something like broth seems pretty good. Probit maybe.
Yeah, and that's what he's
it looks
putting
like he's
down
going
now.
for Probit.
Yeah, and so we talked about in the stream yesterday for all the stats fans out there, the stat stands we'll call them. Probit is valid in Scrabble, but Logit is not for whatever reason. So there's always dictionary inconsistencies regardless of Collins or NWL. But Probit is a valid word, and Michael correctly finds it. It looks like Joey's setting up. I always mess up this pronunciation. I think it's Sonk or Sank. I always.
I think it's Sank.
Sank. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in France right now, so I should know. But yeah, I think that's a nice play. It sets up an S hook, which is really nice, holding on to an S, gets rid of his Q when there's really no other way to do that other than just playing QI, which is probably significantly worse. So yeah, I think that's a good move by Joey.
Yeah, so are you only guru-ish at Scrabble, Cory, Chloe, or do you have guru-ship, which is an actual valid word?
Oh my god, man, that's a crazy word. I guess I'd have to say I have guru-ship. I mean, can't sell myself short. But wow, I wonder, I have never seen that word. That's a really tough word to see. I think any word ending in ship, I have a really hard time anagramming. But it does look like Michael has gurus set up. But just making Sanks, not even though the HI were in the right spot as well. Yeah, I think when you have two U's and you can't find guruship, it makes sense to get rid of the two U's, and I think that looks pretty solid. Also, taking out the S hook, but man, that would have been a crazy find.
Yeah, it would be a hilarious flex later in the game if Joey extends gurus to guruship to Michael, and then Michael has to think about it. So. Yeah, this will be interesting to watch that develop. But I mean, finding guruship is insanely hard. It seems like it could be a phony if you're not even 100% sure on it. So guru is really solid play. Gets rid of both U's there. Meanwhile, if you're Joey, it's funny that he plays the Q and then three U's are likely to be played on back-to-back turns without the Q at first. So what do you like here?
Yeah, I like Fuse, which Joey is putting down now. I think it scores well, gets rid of his U, holds on to one of his S's. I think that's what you want to do here. And Michael draws a blank, which is pretty big in this game. So I'm not seeing any bingos for him now, but he'll certainly be building towards one in the next couple turns.
Yeah, I feel like that's the common thing we always say when we see Michael on stream. Michael draws the blank, and hey, it's the Matt Kanika proof strategy. Just draw well, and you'll win the game. So
I didn't understand.
So we are continuing here with Michael. He's likely going to make a short play, maybe GHI and GI to the G in Gurus is an idea. What's jumping out at you?
Yeah, I think GHI looks good. Yeah, maybe Dig making Fused. I think Gi is probably a bit better. DEI blank is a really good leave. But yeah, nothing sort of stands out immediately as being amazing. yeah, I think maybe GHI is nice to set up another bingo lane underneath it, which works well with his blank. As well, there's a couple spots to play something parallel fuse, either hooking the E on the bot going down or hooking the F and U going up, or ending in R and probits. So there's a couple of options for bingos on this board as it stands, but always nice to open a new lane.
Yeah, so we'll sort of see how he approaches this turn. It looks like he's going to go on the other side, making fused and dig. Definitely a nice scoring idea. And HIE blank is also a pretty good leave. So definitely makes some sense there too. He might have been nervous also. Joey could go there.
Right. Yeah, keep it when you see a play like fuse, you usually assume your opponent's keeping an S with that because it doesn't score amazingly well. Maybe Joey really had no other options, but I think I would infer that my opponent could or likely does have an S. So not wanting to open up a great bingo spot is one thing, though he did make an S hook with digs. So not sure how much that played into his decision.
Yeah, and Joey, is starting to get some synergistic tiles, but he plays Gov here for 14. I think he smartly deduces that Michael is getting close to a bingo, and so he's going to keep as bingo-friendly of tiles as possible to quickly respond back if Michael does indeed have a bingo available.
Yeah. I'm again not seeing one unless... Yeah, there could be something. But yeah, I think just something like Zig,
Really? You're a risk taker.
I don't know. Maybe not Zig. That gives back a lot of points.
I think
Grizz is probably the safer option.
Better.
Yeah, Grizz is the safer option there. Not giving back big plays on the triple with the Z and keeping a pretty somewhat comparable lead, if not a bit better. Probably comparable.
Yeah, so it looks like he has the RIZ set up aside, so maybe that will come down soon. Joey did pick up 2 vowels, which is always the risk with Gov, but yeah, he's definitely not out of it. I mean, he does in some ways catch a break that Michael can't score a ton with the Z here. So yeah, I guess we'll sort of see what happens. If he does play Grizz, Joey's likely going to play through that and dump some of his vowels. And it looks like Grizz is coming down now.
28.
Yeah, I wonder, do you play something like AI, being a little fishier but setting up some really big spots, or maybe something through Grizz like Ionize, which seems
104.
slightly safer, even though you're assuming from Joey's perspective that he might be building towards a bingo based on that last play of dig.
Yeah, I think Ionize has to be the play. AI is a bit too risky for my blood, at least.
Yeah, I think I would be uncomfortable with that as well.
Yeah, but that does give Michael the juicy D and R hooks, as well as an S hook. But there could definitely be some nice plays through Ionize or Ionized.
Yeah, and he does have Havard, I don't know how you say that, which I wouldn't put it past him to know. So definitely a chance we'll see a bingo here.
Yeah, it looks like he hasn't arranged his rack towards that yet. I'm wondering if he just doesn't see it. He has over hard as well through the R in probits. And I'm now just looking at Quackle. There is an awesome hard cover through the O in probits and the R in Gurus.
Wow.
So those are the
beautiful
options. But yeah, it looks like he's not finding those bingos right now. It looks like he's thinking of Herd and Ionizer, which actually it's 50 points. I think not bingoing there and taking 50 points is great a lot of the time, especially if you don't see Havard or Havard. Yeah, I think I prefer that to Overhard, probably even.
Yeah, definitely the Overhard. I think Havard, it would be a bit too much of a sacrifice, but Overhard, yeah, scoring 50 points, holding on to the blank, even though it's with the V, it also takes out that big Ionize spot, or the spot to hook it. So, yeah.
So Herd is played here. I think it's a very solid idea if you don't see Havard and Joey. I mean, Ionizers is a play, so maybe he could do something there, like Codons. Oh no, Codons would be one spot above. I guess I miss. I thought it could play, but no. EO is not a word, and HD is not a word. So we'll see how he responds. He's now down basically a bingo, and he has to hope Michael doesn't have something like the blank. Unfortunately, Michael does have the blank from Joey's perspective. So it'll be interesting to see how Joey tries to play through this. I mean, he definitely has some scoring options with something like Codon, making Ho and N as well.
Yeah, the problem with Codon is it just really limits his options going forward. I mean, the board after Codon is not very conducive to bingoing or even scoring well. So I think even though it might be one of his better scoring plays, obviously Codon's hooking the S on that scores, I think 9 more. But sometimes you have to make those plays that kind of mess up the board, even though it doesn't work well with your game position.
Yeah, this will be interesting. I mean, Michael, we haven't seen him in a situation where he's had a blank for a lot of turns. He's been able to get bingos pretty quickly, and so I think he's making a quick play of Ivy here. Pretty natural play, but the board isn't that conducive to bingos right now. He could have a nice pull here, but we'll see how he deals with if he can't actually get his blank down for a bingo.
Yeah, and I think Joey here will probably do something like C, making ionizers, and DE. Gets rid of his duplicate E's and A's and S's, and scores probably better than anything else he can do.
Oh, God.
Yeah, or SAE, same thing.
Yeah, same idea.
So yeah, that seemed pretty straightforward.
Yeah, so I think Michael might look here for a bit, but the G and M combo is a bit clunky.
Yeah, I wonder, something like Midge, scores pretty well for him, but it does blow up in these lanes, which of course, with, Midge making FE next to Fuse. So, holding the blank, you might want that, but also at a lead that he's at, you don't really want to do that. So it's kind of a tough decision to make because you're balancing your own desire to bingo versus your desire to not have Joey bingo.
Well, keep in mind, Midge does take the S front hook of Smidge, and Joey did just play an S. So
yeah, that does not seem like. I think you might do Midget instead.
I'd approve of that more too. Yeah, I think Midget seems a bit safer between the two. Of course, though, you are drawing 6 random tiles to your blank, so it's always nice if the blank's obviously the best of any tile to keep, but 6 random tiles could go really wrong.
Yeah, and Joey does draw a playable bingo. If it's not blocked, he'll have ateliers through the R of probe bits, or atelier. I don't know how you say it. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, and I doubt that spot's getting taken. Maybe Michael will decide to play some defense. He could play something like GIED underneath, but that doesn't seem super logical at this point.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. We'd have to check Michael for an earpiece to hear our awesome commentary. But it looks like so this is going to be key. Well, Michael plays Midget, so he does. I think that's the better move between Midget and Midge, given that Joey did just play an S.
This does give Joey some slightly better bingos. He can now play Ledius through the D. Just scores more points. Yeah, I think that's the main reason to play it. Sets up some 7th lines, but I don't think, Ateliers also would have given back a ton of 8th lanes, so that can't really be a big concern.
Yeah, so Ledius is coming down now, and that will give Joey a slight lead. I mean, this will be a key draw for him also. If he can draw the second blank, all of a sudden, Michael's early blank pick isn't that big of an advantage because it's lasted for so many turns.
Yeah, and I think this shows the importance of when you have the blank, finding those bingos earlier on instead of sort of just playing, thinking, okay, next turn I'll bingo, next turn I'll bingo. because even though Michael's been scoring, all of a sudden the game situation changes to where he's down a tiny bit. Whereas if he'd been go earlier, he'd have this lead where Joey would still be playing catch up, and making different decisions board wise.
Yeah, and he still hasn't seen flowage, which should be pretty natural next to the L, right? Making L the 2-letter word EL in Lediest. So flowage would be a pretty quick play, I think, if you do see it. So the fact that he isn't have that set up, I wonder if he's just not seeing it yet.
Yeah, he also has Flea Wart. But yeah, it looks like he's setting up Waft, maybe. Or Waft, I guess is probably what he's thinking. Yeah, Waft. Waft would be a little aggressive. Yeah, Waft seems pretty standard if there's no bingos. But I think, yeah, I would take my time here and keep running through the alphabet to think of what that blank could be to try the bingo, because this is a really important spot to bingo, especially flowage would really do, it would block a lot of that top left area. So, yeah.
Yeah, so that does give Joey a very nice Besom, BESOM, as an option, parallel to the A and F in Waft. Now, I think that would be a very cool play for Joey to play.
I wonder, I might do even though it scores really well, I might do something really defensive here, maybe like Abmo, I don't know how you say it, underneath Ledius. Yeah. Just block Abmo. Yeah. No letter goes on top of LO. So it would really limit Michael's bingo options. And knowing there's 2 blanks in the bag and the game is kind of tied up, you want to prevent these things from happening, especially when they would close down the board a lot, even though it is a significant sacrifice in points.
Yeah, and Joey is thinking about a kind of in-between play here of Baith. It actually scores the most of all of them, and it blocks the L pretty nicely. He's playing it now. It scores 47, and it will be much harder for Michael to bingo just because an E cannot go after an L. LE is not a word, but EL is. And so it's going to be hard for Michael to bingo now on this board.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was a good decision. It's nice to take those middle ground plays that aren't totally doing nothing for the board and still scoring well. So good call. Yeah. And yeah, now Michael has the J. He can play Joker or Juke, which score both pretty decently, and keep holding on to that blank.
Yeah, and so he's playing Joker pretty quickly.
Yeah, and looks like Joey picked up the other blank, which is really big, and the X.
Yeah, what a pull, man! What did he keep with that? LN, and he drew, or no, there were 3 tiles. So yeah, I forget the exact tiles.
He kept
LM.
Oh, did he not have an M?
He had an M.
Okay,
yeah, LOM or something.
Yeah, he kept LOM. And drew EIX blank, I guess. Oh man, Ox would be pretty aggressive. I think something like Ox makes more sense here, not giving back any options and getting rid of the X, keeping a great lead for bingoing.
Yeah, so
EILM blank.
So I'd be thinking about Ox. So where Chloe's talking about Ox, maybe let's flip to the Quackle corner for a sec. So we could play Ox next to the J and the O in Joker. Or we could play XI for 1 more point in the same area. So what I'd be considering here is which tile would I rather have in this situation, the I or the O? I think it's correct to play Ox just because the Y in IV is still available. So ILY words are available. And we can, if we flip back to the board, Ox is being played, but in a different area of the board.
Oh, yeah. That also seems pretty reasonable. Scores well. I might have chosen Ox in the other spot just to really cut off Michael's options for this turn, because now he can play Lore, which is just like a good play to get rid of some tiles. what was his other option there?
LOR, you're saying next. You're saying LOR next to
Yeah.
the J and the L
Yeah.
and Joker. Yeah, yeah. So you could do lore or nor.
Yeah, I think that seems.
Yeah, those both seem very reasonable. Or I think they seem, yeah, they seem like the types of plays Michael will make. I mean, on this board, though, it's important to keep in mind there aren't really any bingo lanes except to the Y. So keeping an L there, I think, is a really good move, even though there are two L's unseen still from Michael's perspective. LY words are going to be probably his best bet for bingos. So I would rather play Nor than lore there if I'm not going to open up the board. So right now, I think there are 21 unseen tiles from Michael's perspective. So that will mean that there are 14 in the bag. So this game is coming close to the end here. And Joey is kind of just as bingo prone as Michael is at this point. And Joey has the better bingo knowledge, especially why bingos are really tough to find. And Joey's lower probability word knowledge is pretty good. So, and they both have the L for LY words. So Michael really needs to think about how do I shape the board in a way that's friendly to my knowledge and my rack. But he's gonna just block.
Michael plays a really smart play here that so Noah SL in chat pointed this out. He's in this situation where Joey beating him by 107 points would be, I think, the only way, 107 or more points would be the only way he can't make the final. So preventing a big bingo by blocking the Y.
I need to interrupt. Look what Joey's placing.
Yeah. That is amazing. My Legion, that is an amazing find, underlapping 4 tiles. That is great.
Yeah, wow. And so Joey is up 101 now by Michael making this blocky play. So do you want me to repeat what you said, or do you want to repeat it? Because I totally interrupted you.
Yeah, do that.
Okay,
no.
So the basic idea is Michael's up a game on both Ori Swift and Joey in the standings. Now, if Ori and Joey both win, and Michael will lose because Michael's playing Joey, they'll all have the same record. Ori already has more spread than Michael, but Joey has less spread. He has 214 fewer spread points right now. So Michael just needs to lose within 107 points to guarantee a spot in the finals here. The play of Lori minimized the risk of that. Unfortunately, Joey finds an 88-point play that still now opens it up to that possibility because it's an 101-point game.
However, Michael does have Tenement available through the M in My Legion. It doesn't look like he's seen it yet. He's set up Tent on his rack. But there's got to be something through that I as well, I'd imagine. Maybe not. I think at this point, Michael really needs to... Sentient. At this point, Michael really needs to bingo now because next turn, Joey's going to make a play that can probably block almost all of the spots on the board to bingo. So I think it looks like if he's seen Sentient, he will be getting a bingo down. It will be a close game. And then in that situation, Joey, in order to make the final, would need for Ori Swift to lose to Joe Edley in his game to secure his spot. And Joey still needs to win for that to happen.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, one thing to remember is we've seen Joey in the last game against Ori Swift. He lost, but he also played a phony word. And it really goes to show you in these sorts of situations close to the end of the tournament, not only does it change your status in one game and your chance to win in one game, but if he got a few extra spread points there, right, 20 more spread points or something, I wonder if that would make a difference in this situation in Michael's head and Joey's head, all that. The points add up over time.
Yeah, it does make a big difference. Joey's getting up mid-game. So Wonder what that's about. Oh, just getting some water.
Yeah, so Michael's going to take a lot of time here. I mean, this is this is to determine whether you play in the finals. So with only 3 in the bag, I think that's very reasonable.
Yeah, and I think sorry, it looks like he set up Renitent, someone pointed out, which would give back a pretty decent bingo lane immediately. So I think though we know Joey's rack and we know he wouldn't have anything to play on either side of on top of paralleling the R and E of Renitent. From Michael's perspective, you want to minimize the chance of Joey being able to bingo next turn. So Tenement would be a pretty big improvement over that, both scoring more and preventing a lot of bingos from playing, I think.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one. I mean, I don't think Joey could find some crazy 100-point win after Michael bingos, right?
Yeah, I think he's just going to need to look for any sort of win, in the hopes that Ori loses. I think that's probably the better course of action, but I've never been in this position of having a finals on the line, so that pressure has got to be tough in that calculation of, do I need to bank on another player losing, or should I go all in on me winning this game by the amount that I need to win it by, is really huge.
But Michael is laying down Sentient now. So that, I think, will guarantee him a spot in the finals, presuming that he designates the blank correctly. So we will see how Joey responds here. Michael draws the last 3 letters of P, A, and N. And yeah, for Joey, he just has to play the best game he can. He knows he's not going to catch Michael on spread, but he just has to hope Ori doesn't win against Joe Edley. And Joe has put up quite the fight of his own. You never want to count him out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Joey does have some good scoring plays here. I don't think they'll get him back within range of that 100-point mark, but YEOW, which he has set up on his rack next to Jokers, will score pretty well. And yeah, he knows Michael's rack. The bag is empty, so I think that
36.
Oh, away is even better, I guess. Is that the top play?
Yeah, it is the top rack will play. It scores 4 more points, and I think Michael will just end the game
Go out
here.
with Nap. Yeah, that is better.
Nap or Pan. He has options.
Yeah. So we really just need to figure out the result of this Ori and Joe Edley game. Because that is what this is all hinging on, to find out the second finalist. But yeah. Congratulations to Michael Fagan on being one of 2. Michael Fagan on being one of 2 finalists.
Yeah, congratulations to Michael for only losing by less than 107. No, Michael's played a great tournament so far. We're going to be looking forward to watching him tomorrow, and who knows, we might be able to watch Joey Krafchick too. In the meantime, well, actually, let's see if the players are going to talk at all for a few with post-mortem. If we could zoom in onto their mics.
He beats Ori, I'm in.
Like this. So we go up to 19.
So it looks like Joey did walk away. So it looks like there isn't going to be any post-mortem here in classic Joey fashion. So in that case, let's instead, I guess, flip to the standings for NWL to see if Ori and Joe have finished. And
yeah, and I'm sure Joey is.
So it looks like
I'm sure Joey is checking out Ori's game as we speak to figure out who won that.
Yeah, so it looks like no games have been updated except for we now see Joey does move up past Ori, but of course, if Ori wins the game, he will move up to first, actually. So it's definitely possible we'll see Joey again tomorrow. It all depends on if Ori does win against Joe Edley here. I guess could we also flip to the Collins standings quickly? So it looks like there have been no games updated yet, but you want to look at those top few boards to really determine who has a chance here. So really in Collins is kind of crazy. The top 3 boards all have people who could potentially make it to the finals. It really hinges on if those top 3 players win or if they lose here. Kind of crazy that even at game 28, there are so many people who could be a finalist. So in the meantime, though, I think we're just going to have to play the waiting game for all these results to come in, and I'm sure you can do that at home. Let's throw in some relevant links in the chat. We'll throw to the live coverage of this tournament. So I just posted that link there. Also, if you want to see pictures from the tournament, I don't know if you noticed, but towards the end of the game, you might have seen someone with a phone camera going up high and getting a pic of Joey and Michael at the board. That was Roger Coleman, the photographer on site, who's also a player. The NASPA Instagram page is posting all sorts of pictures. So that's there. And then I'm also just going to do our thank you message. Thanks again to Scrabble Go and Scopely for sponsoring this live stream. And we just got word that Ori Swift did win. So it looks like Joey, even though he played a great game and found Malaysian, he will not play in the finals. We'll see an Ori Swift Michael Fagan final tomorrow.
Wow. Congratulations to Ori and Michael. Yeah, both played super well this tournament and have done, just such great Scrabble to get here. So looking forward to watching that final tomorrow.
Yeah, it's always tough in that situation where Joey did everything he could to put himself in a position to win. And, 19-9 with plus in 1,000 spread puts you in really good shape in a lot of tournaments, and just happens to be there are 2 other 19s and 9s with even more spread. So it's definitely a bit sad for Joey, but hopefully he can keep a good attitude tomorrow morning and come in 3rd place. So how it's going to work tomorrow logistically. So if we could confirm what time games would start tomorrow, that would be great. So I'm just going to ask the tech team to confirm what time games will start tomorrow. I can relay that to chat here, but it will start later tomorrow. I forget if it's 10, 10:15, or 10:30. It's one of those. I'll let them figure it out. But basically how it's going to work is everyone who is not a finalist will play 3 more games tomorrow. The finalists are going to start playing later, at least an hour after other games start. And so their first round will be everyone else's second round, such that since the finals will be best 3 of 5 tomorrow, everyone in the tournament can at least watch one finals game. So it will be kind of a cool experience. I know when I did the Canadian Nationals before, there is a finals day, and it's a lot of fun to watch that after you've lost, and you can just sort of see really good players at the top of their game playing against each other. So all the players in the tournament will get to see that. So we just got word that it is 10:15 a.m. are when our finals will start tomorrow. And to be clear, we're only going to be showing the finals game. We're not going to show round 29 for the people out of contention. So tune in tomorrow at 10:15 a.m. It's going to be me again and Annette Oberstad. Before we sign off, though, Chloe, thanks so much for stepping in.
Yeah, it's been super fun to commentate the past couple days. Really great to watch some Scrabble and be involved with this tournament from afar. And I'm looking forward to watching the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we all are. So stay tuned for that. We'll see you at 10:15 a.m. tomorrow.
Where were you at the end?
I'll be right back. I'm not ready to move yet. But it will start. Yeah, we are done. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, quiet please.